Hey, I'm Nashi.
I'm Rezlar.
And I'm Frosty. Welcome back to the Value Pack.
Hold on, I have to gear check Nash right now. Alright, that is some bull jabber. Dude, he CC'd me out of dance. What's happening? Rezlar!
People look at you like you're crazy, and they refuse to admit that it's pay to win, and just scream that it's pay to convenience! It's pay to convenience!
Big money, big money, big money,
Big money! Oh shit, we got it! We fucking got it! And welcome everybody to another episode of the Value Pack. We have a very special episode today. We have a lot of classes to get through, and because we have a lot of classes to get through, we're gonna be doing this show a little bit different than how we would normally do things. But first, before we get to any of that stuff, gotta thank our lovely patrons. Hawaiian Eye Has Issues, Jeremy Johnson, Calahad, Melt On Your Mouth, Minaria, Slytech, Talus X Septum, Thanks, and Wavesy. Appreciate you guys, as well as all of the Twitch subscribers on our individual Twitch channels. Okay, so today we're pretty much exclusively talking about class reworks. On Global Labs, we had 4 classes get their reworks updated to Global Labs. That is Witch and Wizard, and then Musa and Maehwa. So how we're going to be doing the show today is we're going to spend approximately half of it talking about Witch and Wizard with 2 guests that I will introduce here very shortly. And then about halfway through the show, after maybe 2-ish hours, we're thinking, we're actually going to be swapping out our guests, essentially. And we're going to be bringing on a Musa and a Maehwa to talk about those changes. But obviously, first, we got to talk about Witch and Wizard, and here, good lord, my English, here to help us talk about the Witch and Wizard reworks on Global Labs, we have Belly, the Witch.
What's up?
And Horsey, nice enough to join us from EU for Wizard.
Thank you for inviting me, and hello.
Hello. Thank you guys for taking time out of your day to come join us. Appreciate you.
All right, this is a very professional and formal podcast. So starting off, WizBelly.
It is not. That is
WizBelly.
a blatant lie.
For those who do not or might not know who you are, because maybe they haven't, been in the in AOA recently, can you introduce yourself a little bit? How would people know you? Where are you at? How long have you been playing BDO and all that stuff?
Should I go first?
Yeah.
Alrighty, so I'm Belly. I've been playing Witch for like 2 years. I started out on Awakening, then when Suck came out, I rolled the Suck. Haven't looked back to Awakening since. I kind of hate large scale, which is weird for a Witch player, but I'm kind of known for being a BA rat, and I play a lot of AOA. I have a Twitch stream. I used to stream a lot. Now I hardly stream at all. And I have a YouTube channel.
All right.
It's Belly BDO.
Why
if
Witch?
you want to check it out.
All right, Belly BDO. Is that your Twitch as well?
Yeah.
All right. Why Witch? What drew you to Witch?
That's what I started out with. That's about it.
That's it.
And then I don't know, Suck came out and it feels really good to play.
All right. Horsey, same thing. Want to introduce yourself? Where might people find you? What's your stream, your YouTube, and how long have you been playing BDO and all that?
All right. My name is Horsey. I'm from EU. I'm mostly known as a godlike EU wizard now, I guess, because I won the Arena of Asha tournament, the trial and the main gear one. Yeah, I also have I also streaming like I would say 2-3 times a week, mostly like Node 1 Siege GVG stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I have a small YouTube channel with a little bit of content. I'm playing Wizard since 5.5 years, I guess, since I started the game. I was a Maehwa first, and I quit the game for a bit because my PC was too bad. I bought a new one. I came back. I was not able to grind alone, and I asked everyone in my guild chat, "Yo, where's the best group fight class?" And everyone spammed Wizard, and that's basically
All right.
I went to Wizard, and now I stuck here.
I like, for the record, he has the godlike title because he won both tournaments. He doesn't just refer to himself as a godlike wizard. That title was bestowed upon him. He did not just be like, people know me as a god, and that's all. Yeah. Dude, how many tournaments have you won? How many tournaments that you can think of off the top of your head have you been like top 3?
Where I was top 3?
Yeah, where you're like you finished top 3.
Ooh. I remember there was like the Black Spirit League, if you remember that.
Yep.
That was for like 4 months or 3 months. There was like 3 different, like 1v1, 2v2, 3v3, and everything was for like a month.
Right.
I did the 1v1 on Awakening Wizard because there was no succession yet. 3 out of 4 weeks I was in the top 16.
Mhm.
And basically I had the highest points as a wizard on EU. Like you always get like points for reaching like a specific not rank, how you say that, place. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, besides that, I tried to join every tournament as possible, and I think I was always top 3. And there was only one tournament I didn't reach top 3. That was losing against the people who also actually won the tournament, and was a bit unlucky. We only lost like 1 to 2 points. Yeah. Besides that, I mostly won or was like top 3.
Yeah. I feel like every time I watch a tournament and EU's involved, it's like I kind of forget that you're gonna probably win, and then at the end it's like, oh yeah, Horsey's there, like he's probably gonna win. Even though like here in NA, it's like no one really thinks of Wizard getting to the top. Which is kind of interesting to have both you and Belly on, because both you and Belly are good at 1v1 and do focus a lot on 1v1. Belly, you said you're not super into large scale. Horsey, you kind of are into large scale. Kind of the state, because I know Wizard and Witch are very similar in a lot of ways and different in other ways, but I guess starting with you, Belly, could you kind of give us an idea of the current state of casters from your point of view, from the Witch point of view, as far as like 1v1 and large scale and even PvE?
Well, in Awakening, I think it's super limited by movement. You have these really, really strong AoE skills in your Awakening kit. You're super protected, but you don't have the movement necessary to actually get you moving around. So I think that Awakening is always going to be really limited in 1v1, and in large scale you have the tools to go in, but never the tools to get out. So you're going to be gear reliant, and it's super hard to 1v1 on. I was hoping that the reworks, it would give a lot more movement. And then with Succession was super good because Succession gave a lot more movement, but the Succession skills don't have DR on the Awakening skills. They don't have nearly as much protection on it. So you're trading off a lot of the protection and a lot of the AoE for that movement. And I think that, the class obviously known for being insanely busted in large scale, and it's pretty much always going to be that way as long as there's heals. But in 1v1, especially in Awakening, it's always going to be lacking. That's my thoughts.
What about PvE?
PvE, just kind of middle of the road, right? I don't really PvE too much.
Oh yeah, you gave up on that a long time ago.
I like 6 months ago. I used to PvE and it was always middle of the road.
Is it the same story, Horsey, for Wizard? Do you feel like kind of the gist is similar? Is there any differences with Wizard compared to Witch?
Not much. I would say like PvE, that Succession is not that great compared to Awakening. They buffed a lot of Awakening recently. I would let's say in the last 6 months. Yeah, I would say it's a decent PvE class. Obviously not top tier like Lance, Striker, or whatever, but it's still good. About 1v1s, I mean, yeah, we are like the top tier group fight class, like Node War Siege or like bigger GVGs, right? So obviously we also have a downside, and that's our 1v1s with having no grab and being limited on mobility. Yeah.
So going into these reworks, normally we spend a little bit more time on the current state of stuff, but with you being a little bit limited on time, let's go kind of into the reworks. We'll start with let's just start with Succession, because Succession was I think, well, arguably for one of the classes, a lot smaller set of changes, but going into Friday or Thursday night before knowing what they were getting, what were you expecting, starting with you, Horsey? What were you kind of expecting for Succession Wizard?
Probably like everyone that we get SA back on Voltaic. If you remember the art thing, what the tournament winners got from the PA, the one message, I don't remember why I have that, but everyone who won the tournament, like Untitled Goose who got like whatever, could send PA a feedback about the class, like answer some questions, and at the end they gave us a small feedback, like what they think they're gonna change probably, and something was with SA back on Voltaic, and yeah, it didn't
Yeah.
happen for some reason, and yeah, I think everyone expected that.
Yeah. Belly, were you expecting the same thing on Suck Witch?
Yeah, so that's what I put in my form. I put a bunch of other stuff as well, but SA back on Voltaic, absolutely wanted that. But also, there was supposed to be a rework, so I was hoping that some of the skills in the pre-awakening tree that you can't even use, like Resurrection, or some of the skills that are kind of weird and outdated, like Mana Shield, would get touched. So I was hoping that they'd fix up a lot of the super clunky and weird pre-awakening stuff.
Mana Shield?
But-
How's
Yeah,
Mana
Mana
Shield weird
Shield.
and outdated?
It's super counterintuitive. It's like a buff, and then you just lose your entire mana bar, and it kills you.
That's why they
I mean, they
buffed your-
kind of buffed it now, right? With the mana absorption we got now with the new one.
We'll need to talk about that. That's actually a nerf.
You think so?
Yeah, they removed the
I
slow,
think
dude.
it's a buff.
Well, let's
They
talk about
removed
it.
the
So here's how it's listed in the description. Mana absorption skills change as follows: change the attack to change to attack the designated location. Stamina consumption is removed, and the effective stun movement speed reduction has been removed on successful hits. But basically now it's like it kind of just instant restores your mana. It's more of like a I don't know, like a, I guess hit like not a laser beam that travels. It just instantly gives your mana back when you have a target, right? So why Horsey do you think it's a buff? And then Billy, you can counter with why you think it's a nerf.
Because before you had to hit something to get your mana back, and if your enemy, for example, is using a front guard, iframe, or whatever, you obviously won't hit it, right? Even against front guard, it won't work. It needs to be SA or anything else. And for example, if you get up, you're out of mana because of your mana chip, but you survive with low HP. Obviously, you try to mana absorption first, right? If you don't have a will potion ready, and if he's using a iframe or front guard skill, you won't get any mana back, and you're just stuck on the location. And now, in my opinion, you can just use it and cancel it like into TP. Like you can instant TP after it, and you always get like a bit mana back, and you can always escape now, even if you run out of mana after you survive the combo.
Belly, why is that
Yeah,
all a
I
lie?
agree. I agree that no, I 100% agree that that part is fantastic. Now, I think that losing the 50% movement speed slow that you could keep really high uptime on, that had basically no animation, right? Because you could proc it on like the first hit and then immediately cancel out of. Losing that is a pretty important tool for 1v1. So like it's a lot better for large scale, especially like if you get knocked down and you were in mana shield, or if you just thrown away all your mana for blizzard, you get knocked down or you run out of mana, you can immediately proc it super reliably, get back up, get right back in the fight. But if you're in 1v1, your mana management is going to be not super stressed, and you're going to have a lot of time to like make sure that you're proccing that mana absorb. And at that point, you're going to care way more about landing the movement slow, especially like you can make Musa Maehwa, you can make their life a living hell with that slow.
See, I find that toxic. That those are the two classes you want to make their life a living hell. Don't you think that's a little toxic?
I mean, they're coming on next. I want them coming on in tiers.
Yeah. So the other two changes that the main hand specifically got is Swift Earthquake and Trembling Thunder got their cooldowns reduced, and Trembling Thunder got a down smash. Are those impactful in any way? I mean, is that going to make any difference, Belly?
The down smash, no. That's a PvE skill. Like it's unprotected and animation locked, so you're never gonna ever spec into it for PvP, I don't think. So the down smash added is nothing. The cooldown reduction, it's nice, but the main issue with those skills is that they have no damage and they're completely animation locked, so they're just grab magnets. I was really hoping they would make them cancelable after some amount of time, but the cooldown reduction on Swift Earthquake is still appreciated because it's a good skill in 1v1 for canceling, like as a reliable super armor. So that's a decent change.
Are you feel the same way, Horsey? Are these significant? Is that
The Swift Earthquake is good. Yeah, you also like you use it for SA rotation. Also, you use it for damage if you're, let's say you're gonna bomb right TP in Voltic Freeze, or you're gonna TP in with Fidget Fork, Earthquake into Bullite or whatever you want, right? And then at the end you can always do Swift Earthquake as like a filler damage skill at the end. It's good. The other one, it's bad. Like the down smash doesn't change anything. I tested it yesterday. It has 3 ticks of down smash, 1 at the beginning, 2 at the end, and yeah, you can't rely on it. It's still only 30%, right? It's not a 100% down smash like on some other classes, so
yeah?
you will never use it for PvP for down smash. And yeah, like Belly said, it's unprotected. It's good for PvE, but even with PvP, you mostly don't use it anyway because you grind most of the people anyway if they can on Awakening, and at Awakening you just mostly stay in Awakening anyway.
So all right, on to Succession. So these are still kind of the changes that affected both Wizard and Witch. Prime Aqua Gel Explosion has changed. Improvements have been made so they can be used without a casting action when used as a control key after space movement and magic movement. And then when using a skill without a casting action, all damage is applied. However, the evasion rate does not apply. And then they changed Bullide, so you can actually target someone from range, and the Bullide will kind of like drop on their head from far away instead of it just being kind of right in front of you. Are these? I mean, are I know not a lot of people take Aqua Gel, but I do see a decent amount of people taking Bullide over Voltaic. Does this give you more inclination to pick these skills, Horsey? Or how impactful are these changes?
Aqua J, it's a really bad change. Like, I don't know if you know how the skill looks.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, no one used it, right? So if you hardcast it, let's say it like that, you apply the 50% evasion debuff. If you fast cast it like after TP or any skill or whatever, you do it instant cast. It looks kind of like a Voltaic. Like Voltaic speed, I would say. It's like a Voltaic with SA but no CC. But it doesn't apply the debuff if you fast cast it.
Yeah.
And yeah, with that, it makes it again completely useless. No one will use it. You could think about using it if you also apply the debuff when you fast cast it, but without that, it will be a useless skill again. And the Equilibrium Break, the front gunnet, is just it's needed on Succession because we don't really have any block besides Lightning Storm and holding Meteor and Blizzard. So
Right.
yeah.
Bella, you feel the same, or you gonna spec in Aqua Gel ever?
Okay, so it's like, Mom, can we have SA on Voltaic Pulse? No, we have Voltaic Pulse at home. Voltaic Pulse at home, fast cast Aqua Gel. It's terrible. It's just a worse version of what SA Voltaic Pulse was. It has no bound, it has no linger. It's the food at home meme. It's terrible. It's terrible.
You can't choose it over Voltaic, right? You have to choose it over
You have it, yeah, but it would fill that same role as Voltaic, where you'd use it after you TP in, but instead of a bound, it has this movement speed slow. And now the other thing is that, so for Wizard, it's like a little bit better than on Witch because you could already get the fast casted version on Witch if you used Magical Evasion to cancel your Aqua Gel halfway through. So On Glabs, you do a fast cast Aqua Jail and don't get the evasion debuff. Whereas on live server, you could do an effective fast cast Aqua Jail and get the evasion debuff if you just canceled it halfway through with a magical evasion. So it's almost like a hard nerf to the skill. I'm sure it'll do more damage, but it's a really bad change. Like, we should have just gotten SA back on Voltaic Pulse.
I mean, the worst changes, because you didn't mention it now, is like I said, if you fast cast it, the debuff doesn't apply. It's gone. The 15% evasion debuff.
Yeah,
It
if
only
they kept
works
the
on
debuff,
hard cast, and that's the issue with the skill.
Right.
if they kept the debuff, it would be maybe viable. The issue with these awakening skills is the opportunity cost, though, because you have to go with no real reliable frontal guard if you take Aqua Jail.
Right. This is one of those more like hypothetical question, but starting, I guess with you first, Horsey. If let's say they gave, I know this isn't exactly what you wanted. You obviously you guys, everyone wants just Voltaic to have SA back. But if this patch came out and they said that they removed the bound from Voltaic Pulse but gave it super armor, how would that have landed for casters?
There was my succession, no, how you say that? Succession, whatever.
Succession?
No, not succession, the other thing. Wait, let me type it in
Suggestion.
chat.
Oh, suggestion.
Yeah, exactly, this one.
Okay.
I also said that to PA basically when they asked me that maybe remove the CC but give us SA back. Or I also said buff Bulllight and give us, like, in Awakening Wizard, you have a bound on it.
Mm-hmm.
On the core skill. Or back in the days you had bound on it anyway, and I said, since Bulllight doesn't have evasion debuff, what about you just give us bound on Bulllight, and on Voltaic it's unprotected CCs and debuffs, but Bulllight is only SA and CCs but doesn't debuff, you know, like to make like maybe Bulllight a bit more attractive.
Mhm.
But yeah, they didn't do anything of it, just with the range. But yeah, was unlucky. So yeah.
Right.
It will
Yeah.
be a good change if they do SA Voltaic without CC. But it still wouldn't be the old one in the situation with bombing, because you missed the bound then. But yeah, it would be good to test it out at least without the CC but SA back.
Right. Belly.
Yeah,
If that,
maybe I'm only speaking for myself here, but I feel like I speak for a lot of people when I say if they put SA back on Voltaic so that it's just the same as it used to be, I would be very upset. Because that's one of the main things that like got us out of that hellish suck wizard meta.
No, Sage release got you out of that hellish suck wizard meta. Don't take
Sage was
anything else.
another part.
Well-
There were multiple things. But
Sage release, Nova release. I mean, come on.
I mean the thing is though about that is like, well, obviously when Suck Sage first came out, it was everywhere because Suck Sage was wild.
Yes.
But after Suck Sage, I think that is part of the reason why not everybody went back to Wizard, and just the people that actually enjoy the class are on Wizard. Now,
Yep.
I'm not saying the class doesn't need anything. I think it definitely does. I don't know. It's like PA has a weird track record of like, they very rarely want to go back on a change that they made. I would say like in the history of the game and their patch, they like very, very, very rarely go back. So I obviously I don't play casters, but I would not have ever expected, even if all of us are asking for it, for them to revert that change just based on their history of like how rarely they revert the change. So that's why it's like, on one hand, I totally understand why you guys want it. I just am a little surprised that you guys are, or if you are surprised that it didn't happen, because I feel like they never, they very rarely do that. Like even with the alert stance change, they kind of went back, but only halfway, which is why maybe I was expecting something like them to add SA but remove the bound or something like that.
I think that would probably be fine. Just the idea of putting it back to the way that it was. Like, listen, man, I worked really hard to get that class nerfed, okay? I changed my name and everything, all right? If they bring it back up to where it was, I'm going to be really pissed off.
Can you please leave the call?
Yeah, I think it was a couple things. Obviously, like Nova, but the thing is like today
Absolutely,
there's
yeah.
still not like Nova and Sage are not running around Node War the same
No.
numbers. It's a little bit different, but I don't know. That's one of the weird ones. I actually think Bolide with a bound makes so much sense just because it's very reactable. It's like something that's like, if someone makes a mistake, you're going to catch them, and it's a totally safe way to throw out a CC, but at the same time, it's not like, oh, this is a guaranteed CC attempt regardless of what they're doing.
Current Bolide or G-Labs Bolide? Because now G-Labs Bolide is different with it being ranged, right?
Right. I mean, I kind of think either one, to be honest, because it still has a pretty obvious animation. So if you're paying attention, you can still see it.
Okay, so let's talk about Bolide, because there's actually this huge problem with Bolide.
All right.
And I would not use Bolide even if it had a bound, and I do not think that the range buff on Bolide is any good either.
Okay, why is that?
Okay, so Bolide, there's this hidden property on it that not a lot of people know about. So when you key the skills for Bolide, like when you actually put in the key inputs, there's this thing that happens in the game code where it sends this beacon out, okay? And it alerts all warriors within a 10-mile radius who have solar flare off cooldown to come solar flare grapple you. Now, until they change that, I will not spec into Bolide. I'm going to be using Voltaic Pulse. So the range buff is nice, but it doesn't change how slow the skill is. And it still has like no utility on it either.
Horsey, does this beacon exist on EU as well? I'm curious.
On EU we also have a lot of warrior, but it's I would say it's not the warrior what fucks me up. It's more like the Nova alert. Oh wait, he stuck an animation. Let's just dash through him and instantly one-shot him.
Yeah, it's the Nova alert.
You don't even need to grab me, just one-shot me in 1 second.
But this seems like it has a decent amount of range, so if you're fighting with your group, you don't think in like large scale that this is a benefit? This change?
It's a big benefit for siege castles, right?
I don't think we need large scale buffs.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Every buff that we've gotten from this rework has only helped large scale and makes no difference in anything in small scale or 1v1.
Yeah.
This is what it feels like. So I think they should speed up Bolide. And now the funny thing is that in the game code they actually have a sped up Bolide animation. Like a faster cast than you can get if you normally fast cast it. If you spec out of elemental flow and you hit if you put whatever it's called, Sage's memory on your hotkey, but while you're still in succession, and you activate Sage's memory and then you do a fast casted Bolide, it'll skip the entire first half of the animation. So if they changed Bolide to being that version, then I would consider taking it, because that's actually fast enough to use. I'm surprised that's not just the normal fast cast version that's in the game.
Yeah. I don't know if we've asked, or if have we had a caster on since Succession came out, Rez?
Yeah, I think.
Can't remember if we have, but I'm curious.
Didn't we have Jackie on after Succession?
No, that was before. That was before.
That was before?
Yeah, that was when Wizard got Awakening buffs, like way back in the day. But I'm curious, Horsey and Belly, how you guys feel. This is just like a random aside, but do you like that the Wizard and the Witch both have access to the other skills? Because I know I see a lot of people that are upset that Wizard even has Voltaic or Equilibrium Break and vice versa. Like maybe they should have their own skills. Like if Wizard had just normal Cataclysm instead of Bolide, like originally on launch or something like that. I don't know. Would that have made more sense, or do you guys like that you can choose?
I mean, obviously we liked it, right? Because we have more options. It probably would be cooler if you, for example, Wizard sticks to Aqua J and Bolide and Witch to Equilibrium Break and Voltaic, because it makes the class like how you say that, like it's more like Witch then, you know, like Witch has like the Voltaic and the Equilibrium Break, and Wizard the other skills, so they have like different skills like Mystic and Striker has, or like any other class. But now like both classes are almost the same, besides the TP and the magical evasion like difference basically. But it would be cool if if Wizard only has these two skills and which the other, but obviously it would be bad, right? Because more options is obviously better in certain situations. If you know what I mean.
Yeah. Well, I've seen a lot of witches, because maybe it's because Voltaic and Equilibrium Break is the skill that comes from their tree, that are like, I was salty to see Wizard getting my skills. Maybe because they have the good skills. So for them, they don't have an option.
I don't know. At this point, the awakening skills are kind of equivalent, right? Isn't whatever it is it Cataclysm the one that's just a Voltaic reskin at this point?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
More or less.
I don't know. I think it would be cool if instead of Bolide, you could choose in your awakening tree, like in succession, if you could choose between the Voltaic we have now and then the Cataclysm, which would be like Voltaic with SA but without bound. So it would be Cataclysm without the bound but with the SA, and you'd keep the debuffs. So you could basically like choose which Voltaic nerf you wanted as that first slot, instead of having Bolide, which is just clunky and useless. And then you could still choose between like Aqua Jail and Equilibrium Break down below. I'd prefer that, because the 360 animation with the evasion debuff is always going to be super strong. Like whether it comes in blue or red.
Let me ask you guys this, because this is I feel like this topic comes out a lot around Wizard and Witch, but I'm seeing a lot of people in chat saying this, and I hear this all the time, and I personally disagree with it, and I'm assuming you guys feel the same as me, but I hear, quote, everyone wants to be good at everything. Casters who are good at large scale shouldn't be good in 1v1. Horsey, you first. Do you is there any merit behind that?
I mean, I'm always saying that in the Wizard Discord, because everyone is just spamming, okay, our 1v1 is so weak. Like, no one is complaining about large scale. If you read the Wizard Discord or like my own Discord, everyone is just asking me, Horsey, please help us. Help us to be better in 1v1s. We still can't dodge grabs from warriors. We still useless in 1v1s. Like, everything's only about 1v1s. And I also said it yesterday. Yes, of course we not that good in 1v1s, because we are fucking God King and large scale. Obviously we have a downside, right? I was said at the beginning of the podcast here that like we are top tier large scale class. Obviously our 1v1 should be not that great. Like, I don't know, warrior, tamer or whatever. But also, Frosty, you said something with if they give us SA back on Voltic, you think we have a wizard meta again, right?
I don't know. I don't know if we'd have a wizard meta again, to be honest, because the game is definitely different today. All I was saying, I think Rezlar might have been saying that. All I was saying is that I think I would have just been surprised for them to revert the change, because they don't go back on what they do usually. I don't know if that would create a wizard meta, to be honest, these days.
Because a lot of people, especially in A, like Handler, saying, oh yeah, wizard got a shadow nerf. Wait, we lost a lot of damage. I have 309 AP and I can't one combo a Sorg. What's this going on? Why I don't do damage anymore?
Mm-hmm.
Well, here's the answer. Back in the days, we didn't had Hadoom servers, and everyone was not 700 gear score and C20 armor. And wizards, most of the wizards still have the same AP, around 300 plus, and everyone just got C20 armor now. It's not that wizard got shadow nerf, it's because people just got gear now. Not everyone is C9 anymore. A lot of people are C17 or C20.
Right.
And a lot of people like don't know that, or like don't see it like that. They only think, wizard does not the same damage anymore like before. We can't one-shot people anymore with Voltic Fidget Fog. No, obviously, because everyone is C20 now.
Belly, on the
So that's why I also think there wouldn't be an SA meta anymore.
Yeah.
Just because of that.
Belly, your thoughts on the 1v1 thing? If you're good at large scale, you shouldn't be good at 1v1.
Yeah, so I don't feel like we need to be the best at 1v1, but the reality is that getting completely demolished in 1v1 and feeling like you don't have any ability to fight back is just a miserable play experience. So there are a lot of matchups in the game right now where it feels like there's not much you can do. Like playing Witch against Lawn right now, for example, is just really miserable. Awakening Lawn because of their ranged grab and just the amount of pressure and movement that they have. So I don't think that we need to be the best in 1v1. I don't even think we need to be middle of the pack in 1v1. But I really did wish we have had some kind of win condition or some kind of counterplay, just something to play for in each matchup, aside from just hard gear checking somebody or praying that somebody makes a massive mistake. That's
Yeah.
all. I just want to have some kind of shot at something, you know? Like there's just some classes like, you know, like Suck Nova, for example, they can just press Q and their pawns will outtrade you. And
Right.
there's simply nothing you can do.
I
Stuff like that.
can't believe I have to play devil's advocate and be on WizWit's side here. But the same people that say, oh, Wizard and Witch shouldn't be good in 1v1 because they're good in large scale, also wanted Wizard and Witch to be nerfed in large scale because they were too strong. So to me, it seems a little bit hypocritical to be like, well, on one hand, like Wizard and Witch shouldn't dominate here so much, but if I'm in a grind spot and I see a wizard, they shouldn't have a chance against me because they're good at large scale. It's like such a weird, I don't know why. To me, it's like, dude, you play a class because you like the style. Not everyone gets to Node War. Node War doesn't even happen that much. Group PvP is really not that prominent. And the reason why I think, Horsey, in your Discord or in the Wizard Discord, a lot of people are talking about 1v1 is because 1v1s happen all the time because of open world PvP, grind spot disputes, like just going to battle arena for fun. Like people actually enjoy doing 1v1 and they want to play the class that they actually like. So for me, I'm not saying Wizard and Witch needs to be Ninja and Lawn, but I don't see any problem with making Wizard and Witch at least average to above average at 1v1. So it's like they have at least a relatively decent chance of defending themselves against everybody. And I'm also not saying that they have no chance, because I do think that some Wizards and Witch completely exaggerate how bad they are and act like they can't win against anybody. But at the same time, like I don't see, at least philosophically speaking, any problem with casters being good at 1v1 or at least decent. Horsey, do you disagree with that?
I would say that Wizard is not a bad 1v1. I would say it is already good enough and shouldn't be more buffed. Since we are that good in large scale, we still have like outplay potential. For example, if someone goes for a grab engage, you can TP into lightning, right? You can stun him, then follow up with a KD, obviously hoping he doesn't run adamantines. Obviously we also have a lot of hard counters, right? Mostly like every block class, like warrior, guardian, like all these classes. But there's also a lot of classes that doesn't have a chance against us, like Archer, Maehwa, Musa, uh, probably DK. Like everything without a grab, because we have our utility with TPing away and giving us a small heal back. So I would say our 1v1 is completely fine and nothing should be changed there.
All right. Let's go on to the
Well, I wanted to say
Go
say
ahead.
two things real quick. First of all, I love that Belly has now become the spokesperson for the Shy. They all agree that yeah, it feels miserable not to be able to put up a fight against someone in PvP. But then secondarily, are people saying that Witch and Wizard should have no chance in 1v1? Like I don't know if I've ever seen somebody say that. If they are, then they're dumb as hell. I think what people are saying is that like this idea, I disagree wholeheartedly that Witch and Wizard should be average in 1v1. They should be below average. They should still have a chance, like obviously. I hate that when a witch or a wizard is going up against like a guardian or a warrior. Like there's basically no shot of them winning. That sucks ass. And they should have
Hey, Warrior's
some
fine, but Guardian sure.
they should have like some way to win in like these matchups. Everyone should be able to have a chance to win in any matchup. But I do think that with just how dominant they are in large scale, like they can't also be on the same tier as like the other classes that are not good in large scale in their 1v1 capabilities. They should have a chance, but I don't know about average to above average. That's a bit much to me. I don't know. But as far as like, oh yeah, witch and wizard should just be instant lose in every 1v1. Like obviously, yeah, that's dumb as hell. But I think people are just saying that it's a bit of a rage thing, but I think they're just exaggerating. What they really mean is that wizard and witch shouldn't crush me with fucking blizzard and fireball rotations in castle siege, and then I go to the grind spot after the castle siege, and then they're also crushing me in 1v1s at the grind spot. I think that's all they mean, and they're just exaggerating if they say anything more than that, really.
All right, so let me ask you this, and I don't want this to get too heated. I'm just trying to have the discussion here. I have to say that ahead of time. All right, let's just say Pearl Abyss.
Right before he gasses you.
Right. let's just say that Pearl Abyss agrees with this point of view, Rezar, that you said that they're totally on board with exactly what you just said, right? So then they look over at Zerker and they think, seismic, the way Ancient Wave works, the way Q buff works, they're like, man, they're really impactful in large scale. And then they make 2 or 3 nerfs. They literally say in a blue note, like, hey, this class is very good at large scale, so we're going to nerf some of your protections and some of your 1v1 capabilities, remove a couple grabs, so you're not as good in 1v1, because people are dying to you in large scale. They shouldn't have to die to you at a grind spot. Would you be tilted if you saw that? Or would you be on board with that philosophy?
So, first of all, not a good argument against me, because I've been advocating for Q buff nerfs for like 3 years now. But aside from that, I think everyone would be kind of aggravated with that change, because what everyone wants from Zerker is large scale nerfs. They want Q buff nerf and seismic nerf probably as well. But like to nerf their 1v1, I don't think anybody is really asking for 1v1 nerfs from Zerker. But if that's the direction they wanted to go, I wouldn't mind that if they did it the other way, where they nerf Q buff a little bit, maybe increase the cooldown on seismic, and then maybe give us like a little bit of some help in the iframe department for like 1v1s. Like I would be mostly fine with that.
Okay, cool.
But that's
So-
what casters are saying. That's
Okay, cool.
literally
So we
what
nerf
casters are
Meteor
saying.
and nerf Voltaic. So can we get
incorrect,
some help in the
incorrect, because-
iframe department? Can we get some help in the iframe department because we nerfed Meteor and we nerfed Voltaic? Maybe. Thank you.
Okay, but here's the thing: like,
You'll get a
Witcher and
as
Wizard
soon
are
as I do.
You
still
walked into a trap, my friend.
god tier in large scale, though. Like they still are. It's not like
Yeah,
the
but-
nerfs have like, okay, now Witch and Wizard is not good in large scale anymore. They're still the
No,
best class.
but-
You still
Okay,
have,
take
yes.
my
you still
heals
have,
away
Hold on,
too.
hold on.
you
Take my
still
heals.
have
Take my
siege guilds
heals.
with 50 fucking wizards and witches and shit
Yeah,
in their fucking guilds.
but a lot of wizards, and maybe
But only an A. not
yeah, a
you.
lot of wizards,
Yeah.
maybe Horsey's not included, but a lot of casters are like, dude, I don't care to be this good in large scale. Like, I want to be able to defend myself. I grind all day. That's where I have to PvP all the time. Node Wars, like, group PvP is supposed to be fun. When I'm grinding, I'm literally, like, losing money and getting kicked out of my spot. A lot of casters would be happy to lose large scale potential in order to be able to defend themselves in 1v1.
But
So
then
it's like,
I think that's fine then if you were going to nerf their large scale capabilities, but they're not. They're
I
literally
know, but
not. And
but
they're
they're
never
probably
going
not with
to.
Zerker either, which is why the whole philosophy doesn't make sense. So that's why it's like every class should just be decent at everything. They're like, a lot of 1v1 classes are getting in these reworks buffs for large scale, but they're not getting nerfed in 1v1. All of them. Striker got buffs for large scale. They did not get nerfed in 1v1.
But
Warrior got
but
buffs in
here's
large
my-
scale. They did not get nerfed
issue,
in 1v1.
The issue isn't everyone should be good at everything. Your argument is that everyone should be good at 1v1s, and then also Witch and Wizard should still be god tier. At
No,
large scale,
that's
'cause
not
they're
my
gonna change
argument.
large scale.
Everyone should be good at large scale too in their own different roles. I think everyone should be viable everywhere. That's all I'm saying. I don't think like yeah, I think everyone should be viable in whatever they're playing in this game, because it's like you spend a bunch of time on one character. It's like, I don't know. It's, but my thing is like, I don't see any reason why, like for Awaken Witch Wiz, and you and I have said this, should not have split TP. Like that's one of the main
I
things
agree.
that they were like, dude, this would help us defend ourselves against grab classes so much more, and life would just be a lot easier. And it's like, I don't know. It's that's all. I'm not saying they need to be ninjas, and I'm not even saying that their large scale isn't too strong. Like I think heals are still kind of absurd. Like I think the self heal is fine, but the healing allies for as much as they do, as quickly as they do, is kind of crazy. But I still think like when they're out grinding, if I'm on my Kuno for the most part and I see a wizard, like they lost their grind spot. It doesn't even matter how good they are, and that sucks. I think that's lame.
Yeah, no, and I also like that's why I started with, if I think they should always have a chance. Like there should never be a thing where a witch and wizard goes into a grind spot, sees somebody there, and they know like, oh, I can't even challenge this person for their grind spot because they'll just clap my cheeks. Like that
Oh,
shouldn't be
so
a
we
thing.
agree then. So we agree then.
I mean, probably. I think you should always have a chance. I just disagree with the idea that everyone should be good at everything, because it's just not going to happen. In pursuit of that goal, what you're going to end up having is you're going to have people that have no chance in things like large scale, and then you're going to have everyone good at 1v1. So now you're like Tamer, which it used to be post this change, this theoretical change, used to be god tier in 1v1s, and dog shit in large scale for the most part, is now average in 1v1s and still dog shit in large scale. Because we've acknowledged that they're probably not going to change large scale capabilities because they don't seem to be very interested in that for Witch
I
and
mean,
Wizard. Like nerfing
yeah.
it down.
I just like looking at the reworks, their philosophy seems to be even these classes that are really good at 1v1 are also getting buffs in large scale. So I think Wizard Witch should get the same treatment in reverse. That's how I feel about it. Even if it meant like, I don't know, like maybe I don't know. I don't even know. I don't want to go around in circles, but I just feel like it's not necessarily good, like taking it to the far of like, oh, they have to be like really good 1v1 class. But to me, it's just like there needs to be a baseline of like, oh yeah, this class, if it runs into anyone else, it has like a horrible win rate, even when a good player fights against a player that has no experience fighting them. And that shouldn't be the case.
And that's what I'm saying. Like I agree with that, but I'm cautionary about how we attain that goal is all I'm saying, because I can see very easily where things go. Now Witch and Wizard are on par with every class that's good at 1v1 now, but then also they're still just bombarding people from the tops of fucking castles and mountains and shit, and nobody can fucking catch them. Like that's all I'm saying. I agree that witches and wizards should always have like a chance. Everyone should always have a chance. It's one of the reasons I feel so bad for Shies, because I think everyone should have a chance whenever you're dueling someone at a grind spot. But I don't know.
Right.
I'm just saying.
Let's move on to Awakening, because let's real quick, Wizbill, I want to talk about the change to Succession Witch specifically that they got with your passive. Can you kind of explain Elemental Palace and what that does and what changed? For those of us who are morons. I use the whole whatever changed on Global Labs.
Okay, all they did was add instant cast after teleport.
Okay, and this is to any ability. Does it have any limitations, or it's
every prime skill that has a cast bar on it? There's two versions, one that has the cast bar and one that's a fast version where the cast bar is removed. Now, you can get that by side dashing with your magical evasion, or you can get that by following it up after other prime skills, so doing them in a sequence. But now, similar to Wizard, you can also do it after teleporting. That's all. So now you can do like TP Voltaic Frigid like a Wizard.
And can Wizard do the repositioning as well now?
You can do the side dash magical evasion on Wizard, I think. Is that right, Horsey?
We can't, like, for example, cast something, hold it, and then jump and release it. At least I didn't test. I didn't test it, but I don't think so. No, I didn't read anything about it. But what we can is every time we dash, we have an instant cast now as well. Even if magical evasion is off cooldown,
Ah,
or on
okay.
cooldown, whatever. You can always dash, like even only the first dash. You don't even need to do the double dash we have on Wizard. I think Witch doesn't have that, right? You don't have the double dash.
Yeah, we do. Ours is actually even more. It's even bigger than yours.
Okay.
Ours is like a
Oh
full-on
yeah.
teleport
Anyway,
dash.
like even if you only do the first dash, you can instant cast Fidget Fog. You can instant cast like Voltaic, Bolite, Meteor, whatever you want. That's like also chain, but it's also without e-buff. That's yeah. The only thing I don't know if Witch has that as well. If Wizard has e-buff on, the domain Blizzard, basically the Blizzard was stays for like 10 seconds, right, on the position. We can it's cast faster with e-buff than without e-buff. That's the only change with e-buff, I think. It also says it something. 1 second, let me search it. Um, yeah, it's under the witch gift, basically, Frosty. If you go down
Mm-hmm.
under the witch gift, it says Prime Blizzard domain scale has been improved to evict faster when using the Prime Elemental Palace, like our e-buff, right?
Right.
I think that's for both classes, I guess. Yeah.
Okay.
Did
So,
that?
but it's no
was
one
that
is
a-
really using the Blizzard anyway.
Was that a translation? Was that the real translation? I thought that might have been an error.
No, I tested it. Like it's actually faster.
That's Blizzard domain.
Yeah, that's the Blizzard
Let me
what
try it.
basically stays on the same position for like 10 seconds.
Hmm.
Not the other one what you need to hold. The
The one that
domain
stays.
one. Yes.
Yeah. But anyways,
It's faster. It's way faster on ebuff, but who used that? No one.
yeah, but
Right.
nobody uses that. But yeah, anyways, Witch gets instant cast after teleport,
Okay.
and Wizard gets instant cast after magical evasion. But I think that's kind of useless. It's a large scale buff, and it's useless in 1v1. So it's exactly the opposite of what we needed. Once again.
All right, let's
For Witch is a buff, no? For Wizard it doesn't matter because magical
Yeah.
evasion is for us unprotected. For Witch
It's
not.
unprotected. Yeah. But I think in 1v1 it won't matter because in 1v1 we don't have split teleport, so we're only ever teleporting away. And when we teleport away, it doesn't really matter that you're fast casting because you're going for freeze, fireball, heal, speed spell after you teleport away, and those ones you don't need to fast cast. So it kind of doesn't matter. It only matters if you're going in. If you're TPing in, then you're just doing it to like stat check a ball. TP will take frigid. And that we don't need that. That just makes us more dominant in large scale. Which nobody wants.
All right,
Nobody wants Witches dive bombing balls again.
all right, let's go on to the awakening changes. We'll start with Wizard since first on this list. But the skills are all basically identical for all three classes. But let's start with the new skills before we go into the class specific one. So Awakening Wizard got this new skill called Water Baptism, which is forward R&B, does 1137 times 10, 50% crit, 30% accuracy, super armor, has 40% damage reduction in PvP. You kind of like scoot forward and do the lightning prison animation and then release the ability. And it's just kind of like a giant AoE. The second one is called, I mean, I don't know if these names are final, so I'm just not even going to say it, but the second one is SQ. And it does 981 times 3 up to 4 hits. It's a little bit similar to like a shorter duration Toxic Flood or Lava Field, where it basically just puts something on the ground that does damage. They also moved the crit buff to this new ability off of both Wiz Witch other abilities. And then the last skill is this S plus spacebar, where you get super armor right when you start it. It has a little bit of a wind up and then it scoots backwards and then becomes unprotected after the movement and leaves you stuck there for a little bit. So, Horsey, starting with you, your thoughts on these three skills, if you could touch on each one a little bit.
I would say 2 skills are good. The SQ one is okay-ish. I don't see it in PvP. Unless you maybe castle defending and you throw it in the choke, right? Because it's unprotected and yeah. But I would say it's a good PvE skill, I guess. I hope. The S R&B is, I would say, a great skill. it's high, like a big AoE, has a lot of damage, SSA as well. And the TP is, I would say, a pretty good disengage skill. I would only say disengage skill after you're bombing in group fights. I would say it isn't that useful in 1v1 since it's still SA, right? And yeah, I mean, good people would just bait the TP out and then grab you afterwards because it has 15 seconds cooldown. But I can see like wizards like double TPing in bullite, cataclysm, bullite, whatever you want, and then disengaging with that skill. So I can see a lot of potential in the group fights now with awakening wizards and bombing basically. So two of them are pretty good skills. One of them I would say only PvE skill.
Okay. Wizbelly, your kind of thoughts, because Witch got exactly the same thing. I don't think
you
there's
want to
any
scroll down to the
differences.
Witch ones?
Yeah, we'll look at the Witch ones.
Just so you can see the
They're
see the
dirt and
animation.
lightning instead.
Dirt and lightning. Yeah. So those are my colors. Let's go. So the first one, it's just an SA AoE skill with no utility and high damage, and it's animation locked, just like every other awakening skill. So it's adds nothing to the kit that we didn't already have. It's just another skill that you'll cycle through in large scale in PvE. It will help not at all in 1v1. It's just another grab magnet in 1v1. I don't know why we needed this. Right? I mean, they just copy pasted the animation over from Sage, right?
Well, I mean, the skill itself is not the same animation. It's just that her hands are up.
Yeah, I mean,
Even
somebody.
the spinning is not really from Sage, I don't think.
Okay, but I don't know. You're just like T-posing so you can get grabbed.
Right.
That's
think,
how
like,
I feel about it.
Okay.
I wanted something that was like small and not flashy and not animation locked, and that wasn't gonna kill 10 people, but that was maybe gonna help you survive.
Right.
Instead of just suiciding in and trying to take 10 people down with you. All right, now the second one is kind of tragic. I mean, it has no utility, no protection, and no CC. So it's filler skill.
Damage, yeah.
It's just damage. So it's whatever. You can lock it and forget about it, or use it, I guess. It just doesn't mean anything. Though we do need to talk about it because it stole the critical hit rate from Gore Roll. They took the crit hit rate off of Gore Roll and put it onto that skill, so it indirectly nerfed Gore Roll, I guess.
Okay.
So now,
so you would
PvP,
lock this ability. You wouldn't use this for combos or
yeah, and I'd at least take the crit hit rate off of it and put it back onto a real skill.
Okay.
And then the last one needs to be, if you scroll down. So what this one reminds me of is, what it looks like when Striker fails a grab?
Yep.
This used to be Striker grab fail animation, right? SA at the start, and then when they dash back, it's a gap at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when Striker fails their grab, they can hit a key and get an iframe backdash for it, right?
All right, hold on.
But
Let me explain this, because this is like this has been spread. This is misinformation. Let me explain how it actually works. So if they fail their grab, they still are forced to do the unprotected scoop back, and then after that scoop back, if they're holding S, then it becomes an iframe, and they scoop back even further.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
Still, so Striker fails their grab.
Yeah.
And gets a dash.
Okay.
And an extra iframe dash afterwards,
okay.
Which spins around in super armor, intentionally goes unprotected, and instead of getting a bonus iframe dash, instead just sits around unprotected and goes on a 15-second cooldown. Like this, it's a grab magnet at the start, it's unprotected at the end. You're just asking to get caught at every phase of the animation. I don't know what they were thinking with this. It needs to be like iframe at the start and way faster at the end. Otherwise, it's completely useless in 1v1.
So have we gotten to the point now, because I noticed the grab is basically, if a skill has protection, you're going to get grabbed. So if it's not an iframe...
The standards just need to be higher. There are skills like
Like, isn't SA on Voltaic just a grab magnet anyway? So like, why even bother?
Well, there are skills, for example, like Lightning Storm, right?
Okay.
Lightning Storm, during the entire casting bar animation, you can cancel out of it into 3 different movement skills. So that skill is not a grab magnet because you can bait grab with it and actually punish if there's a grab attempt. Skills like Old Voltaic and Frigid Fog, it's a lot more difficult for them to engage you because they have a CC on it. There's skills like Residual Lightning, which are ranged and have utility on them, so those are also a lot more difficult to grab. But if you do something that's short ranged, super armor, animation locked, and has no slow, CC, or utility on it, then yeah, you're asking to get grabbed. That's just those are the standards. If you ask Guardians how often they get grabbed, they'll say yes, they get grabbed quite often. I mean, these are Guardian style skills and how fast they are. That's the reality.
So there's no situation where you would use this where you wouldn't get grabbed. You wouldn't be able to like monitor like your opponent's cooldown of their grab and use it when they're not grabbing or anything like that.
If they gave the skill to Succession, then I think it would be usable. But because it's on Awakening, where you're already don't have any other options, then that's why it's an issue. Like if you gave this skill to Sork or if you gave it to Tamer or something, then yeah, I'm sure they'd find a time to make use of it. But Awakening Witch doesn't have any iframes on it already. It has 1 teleport and that's it. Like the class it needs something, you know?
Gotcha. All
I
right.
think it just needs split teleport.
Right. Horsey, how if you could change these skills, like let's say you're gonna send some feedback, I assume, in some way, shape, or form. What's like your feedback for these new skills?
Well, I always think a bit different. In my opinion, the TP skill is not that bad. And I also think the AoE skill, WRB, is a very great large-scale skill since it has a lot of damage and is also protected. Like Belly's always mostly complaining about being animation locked and getting grabbed. I don't really think the biggest issue is that you are getting grabbed in large scale, right? I hope that Belly's not talking all the time now about 1v1s because, like we mentioned before, we shouldn't be that good in 1v1 and yeah, I will just forget like 1v1, you know. But I think in large scale, that's a buff. And I think you can still like double TP in with Wizard and Witch Awaiting as well and disengage with that skill. The animation at the end of the skill is unprotected, but you can cancel it really fast. There is still a small gap, but you can still cancel with an SA dash or something else. So I still think there's a lot of potential with the backwards TP. And yeah, the WRB is also like a very good AoE skills, like probably a stronger skill than Aqua Jail, because it has a way bigger AoE than Aqua Jail. So I wouldn't even say there should be a change. I think it's good how it is. Maybe like removing like make the animation full SA from the backwards TP and maybe changing the cooldown. Like lower it a bit. I'm not saying like to 5 seconds or 7, you know. Maybe just a bit like 12 seconds or 10 seconds. But besides that, I would say no, don't change anything. And yeah, the SQ is a bit useless in PP. I would say, in my opinion, you can also not really use it in combos. But maybe it's a buff for PvE as well. So yeah, Wizard is already decent and Witch and Awakening, in my opinion, in PvE, and maybe it's also a small buff in PvE and PvP, like all of the skills. So yeah.
So let's
your question, I won't change anything actually.
So I have a question because I haven't actually seen any gameplay of like the new skills as far as like people actually testing it. I've just seen the animations. I noticed that like the little back teleport that you can do, it has a really long startup animation and then a bit of a delay on the end, right? That's what Belly was complaining about. Is there anything you can do to like cancel out of that going into it or going out of it?
I couldn't find anything. Did you find anything, Belly?
No.
But there's something special about the skill though. Even if you're slowed, it's still the same animation speed. Like the TP backwards is not affected by any slows. Just saying.
Oh.
Well, that's
That's
pretty
kind of
nice. I
interesting.
didn't know
I
that.
didn't know that.
Since it's only an SA skill, right? It's not an iframe. For example, in TP, if you get slowed, you have a way slower TP, right? But you're an iframe, obviously, if the iframe is working. But yeah, the SA skill is not affected by slows and has always the same speed. Obviously, not afterwards if you cancel into dash and do cataclysm or whatever you want, but at least it's not affected by slows, and yeah, that's also not bad, I guess. So that's why I mean has a lot of potential. Like it's not that bad.
Yeah. I guess for
So
me.
do you think?
Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just gonna ask. Do you think that? Because I think that the skill could be pretty useful if you could either like go into it more quickly somehow, maybe by with like using it directly after a different skill, or if you could just simply like cancel out of it with magical evasion, right? So that way you can kind of chain your super armor and then cancel that little bit at the end by burning another one of your protected movements, right? Because magical evasion is a SA on what 4-second cooldown or something, I think, right?
E5, I think.
5.
5? Okay. So like would that make it a lot better? Do you think that would make it a lot better, Belly, or do you think that would make it too good, Horsey? Like what do you guys
It would be cool if you can cancel at the end of the animation with like any skill, like the thing what is unprotected, right?
Yeah.
For example, you do the TP backwards into instant cataclysm, for example, that you don't have like the
Right.
yeah
The
the T
lingering-
position, the T
yeah.
position, or however you want to say that. You know what I mean? If you see the GIF.
That might make it
Um,
kind of too strong in large scale, though, right? Because you could TP, dump some damage, and then backdash and dump more damage without any gaps. What if it like
But you can
backdash?
The cooldowns are pretty long though, right? So like yeah, you
What if
could
the
do
backdash?
that, but then
What if it backdashed you into? Oh no, I guess Wizard couldn't do that. I was gonna say, what if for Witch it backdashed you like into Q block, but Wizard doesn't have a Q block, so that wouldn't work.
I
I don't know.
How do you guys feel about the
Too
keybind?
slow.
How do you guys feel about S spacebar?
That's a good keybind. It's like a back
Yeah.
teleport.
So on Corsair they have like AD space, and one of the problems is if you get like by itself it's fine, but if you're like in one of the animations and then you're trying to spam AD space and you get the like hit stutter that either speeds up or slows your skill down, then like the hit space will just like cancel itself and make you jump instead. That's my only fear. Like every time they add a spacebar skill, it's like if you start getting hit by stuff, it like doesn't let your spacebar skill work all the time. It's kind of annoying.
It's really not a problem with Witch Wiz because all the awakening skills are really long lingering animations.
That's what I thought too on
I have
Corsair.
only
whale
a big
skill.
issue. I'm sorry. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I have only a big issue with the WRMBs because I'm basically on you. I'm known for my playstyle with my pet, right? Especially in in Awakening.
Mm-hmm.
And if you use like WRMV, RMV is the pet stuff, like the summon thing, right? So if you do now forwards RMV, you just you just use the skill instead of activating the
Right.
pet stuff. And Wizard, I had already the issue that I had to get used to it, not using S block pet stuff. Like normally you S block, you just click RMB and you S block again, right? After the animation. It doesn't work on Wizard anymore because the new Magma skill from Wizard is SRMB. So I already had to get used to it that I don't use S block anymore, so I'm just walking forward. Now I need to get used to it because I can't use WRMB anymore. Now I need to walk sidewards, like A or D RMB.
Yeah. Can you quick
yeah, that's a
slot
bit-
either of these?
No, you can't. You can't quick slot the new
I
skill yet on
don't-
Labs.
Maybe you can because on live servers, but on global labs they don't have a picture. You can't do anything with them. Maybe on live servers you can quick slot them, but
Well,
And
I don't know if that's
you
a
can't
bug.
quick slot Pet Stiffen though, because it
No, I
shares-
mean the other
Right,
skill,
right,
the
right, the new
WRMB.
skill.
I mean that, and
yeah,
then you lock
can't
it.
quick slot that on Glab either.
yeah, I
Yeah,
don't
that's
think
what
the
I mean,
picture
but
matters
maybe on
because
live
like,
servers.
well, the new Sork skill doesn't have a picture, and you can quick. It lets you pull blankness to the quick bar, and it still works. So it
I
probably
feel like
won't
at
work.
this point, pet stiffen just like needs a separate key command for itself because it interferes with so many different things now.
Yeah. I mean, what key
It's hard.
command is open?
I don't even know. Like
Just-
EQ? Is EQ open?
I don't know, Wizard. They
What-
got that
what is
fat grab
EQ?
on Q.
I don't know.
Wait, is there any skill on any class with EQ?
He's saying E or Q, I think.
No,
sorry.
because E and Q both have things.
Yeah, see.
So
I mean,
like
E is
I don't
lava
know.
field, Q is our grab.
Yeah,
or,
so
like,
you do
yeah,
that.
block,
You need
right?
you'd
So-
want to like a movement input like W. Is WQ have something? W plus Q.
W, Q.
We're running out of
No.
space.
No.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't have anything. But
SQ
The
is the new
best-
skill.
yeah, but the best
Chat.
thing would be just make it that we can use it on hotbar. We can just lock
What's
it, right?
Shift Q?
Shift Q is our reta shitty
Oh
skill,
yeah,
soul
yeah,
skill.
yeah, yeah. That's
Yeah,
right.
the TOS name.
Sphere.
Cancer slow.
Reta something. Yeah. But
Okay.
yeah, like I said, I think just make it that we can hotbar it, right? The WRMB, for example.
Yeah.
And so we can lock it.
All right, so let's talk about these exclusive wizard changes real quick. So all of your flows are just kind of like built into the skill. Flows Arn Stream, Fire Fist Marg, and Fire Breath Marg. Chilling Wave had its knockback removed and now just has Frontal Guard. That crit chance buff got moved to the new skill. And when you acquire the core now, it obtains the knockback. And Flow Aqua Bomb cooldown, the flow to Water Sphere, has been changed to 5 seconds, down from 8. So, yeah, I guess like how were you guys happy about that, or do you prefer the knockback on Chilling Wave and talk about some of the other changes? These are good, bad, or irrelevant.
I'm not a big fan of Chilling Wave. I never used it in PvP. With or without front guard, because the front guard was always scuffed. And also at the end of the animation, you need to cancel it because it's basically, it has the same, almost I would say the same animation like the S space TP what we have now, right? Like if you see the animation, there's almost the same in Chilling Wave, and it's completely unprotected. And you need to SA dash, for example, to cancel it. Like the gap basically. Yeah, it's also really hard for me to mouse movement the skill because you need to hold S, L, and B, R, and B, and you need to control and left click. Like it's crashing my small hands I have. Yeah, the knockback has been removed. It's I would say it's the nerf because no one will use Chilling Wave core skill with the knockback. Like what is knockback? Like obviously you will take the bullet bound or the Water Sphere knocked like front guard in my opinion. What has front knockdown. Yeah, the critical hit rate is like like a nerf like with Goro, right? So in my opinion, Chilling Wave got completely nerfed. But I was anyway not a big fan of the skill. Yeah,
I know it's
the question
minor,
was
but-
about Chilling Wave, right?
Yeah, well, kind
Um,
of just everything, but I know it's a minor change. But the Aqua Bomb cooldown, is that how impactful is that? Now that it lines up right now with Water Sphere, so you just always have the flow available.
Yeah, I heard that someone said yesterday it's basically at the same time, like the knockdown, like let's say you have the core skill, right? So someone said the flow is coming out at the same time, but I don't know if that's true because I didn't test it. I was actually not reading it. 1 second, where we flow water bomb. We have matched the cooldowns of the okay, it's not true that both comes out at the same time, right? So the
I don't
flow
think
is
so.
still unprotected. So if you take the core skill from Water Sphere, only the first hit is front guard, the second one is unprotected. It's good that both have the same cooldown now, right? But
Mhm.
in PvP, hard to use unless you're on top of a castle or something, where you cast down maybe with Water Sphere. Yeah. I mean, it's a good change, right? It's still a buff, but it's not like super great, no.
Right. just for a second, if we could focus on all of these changes kind of combined, both Succession and Awakening, like how much improved? We'll start with Wizard first. How improved is PvE gonna be? Do these changes improve your PvE much?
PvE.
Yeah.
In Succession, no, right? Because we didn't got like any skill. Or any numbers got changed.
You got the
Awakening, I would
Earthquake
say.
changed. Huh? Earthquake Destruction got a 50% PvE crit and a lower cooldown. I know it's kind of like
Earthquake
minor.
Destruction.
It's
One second, one
yeah,
second.
it's kind of, I don't know. I was kind of surprised it didn't get more
It's
PvE
so
changes.
minor. It's nothing, dude. It's
Yeah.
nothing.
Well, at the end we didn't test it yet, right? No one is
Mm.
going on global up and tests it now. Oh shit, the shift F2 is huge now. Okay, it's maybe a small buff in Succession. It still has like what 15 seconds cooldown, 20
Yeah.
seconds cooldown.
15
Yeah, it
now
still
on
has like a
double
high
ups.
cooldown, right? You can use it mostly at every second pack. Small PvE buff, I would say. Okay, and Awakening, I would say huge buff, huge buff. Probably the WRMB does a lot of damage, right? It has also big OE, so you'll hit every mob, and also the SQ looks like a you can probably do like Lava Field SQ and do like SQ and, for example, WRB at the same time, right? So you can use it once, like if you pull the pack, for example, for like filling the time when pack is pulling, since the skill is also very delayed.
Right.
So I would say it's a very good PvE buff for Awakening. For Succession, please grind an Awakening, get a Dandy, get a Black Star, whatever. Don't grinding Succession, in my opinion. But yeah, I would say it's a good PvE buff as well in Awakening.
Right.
And probably the same for Witch.
All right, Wisbella, let's talk about the exclusive Awakening changes. Fisher Wave skills change as follows. The knockdown effect has been added to the skill. Down attack effect has been added to the skill. Improved to cast it faster. The stun effect removed. From Gore, the floating effect has been removed. Knockback removed. The effect of knocking the opponent out when a successful hit applies only to monsters has been removed. And air attack effect has been removed.
Okay. So what
yeah.
they did with this was Fisher Wave.
Mhm.
It used to be 2 parts. It was a knockback, and then after that there was a pet flow where you
Right.
do the characteristic finger snap,
Yep.
and it would be a stun, right? So you used to be able to lock that because even though it was extremely stylish, it was clunky, slow, and bad.
Death trap. Yeah.
Yeah, but now they're forced together onto the same skill, so there's no way to avoid it. So even though they made the CC from a knockback to a knockdown, which is an upgrade, there's no way to avoid the death trap of the snapping fingers. So overall, the skill is a lot worse off, I think. You used to be able to just do the Fisher Wave part and then cancel out.
Now, what
So
if you take
I
the
don't think that's
core?
a very good change.
Because now the core actually does affect the flow.
I don't think that core is going to be better than core WF ever.
Okay. Let's see, and that was kind of like really the main issue, except for the main change, and then they moved the crit chance from Yoke of Ordeal.
Yeah, they just randomly nerfed Gore Roll for no reason.
So the speed up doesn't help at all. The Fisher Wave speed up.
It felt not different at all.
Let's see. All right. Overall, with the new skills and I guess even maybe the Fisher Wave change, I don't know how much it would.
Oh yeah,
change, really.
Despin's mentioned the air attack being gotten rid of was also annoying.
Yeah. So is your PvE going to be improved at all in either Succession or Awakening?
Awakening, it just depends on how much damage the new skill does. It should be improved because you have just more skills, and the new skills will probably have overtuned damage in PvE, looking at the numbers.
Is Awakening already better than Succession in PvE or not?
That's what I've heard, but there's not a lot of people that like, if you can like super try hard on Succession at a couple spots like Golems and Secrea. So I think Succession is maybe still passable there. I'm not sure though.
Okay.
I think Succession is still has a shot because Succession, it lacks the AoE, but if it's a spot where you can get away with using things like Earth Arrow, MMA, and Meteor Focus, then you can still get decent DPS and Rebomb Lightning cancels and stuff.
All right, so give me. Is there anything else you guys wanted to ask Rez or Nyashi about the Wiz changes, the current ones, Witch changes?
Really? I mean, it seems like they're kind of disappointed yet happy at the same time. So I think that's fair.
Well, I wanted to ask so I want to get to asking you guys before, because I know Horsey, you got to go, so I want to get to this quickly. But I wanted to ask you guys what you were hoping for with the next set of changes, like round 2 and 3, which are supposed to happen in November. If so, I guess starting with Horsey, if you want to talk about what are you kind of hoping for? I guess like as an additional changes or whatever.
Yeah. Lowering the cooldown from the S space, like the TP in Awakening, and I would say a bound on Bullite.
Okay, on the core, for Succession.
Yes. Yeah. I don't want too much, right? Because if you probably ask someone else, he would say, yeah, please, everything SA Voltaic, SA on Meteor, more damage, but no. Like I'm fine with how it is. Wizard is already very strong in the right hands. So yeah, I would only say those 2 changes, maybe. Buffs.
Wizbelly? Do they need to give you guys a block jump?
There's a few. We already have one. We already have a block jump. You know that. You know that.
Go on. All right, what do you want fixed?
I want the Wizard Earthquake cancel passive, which we should have gotten when we got the original part of the Wizard passive. You know how if you do Earthquake and then hold down the key for another Prime skill, it'll cancel the second half of Earthquake and immediately go into that Prime skill? You still can't do that on Witch, and I want that on Witch.
Okay.
Because it's part of the passive, and I think it was just like they forgot to add that for some reason.
Right.
So we need that. And then they need to do something about Resurrection, because that just takes up space in our skill tree. I wish they'd do something about Mana Shield.
Well, what do you want specifically done about Mana Shield?
I don't know. There's just it's super counterintuitive. You want to pop it because you know it's good to like get resistances and defensive buffs, and then you run out of mana and really regret using it.
I mean, I guess just removing that you lose mana.
I want to trade losing the I would trade the resistances for the mana loss and just take the defensive buff.
Right, like let it remove the all resist, but where it no longer takes mana from you.
Yeah, because now it's not really frustrating for the opponent, and it's not frustrating to use. And then this one, I don't know how you guys would feel about that, but since Fireball Explosion is the only knockdown on Witch, like that's our only knockdown, and if you use the Lingering Earth Response, you don't have a single float either. I kind of want like an ignore knockdown resist buff on Fireball Explosion, because we get punished by adamantines harder than maybe any other class, because we don't have any floats and we have one single knockdown.
Whoa. Sorks are gonna be real upset to hear that, dude. Sorks and Archers
are raging.
Sorks and Archers
are literally punching the air right now.
Yep.
Oh, come on. Sorks can just one-shot with Grim. They don't even need to land a CC.
No, that's not what they tell me. They don't do any damage and they're not good.
Sorks just one-shot with Grim. Nah, we don't have a single float in our entire kit. Sorks at least have floats.
We kinda have.
We have that one. We have to switch our Earth response out though.
Yeah.
Okay, but maybe not the most punished, but we are fairly punished by it. And that's a change that I don't think would hurt that much, but it would make comboing in 1v1s and just like in BA and in AoA a lot more consistent. And then, yeah, I think the awakening skills need to be sped up and have the gaps fixed up. And then the last thing is Dagger Stab is an 18-second cooldown, and it needs to be brought down to like 5 seconds. Because 18 seconds is too long.
Do witches still have a dream of getting split TP? Or is that dream over?
I don't think it really is that. Doesn't matter that much for Suck.
I see. I saw a lot of people saying if they don't get split TP, they're quitting the class.
Well,
There's just-
Suck Witch movement kind of nutty, honestly.
Suck has crazy movement.
When I occasionally run into one in RBF, I'm always like, holy shit, why is this thing is like slow-mo Nova, essentially, because it's a lot slower, but its distances and how often it can move, I'm like, holy shit.
Which is
Yeah.
broken. Way more than
Yeah.
Wizard. Like,
Yeah.
what is this, bro?
Instant
Oh,
Wizard has a second. Basically, the Wizard has a second 10 seconds TP, right? The second one, the split one. But Witch has two TPs at 7 seconds. So basically, Witch has more mobility.
Yeah, which I agree. Which is a lot better in Suck right now. Way more movement.
I
What
mean, yeah, way
about
more
in-
movement, but way less combo potential because of the Rabam, right? But
Yeah, slightly.
What about in Awakening? What's better right now, Witch or Wizard?
Wizard.
I would say this not a big diff.
Wizard has a knockdown in Awakening, and
Knockdown? Which one?
right? Or isn't Aqua Bomb or whatever the knockdown? Or is that not a
Oh
knockdown?
yeah. But you have a float. And float doesn't get resisted by adamantines.
But you have a
Checkmate.
grab, and grab doesn't get resisted by Q block.
Yeah, grab's very useful in large scale. You should try it out. You should swap. You should take Wizard and grab. I want to see you using the grab. I would prefer.
Yeah, I know. I think it's
resistance
I think it's
from
pretty
the
close.
shield.
Wiz,
I think it's pretty
This
close.
is a random ass idea, but what if they changed the lightning Rabam to come from the ground, so it like pops up instead of like going down, like you see lightning shoot up, and that became a floater at KD, the Rabam lightning skill.
That would be completely broken. If you mean an instant float from the ground,
I mean, it's like
and range skill, and it slows.
Rabam Lightning is already insanely broken. The only thing that balances it is that it's bugged and doesn't land hits properly. If it landed hits properly, it would already be completely busted. It's an instant ranged stun with a slow on it and an extremely low cooldown, and it cancels everything. Like, that skill is busted. It's bugged
Yeah.
right now and doesn't hit people properly, but it's super strong. If they made it a float, it would be every witch would take it and just spam it on cooldown.
All right, historically speaking, if you go all the way back in the eons of BDO, historically speaking, which class, wizard or witch, has been the most dominant for the longest?
Witch, right? Because Awakening has just
That's actually a really good question.
I would say back in the days that like before Succession, that Witch was always a bit better. Because of the having Voltaic the evasion debuff, right? What Wizard doesn't have. We had it on fucking Agua J.
Yeah.
But with Succession, like Succession was obviously 1 year way stronger than Witch Succession.
And then after Voltaic nerfs and the Witch buffs, then it became Witch slightly better in Suck again.
I don't know. I never play Witch, like, I can't really say it. And every Witch on you is playing Awakening, so I can't say much to that. But if that's value opinion, then yeah.
Riz?
Witch
I can't
has
say anything to the.
Why are you
scary
asking
stuff it can
me?
do.
Because I know you're passionate about Witch.
Well, yeah, because Witch is the most busted class in this fucking game. Like, what do you mean? No, I'm kidding. Yeah, no, it's obviously been Witch. We've talked about this before, but I think for a pretty brief period of time, Wizard Awakening was stronger than Witch Awakening for like a very short amount of time post CC changes. But then that changed like pretty quickly when they decided to make Voltaic Pulse literally the most broken ability in the game. And then it was Witch for a really, 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 really long time. Then Suck Wizard happened, and then post Suck Wizard, it's back to Witch essentially. So I think if you're saying overall who has like the longest time of being the stronger class, it goes to Witch. And this is coming from someone who's played both Witch and Wizard. So also, I wanted to ask, so as someone who's played both Witch and Wizard, I was kind of depressed whenever I saw that they gave both Witch and Wizard the same new abilities. Because whenever I'm looking at the abilities, I feel like for Wizard, the new abilities are okay. Like they're pretty decent. But then for Witch, I felt like the new abilities were like not very good. And I'm glad that it seems to kind of appear like you guys can generally agree with that statement.
You mean visually?
Wait, they're the
No, no, no,
same
no.
abilities.
No. I mean like like what they do. Because the thing is like PA has this weird idea that Witch and Wizard are like the same class and they play exactly the same when they really don't. Witch, like in Awakening, Witch has to rely so much heavily on frontal guards, and that requires a way different playstyle from the heavily SA based Wizard. So I found it really sad that they just gave them the same abilities, like they play exactly the same.
Oh
And
yeah,
I
that's
was
a good
like,
point.
yeah,
I-
because it's like they don't play different. They play very different, man. I know like maybe it's hard for people to understand this if they've never played either of the classes or if they haven't played both of them. But as someone who's played both Witch and Wizard in large scale, like man, it sucks because they play so different. Why are we giving them the same skills? Like they don't both require the same set of solutions. It doesn't work for both of them. I don't know. That
I'm
being said, I might be re-rolling to Awaken Wizard again after these changes, so Pog did.
I will also try it. Yeah. Because like I said, the potential was like bombing now and disengaging with the new TP skill, right? I want to
Mhm.
see it and practice.
Yeah. So like what I don't know. Like Belly, here's the thing. I haven't played Witch in a very, very long time. I've played Wizard more recently. Like you said you were kind of hoping for something smaller that would perhaps allow for some outplay rather than just like straight up like killing potential. Like what exactly were you kind of like hoping for? Like in terms of like were you just hoping for like a CC on a relatively low cooldown or like what?
I don't know. I was hoping that there would be that there instead of like the dash that we got, it's a super like long animation locked big dash. I was hoping that instead it would be a smaller dash that could maybe cancel some of the awakening skills. You know, like if that dash had like a fast iframe at the start and then still a gap at the end and could cancel some of your skills like some of your frontal guards as a witch. Because the issue is you can start your frontal guards, but it gives even if you mouse move around them, there's a lot of classes that can get behind them. Like you're vulnerable to block jump, you're vulnerable to like stigma, stuff like that, right?
Mhm.
If there was a way to cancel out of those skills and just maneuver around fights more, that's what I would be looking for, so that you could get back into that SA rotation or back into your ranged rotation. But
So
this is it still expects you to go through, cycle through an entire animation, wait for the animation to end, and then start your movement skill, and then do the whole movement skill animation. It's fun to like cycle through skills a little bit faster and move around and have some fluidity. And that's the reason I play Suck, right? Is because you can cancel through things halfway through your animation, you can split your skills up, you can jump behind people, you can move around, there's a lot of moving from range back into melee, back into range. Awakening, it's once you've committed to something, you're stuck just forever. So that's what I'm
right.
hoping for.
Can I say something first?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to leave.
Okay.
Because in 10 minutes is Siege.
Yeah.
I need to join TeamSpeak and yeah.
All right,
I
man.
don't even know who we're fighting.
Horsey, thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate
Yeah.
it. Thanks for coming on. I know you're in a bit of a crunch. What is your where can people find you? What's your Twitch?
Horsey, you.
Horsey EU.
I'm live in 5 minutes.
All right. Later, man.
All right.
Thanks for hanging out.
A good
Appreciate you.
podcast.
Thank
If
you.
you have
Appreciate
any
you coming, man.
questions or you want to invite me again, just PM me when I have time. I will come.
Alrighty.
Oh yeah, brother.
All right.
All right.
Sounds
Later, man.
See you around.
Um.
Enjoy your Siege later.
Yeah. We'll see. Last night people were having a hard time building annexes until after like the server standard like reset time, like the UTC reset at 00. So like people placed forts, but they couldn't build anything, and they're like, "Are we gonna be able to build? What's happening?" And then at like 9 p.m., all of a sudden you were able to build. It's kind of funny. Would it be the end of the world, or would it be way too strong if in Awakening Magical Evasion let you get out of any ability in the Awakening kit?
No, because it's 5 seconds.
Well,
It's a 5-second cooldown. And it's a super armor, and it's a short distance.
Yeah.
It basically lets you do that in succession, and it's not the end of the world in succession. Right?
Yeah, that's kind of, I feel like that, just that alone would make people feel way more comfortable.
Yeah, and it doesn't even need to allow you to leave at any point, but I mean, there's a lot of classes where they have like a halfway point where they can
Right.
cancel with their dash.
Chaos.
Even
Yeah.
that would be fine.
Yeah, I don't know. I just hope that they maybe, because obviously, like Frosty said, PA doesn't really seem to like go takesies maxies very often. Very, very rare. So I hope that maybe what they can do is they can maybe just tweak these skills to be a little bit like different for Witch than they are for Wizard. That can maybe perhaps like better fit what Witches want and need, and all that stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, I think I missed part of what you were saying earlier, Rose, because I had to step out for a sec. But I also kind of wish that like the 3 new skills for Witch were completely different than the 3 new skills for Wizard. Even though I know it would cause like dissent between the two, because one would complain that the others are way better. But it would be cool.
Yeah, I was basically I'll give you the TLDR. I was just saying that as someone who's played both Witch and Wizard, despite what it may feel like for other people, they actually play quite a bit differently, and that it upsets me that they got the same exact abilities. Like that really sucks.
Yeah. All right. Well, Wizbelly, is there any closing thoughts you wanted to give for Wizard and Witch before we let you go? We're gonna have our hands full with Musa Maehwa here. It's gonna be a lot of hatred.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it's gonna be. This was
Good
the
luck
warm up.
with that. This was the warm up.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
Oh, Naya, she's depressed.
No, I'm not depressed.
He has a sore throat. He's a little depressed.
Yeah, that's a sore throat.
I hate sore throats.
They're the worst.
Any last words for your class?
I don't know. I hope they reduce dagger stab cooldown. That's if we don't get anything else, that's the one thing that
You
I
want the
want.
style points.
I need the style points at least. If I'm gonna
Yeah.
go down, I'm gonna go down in style.
All right. I mean, I'm curious. So like the changes are gonna come, I guess, in November. Maybe they'll sneak in a thing here or there, like they did with Tamer this week, where it just got a couple new things. But yeah, I'm that first patch after all of the reworks are out is gonna be really cool to see how much stuff or how many classes they touch.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested how the like interview thing is gonna go. I have no idea what they're gonna ask about or what it's gonna be like
You want to tell what interview?
Interview thing?
for the ART.
Oh, they're still
Oh,
doing the
they're
art thing.
And all the ART
they kinda
people
just
and asking
scrapped
them
that
what
whole
they
idea.
think about the changes or whatever.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
they've been asking. No, they haven't scrapped the whole idea. They've been asking like all the players their feedback
Yeah.
on the post rework launch.
Hmm.
Yeah, I would say here I'm gonna give some advice to the casters out there, and you may not want to hear it, but I'm gonna say it anyway. I would say they're probably gonna be stubborn about Voltaic SA. Focus your energy elsewhere and get some
Yeah,
other
that's
cool
what I'm
buff.
gonna do. That's what I'm doing.
They seem to
It's
not want to make
really
that
not
change.
gonna happen.
Yeah, because I feel like maybe it's a pride thing. They have to admit that that was a mistake and go back, and they don't want to do that.
Well, do
something,
you
I don't
remember
know.
like it was like I don't know if it was Heidel Ball or Calcium Ball or something a couple times ago. It was they said that they were gonna add suck core skills. Do you remember when they mentioned that? I was
Yeah.
hoping that
I
was
remember
gonna be
that.
that was gonna be their way that they were gonna sort of be able to let us have Voltaic SA back. You know?
Yeah, I always thought that was funny. You guys thought that.
But then they just
I
completely
remember
scrapped
that
it.
because I remember thinking how bullshit that was, because the whole point of core skills was to bring up awakening to the strength of succession.
So here was the confusion with that though too, is when they said it, they said succession C skills. So some people took that to mean core, some people thought that meant that there was going to be another skill from awakening, and then I don't know what, I guess they just scrapped that idea and went with the reworks instead. One of the things that's I found interesting about the reworks is that outside of Dark Knight, trying to think off the top of my head, but outside of Dark Knight, none of the classes got a new skill in succession.
Which is weird.
Which is
right?
kind of weird because
Because-
Succession, I think a lot of people agree, is the smaller kit that doesn't have as many skills.
It has less skills by definition because you're working with half the kit. So I feel like it should be the first one that you'd think of if you want to give it more skills. Awakening has two different weapons to work with.
Yeah.
Nope,
Yeah,
terrible
that
idea.
part kind of bothers me.
Yeah.
Well, it's the same kind of logic as making AoE skills so much stronger than single target skills. It doesn't make sense to me either.
Yeah. I mean, you never know with their development philosophy. Nothing really makes sense.
You don't think Cataclysm should do more damage than Frostflower, Ayashi?
You know,
and
something
be a
about
protected
that
CC
is just
and be a
just-
protected CC with an evasion debuff?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just weird. Something's weird about it.
I mean, to be fair, they just copy pasted Cataclysm from Voltaic Pulse, which is the most busted ability in the game. So, no, it's not Cataclysm's fault, really. You should go blame Voltaic, in all honesty.
Or actually, yeah, Kata got buffed because of Voltaic.
Yeah, because it was just worse Voltaic. So Wizards were like, why do we just have worse Voltaic in like literally every sense? And then PA was like, oh yeah, why do they actually? So then they just copied it.
All right. Wizbelly, thank you so much for coming on. Also, happy belated birthday. I know yesterday was
Thank
your
you.
birthday.
Thanks for having me
Yeah.
on.
Yeah, man. It
Thanks
was
for coming
fun.
on, man.
It was a lot of fun.
Hopefully we get a new tournament here soon so you can shine. We're still waiting for you to win one of these, you know?
There's 2v2 tournaments every Monday that are these like more casual ones that happen. Yellow streams them. So I'm still playing AoA every week.
Do you win those every week?
Like first or second.
Oh, dang, dude.
Yeah.
Dang. Sounds
But
like
anyway.
Witch is busted in small scale.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sounds
dude,
like
Witch
Witch
is
needs to be
busted.
nerfed. That's what
No,
I'm hearing.
no, okay. My partner's a Nova, so
Oh, okay. That explains some stuff.
Excel abuser.
Yeah.
It's not actually the witch at all.
Excel abuse. Wait, who is your partner?
Kitna.
Oh, okay, that's good now. I was gonna say
Yeah.
it's not Filthy Nihilist, is
No,
it?
speed
Okay.
spell plus Excel, dude. It's
Yeah. All right. Well, where can people find you? What's your YouTube and your Twitch and everything?
just belly BDO.
Belly BDO. YouTube, search Belly BDO or twitch.tv/BellyBDO. Cool, man. Well, thank you so much for coming on. We're going to move on to Musa Maehwa. They got their changes were a lot more massive, so we're going to be stuck with them for a while. And I haven't heard Basc or Carstell's thoughts, so I'm really excited to hear what they
Alrighty.
say. All right.
See you guys.
Later, man.
Appreciate you, Belly.
Yep.
All right, that is Wizbelly, everybody. There's his Twitch, twitch.tv/BellyBDO. Yeah, his name has always been
Yeah.
Wizbelly, but he plays Witch. It's kind of funny.
And for people,
That is actually interesting.
for people listening to this after the stream, obviously, the links will be in the description for all of our guests, obviously. So for Horsey, Belly, and then obviously coming up Carstellz and Basc. Does he stream or YouTube or anything? I don't actually know.
I think he streams a little bit. I don't know if he's streaming as much lately, but I'm not too sure. We'll ask him. Find out.
So any of the links for any of our guests, assuming that they have some, you can find in the description. So go check them out.
All right, this is going to be interesting. We haven't done this in a while, but we're about to start this fresh new call while we're already live.
Yeah,
There's gonna be a
So we're
new-
gonna swap over to the other call.
Yeah, swapping over to the other call. Here we go. We're gonna, sorry listeners at home, we're gonna have to do a sound check, a live sound check. I know Basc likes to have a horrible mic. Hey, Basc!
Hey, thanks.
Yeah, there
Oh,
it is.
God,
There's
his
that
mic is
crazy,
awful.
Yeah,
Oh,
there's
I
that
hate you.
crazy, that crazy mic. that
Is this
Basc
any
has.
better? Any chance? No?
You sound fine. You sound fine. I'll just,
Yeah, you sound good, man. Don't worry about it.
I'll just mute you so they don't have to hear it.
Yeah, okay.
What's up, Basc?
Hey, you all hear me?
Yes, we hear you. What's going on,
Things are fine.
Carstell?
All right, cool.
All right, are you?
So I want you guys to know, in case my mic messes up, I have a pretty bad mic, so if it like statics or something, just let me know.
Yeah, it's a
staticking.
little staticky. Yeah.
Okay, I'll do that right now.
It's begun. Oh no.
Now, see, we get to pull back the curtain for the people who don't go to the live streams. This is normally what we do in the live stream before we start the recording. So we get to pull back the curtain a little bit for everyone who listens on MP3 or YouTube or whatever.
Yeah. Basc, man.
Yeah. What up?
I have been in and Basc has an echo. It's fantastic. I'm guessing Basc, do you use headphones?
Yeah, I'm using a headset.
Nice.
I don't know why that's not working. It's also not a cheap headset, by the way. It's a $360 headset, so
Oh no.
screw me.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. All right, you back, Carstellz?
Yeah, does this sound any better?
Yes.
Yes.
Are we? Is
If
it
it happens again, just let me know.
Carstellz or Carstellz?
Carstellz, but you
Carstellz.
can call me Carstellz as well. A lot of people just call me Stells.
Stells.
Short.
All right. Well, welcome to the show, everybody. It's not usually when we bring you guys on. It's before we've recorded, so we could set up. But we're already recording, so it's kind of a unique episode since there's 4 reworks this week, and we were like, if we have 8 people in a call, it's probably going to be chaotic. So we tried to separate it a little bit. Carstellz,
it's going to be even better next week.
Yeah, next week will also be chaotic. So Carstellz, if you could introduce yourself, that would be fantastic. Let people who may not have heard of you know who you are and how long you've been playing BDO and a little bit about yourself.
Okay, so I picked up BDO in I think 2016 or so, and I've been playing it ever since then. I did quit after about a year, and I came back to the game. And I ended up making, yeah, I guess so. But I came back to the game. I made a YouTube series. I made like a little Reddit post. I was like, hey guys, I'm a returning player. I have an idea. I'm going to make a new YouTube series called Zero to Hero. And it's just going to have all my progress from new character to however far endgame I get. It's just something I wanted to do as myself. I didn't expect anyone to watch it or actually follow me. So I ended up doing that. And then I gained some popularity from that. And I started streaming. And as time went on, I ended up making Musa guides. Since I made Awakening Musa, a lot of people wanted to see guides. There wasn't a lot out at the time. So I made Musa guides from there and ended up getting in touch with a lot of other people, like people in the Musa Discord. And they promoted my guides through there. And so I think most people just know me from either like my little YouTube series I did in 2018, 2019, and my Awaken Musa guides. And then I also started a guild from there. With my community, made a guild GVG in North America, if you guys remember that guild.
Of course.
I ran that guild for a little over a year. And then I ended up disbanding that guild just because a lot of my friends ended up quitting the game. There was a lot of work on myself. So I ended up retiring the guild, and then I've been in digital since then.
Yeah.
And that's
I remember GVG back in the day. I was running Hex, and then after that, when we went to Galaxy, like we ran into GVG a lot.
Yeah, we fought you guys a lot. You and Sam, I remember that guild.
Yeah, freaking Sam. But then eventually we retire because running a guild is really, really hard in this game.
It's very difficult these days, yeah.
It's like on one person. It's basically like one dude just kind of does everything, and then I don't know, after a while it just becomes exhausting.
Are you saying that your officers did not properly support you, Frosty? I'm hurt.
No, they did, but you're sitting there like, before we get into Musa Maehwa stuff, we one of the problems with the guild is it's this cycle of you're basically raising all these pups to get their gear up and to get better at PvP and to get better in grouping up and following directions, and then once they get good at all that and enough gear, they leave your guild and go somewhere else.
Yeah, then they leave and join Notorious.
Yeah, Notorious or
like
digital.
It's really like a full-time job, man. It really is.
Yeah,
it's a lot of work. You gotta find nodes to place on every day. Sometimes you're the one placing on the node every day. You gotta build the node up.
Dude, did you see?
In my case, I had to shot call as well, so I had to learn how to shot call.
Yeah.
They're making remote building. Did you guys see?
No.
Remote building?
Yeah,
Like some
there was
SimCity kind of
blue
stuff?
text somewhere. I think in the Global Labs, or they mentioned something about remote building.
Interesting. They do have that new resurrection with no load screen. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I think it was in that same blue text, I want to say, where they talked about that.
So let me introduce my old friend Basc, who also we go way back because Basc also was around in the Hex days, way back in the day. Basc, how are you, man?
I'm well. Yeah, not much to say. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good. How long have you been playing Maehwa? How long have you been playing BDO, and how long have you been playing Maehwa?
Okay, so I've been playing since release, but I haven't really PvP'd since. I only started PvPing since 2019.
Okay.
And my first guild was Hex
Was
to
Hex.
PvP with. Yeah.
That's right. We raised you up.
I'm so sorry.
We raised you up to help get you over to Black Rose real quick.
Yeah, real quick, just 2 years.
Yeah, just a couple 2 years before you betrayed us.
Yeah.
No, but you were you playing Maehwa day one?
Yeah, I played Maehwa day one. I like on release was trying out a lot of different classes, and I didn't really like anything, and I was more or less waiting for Musa Maehwa release, and I kind of flipped the coin to decide which one I wanted to play, and ended up going with Maehwa, and then just stuck with it.
Right. Do you stream or have a YouTube channel?
No, I don't stream. I don't have a YouTube channel. I occasionally make videos and then I delete them.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that want to. I don't want to overhype you, but here's the thing: is like back in the day, for those who have not heard of Basc, if you node war in T2s right now, you have heard of Basc. And the thing is with Basc is at a time, probably this whole last year, I think Nyashi can agree, Basc is basically an enemy of the Maehwa people because every time, at least for me, I take advantage of it just to tilt Nyashi, but every time, Maehwa's like, well, we don't do this well and we can't do this, and large scale we die, and it's like, well, Basc is doing all right. There's always Basc over in the corner. It's like every node war he's in, it doesn't matter what guild he's against, he's top 5, top 3, and it's like, I don't know, Maehwa seems pretty good if you look at Basc. So yeah, Basc, you're kind of scary. I think a lot of people would love to see some of your videos if you recorded some of your node wars and stuff.
Yeah, but I'm kind of a perfectionist. If I don't do exactly as well as I want, I rate it like, I don't know, a C grade, and then I eventually get tilted watching it again, and then I just delete it. I don't really know if I want to share that. If I find a perfect war, I'll maybe like show that. Like the recent war I had with Cho, like 4v4, I had a 13 feed and I did not record that war, and I was so tilted.
Oh no!
Like that one I would have shared.
Yeah, so I want to talk to you both a little bit about the state of your class currently, and Basc, you primarily play Awakening. Do you play Suck at all?
No, I haven't played Suck since they nerfed Blooming like a year or two ago, and I never really got used to the kit. I run up to someone from behind, do Blooming, run away, and that was it. So I'm inexperienced.
So we're going to use Nyashi for our Succession reference. Luckily, we have him here, and he did play and liked Succession for a long time. For a while, Nyashi, you preferred it over Awakening. But Carstellz, I know you also primarily play Awakening, and I know right now you're playing Hash and some other classes, but do you play Suck at all?
No, I've never gave too much time to ever learn Suck Musa, so I've always just played Awakening.
All right, so we have no Suck Musa to reference, so we apologize. All right, so here's kind of my question. I'll start with you, Carstellz. What is, prior to the reworks, not looking at the reworks at all, what is the current state of Musa in large scale 1v1 and also PvE?
Okay, so I've always been pretty loyal to Musa until recently when I rolled off of it about 5 or 6 months ago when I picked up Hash. At least for me, the class just became, I lost the enjoyment of playing the class. So for PvE, like you're constantly PvEing. A lot of people can do this where they can PvE and not care about their numbers in comparison to other classes because they just enjoy their time in the class. But for me, like when I'm at all these spots that everyone's at and they're making 150 million more, 200 more million silver than me per hour, it makes me feel like my time's devalued, or I'm wasting my time on this class and I should be doing something else just to keep up or be on par with like my friends or other people in the game, right? Yeah. So at least for PvE, I think the class has been suffering, definitely in most top places where you're going to be making the best money you can. Musa is maybe average at best, and I think most people would probably give you a similar opinion. As far as PvP 1v1s, personally, I think I'm pretty good 1v1ing on the class. I've been doing it for years, so I don't have as many complaints versus a lot of matchups as a lot of people do. But that's just due to experience and me spending a lot of time in BA and just fighting people constantly. A lot of people don't do that. A lot of their experience probably comes from either like just node wars or 1v1ing people for grind spot duels, stuff like that. So 1v1s, I don't know, I don't care as much on the class. I'm more focused on like large scale PvP, 1vx, node war siege. And even in those aspects, I think the class is struggling. I think there's classes that have the same role or similar kit as Musa that can do everything a Musa can do, but just better. And I think it's really that simple. We really don't have much to offer in large group setting. Even fighting on the side, it's very hard because you're not fighting like traditional blader classes. You have all these other classes fighting on the side now in flex teams. So you have people like playing Novas, you have Lawns, you have people playing Hash, and Corsairs. Like there's a lot of downsides to playing Musa right now in large scale PvP and node wars and siege. It's just really hard to do stuff.
Musa Maehwa isn't even the best trap hopper anymore, are they? I
Not
mean,
even close.
you guys really don't have any identity.
Yeah, like I know for the guild I'm in digital, there's not a single Musa. We have 2 Suck Maehwa players, and they actually do really well. Silane and Siphon, shout out to those 2. But yeah, I don't really see many Musas either. I see like a couple Suck Musas and some small 30-man guilds, which I think they do all right in that setting because it's smaller. But I don't really see anyone playing Awake Musa. At least none of my friends as well.
How's the Hash experience been?
I've liked Suck Hash a lot. It has a lot of the same play style, like a lot of the same play style similarities as how I used to play with my Awake Musa. And it just does a lot. Like it can really do anything. It's a really flexible class. It's good in PvE. It's good in PvP. It's good in node wars, large scale. I can do really well doing just about everything.
Yeah. Basc, kind of the same question. So Maehwa, what is the state of Maehwa for PvE, PvP, like 1v1 and large scale?
Like, so I don't want to get shit on too much. So
right.
I don't know what to say exactly.
Okay.
I would say very recently it's gotten tougher because of Corsair.
Mm-hmm.
Typically, at least based off of how I would play, I'm looking for squishier people not paying attention that I can flank very well. And it's just having a class that can iframe for 13 seconds at all times is rather frustrating. So that's a bit of an annoyance. But like, I mean, it's similar to what you hear from Carstellz, which is that like functionally there are better classes that fulfill our role. That's yeah. I mean, it's not specific to this, but I feel like the class itself still has a lot of damage in its kit that's less dependent on one skill, and I find that gives me a lot of opportunity. So I don't actually feel like it's in the worst position it's ever been. I started PvPing when it was in its absolute worst state. So everything has been actually a progressive increase in benefits to me. So I don't have the same type of May was in a terrible state. It's completely unusable, etc., etc. I started off with 0 protected damage skills and half the flows that I have right now. I think it's okay.
Yeah.
Like it's average, maybe at best.
This is it's funny you say that because I took this attitude a little while after the CC changes came out, because a lot of people, when the CC changes came out, they felt like their class was awful because you had just spent a year and a half memorizing and feeling like your class out and getting good at this or that, and just your comfort level was super high. You were really protected and it was super uncomfortable for people. And it took me a little while on Kuno too. Like on Kuno, even though Kuno was good after it, but it just wasn't what I was used to. It was like so different that it felt awful. And what I ended up doing, and I kind of recommended to a lot of people at the time that played pre-CC changes, is like just play something else for a long time and then come back to it with a fresh mind of like everything on this class is just new, and try to learn it from scratch. Because if you're kind of stuck in the mindset, it's like, well, I had this, now I don't. If I had this, now I don't. It makes you just feel really bad, and like stuff is missing. Whereas like Basc, in your case, because you didn't PvP before it, your experience is like, well, I started the class, it didn't have much. I thought that was normal, and then we started getting more and more stuff, and so for me, it's only gotten better. It's like a totally different approach.
I remember right before the CC changes happened, I had literally just a week before rerolled to Wizard. So I was like, oh, CC changes, like I don't even know how to play this class yet, so that's fine with me. Like that doesn't bother me at all. And then when I went back to Zerker like months later, it was just like learning a brand new class, just like Frosty said. I was just like, oh, this is completely different. I gotta like learn this new style that everyone's doing.
Yeah, and so the other thing is, what I know about Maehwa is it used to be closer to able to frontline or to 1vx, and I've basically never been able to 1vx ever. So I just don't do that. I've always tried to play as ratty as possible, try to find people out of position, try to find good angles to engage by diving with unprotected skills, mind you. And I just basically see that with that kit, I've always been able to achieve. So it seems good to me. But then when I get new people onto the class, I think they follow the mentality of probably other classes too much, where you can just kind of brute force it all the time, and they don't have to pay attention to timing and positioning, and they just basically dive, and it's just not really how it's supposed to be played. I think the fact that the class, like, I don't think that there should be too many Maehwas in any given guild. Like, even if you were really good, probably 2 to 3, which does say something about the class itself, but I think it's a useful 2 to 3 if you know what you're doing.
Right. Okay. You think Maehwa's, because the meme is that Maehwa and Musa are stun trappers. You think even in this current state, it's a little bit more than that?
I mean, yeah, I don't stun trap for one. Maybe a bad guilty
selfish,
because
selfish.
Yeah,
you hear that, Black Rose?
Tiger Blade is 30 seconds. I am not gonna, like, a fight is basically 20 seconds. So it means if I Tiger Blade, I'm out of the fight. I'm not doing that. Screw you.
Yeah, well, now, especially with the Venom traps, too, you also have to lose all your health running through.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, it's an SA, like, the entire time. So you get blown up in turn meta if you don't have a shit ton of DP. So, nah, I'm not risking it. Sorry.
All right. What about your guys' PvE?
Can we before you move on from that? So to kind of go back on your point earlier, where you said Basc is like this, unique case where he does well on large scale and whatnot. Let's preface that with the fact that Basc, you can admit that you play in a very selfish way, which is going to complement that kind of performance. So you don't play necessarily like a what's the word I'm looking for here? A team approach.
You're not listening to shot calls, Basc?
I listen to shot calls, sir. How dare you?
Yeah, you listen to when they happen so that you can ignore them. Isn't that how it is?
I listen to them so I can position properly.
Yeah,
right.
That's the key. You listen to the calls so that you know where you need to go, which isn't where the calls are telling you to go. 9 times out of 10.
For all those hearing this, he's doing really well and whatnot. Yeah, he is, by using you as bait.
Well, all right.
I'm not always using them purely as bait. There are times where I will dive with the ball. For example, if I have E-buff up.
Yes.
All right.
About 10 seconds after the ball is
Not
initiated.
always 10 seconds, maybe 2 to 3, 2 to 4. Okay. And also, I have times where I what I found the biggest help for, like, to make my engages quicker is actually getting a Peggy flying over the enemy ball and then jumping off the horse and then flanking from behind. That actually gets the engagement much quicker. Honestly, biggest buff to Maehwa is getting a Pegasus, so that's high recommendation, guys. Fly over the balls.
Fly over the ball. Yeah, that's fantastic. I want to get your opinion a little bit on the state of PvE for Maehwa, because Maehwas are in a weird position where I think their PvE is decent, but a lot of Maehwas hate their PvE because New Year's Eve, New Year's Eve, New Year's Eve. So what is your feeling on the state of Maehwa PvE?
I mean, everyone wants to be like the most efficient grinder, I think. So not much to say about that, really. I don't care. I'm playing the same class forever. I'm not trying to be as efficient as possible. I literally just waste my time sometimes doing the wrong skills because I'm bored. I've like 6 million mob kills. I'm done with it.
You're not
I don't care
grinding
anymore.
anymore?
No, I'm still grinding. I just don't care about efficiency anymore.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, it's just not a thing I care. Like, I'm making 400 to 500 mil an hour anyway, so oh my god, I don't make 700 mil an hour. It's a tragedy. I remember the days of making 3 mil an hour.
Yeah. Dude, remember when Maehwa wasn't good at the fast spots way back in the day?
Yeah.
Spots.
Well, like, remember for a little while you guys weren't even good at like at Manchums because your skills just didn't hit the pack. Like, it was hit like 3 or 4 mobs, to, like, rotating around. All right, so Carstellz, going into the rework, what kind of were you hoping for when you first kind of heard the idea of the rework and then you saw a couple of them coming out? What were some of your hopes and dreams for your Awakened Musa going into this rework?
Okay, so
hopes and dreams.
I actually thought that they were going to do an all right job. So
okay,
because if we're looking back like the past 1 or 2 years, I think most people, I don't know if they don't realize, but Musa's actually been steadily buffed. So even though it may not seem significant, we've actually got like some decent quality of life changes to a few skills. I think they like PvE buffed us like once or twice. So I thought, maybe we're going to end up with this rework and then probably get like some quality of life stuff, some small changes, and just go from there. So I didn't have like super expectations. A lot of people thought maybe like our stub arrows would start shooting like foul plays and we'd get like a cleanse mechanic from League of Legends and stuff like that. But I didn't really expect any of that. So around a month or so ago, I ended up making a YouTube video where I gave like my pre-rework thoughts, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so some of the things I personally asked for, these are just my own opinions. So I asked for either like an easy to use and reliable iframe or a movement change. So we ended up getting a movement change.
Mm-hmm.
So we got one with Fiery Angel, where that's now super armor, and it has no unit collision. So I thought that was pretty cool. We didn't end up getting a stamina change, but to chase, we got more range. The animation's faster. So I like that as well. That's one of the things I asked for. I asked for some kind of change to our pre-buffs, either incorporate it more into the awake kit so that it's faster, or put it into a fewer amount of skills. So at least on Musa, we spend a lot of time, like Crucial Seconds Pass, where we spent pre-buffing outside of battle before we engage our opponent, where we're doing like Blind Thrust into Rising Storm, and then you C-swap, and then you get your spinner buff for your attack speed. So you had to spend time doing that outside of the fight. Right. So now we can get some buffs mid-fight, so like while we're either SA trading or engaging an opponent by using like Shift Q now, which is our Shout, Musa's Resolve. We get 20 AP from that, which is an upkeepable buff. We have attack speed on crosscut now, which is super armor.
It, right?
Yeah.
And you got
and then we have a
amazing graphical buff on that too.
yeah. And then we have the crit buff now through Spinner. So they put the Spinner attack speed onto crosscut, and they gave Blind Thrust. It's not like they got rid of Blind Thrust. You now just have another 30% crit buff that you can get in Awake with Spinner.
Right.
So I thought those were really good changes. Just small quality of life stuff like that. And then another thing I asked for was like an AP buff you could keep up. So a lot of newer classes, they have a lot of AP buffs. So I used Suck Hash, for example, a lot in the video I made. So they have 3 20 AP buffs on their kit. Musa, for a while, only had its E buff, which was 20 AP. Obviously, like the longer cooldown since it's your E buff, and there's nothing else you can do to have that kind of like a steroid to your kit.
Right.
So we got the AP buff on the Shift Q, as well as some slight PvE damage increases. So I thought along with a lot of those things, we probably have a pretty good kit when it's all said and done if they made those kind of changes. I also asked for tier 3 add-ons in this video. So our tier 3 add-ons for Musa were Crust Crusher, which was a 17-second cooldown.
Yeah.
We had our counterattack from our retaliation stance in pre-awake.
Mm-hmm.
So really weird to have an add-on on that. 20-second cooldown, by the way.
Yeah.
And then we had Nemesis Slash, which was just an awkward skill to use all around because of the inputs from pre-wake and awake. So that was also a 20-second cooldown. So they changed those. Nemesis Slash went from a 20 to an 8-second cooldown and is still a tier 3 on Global Labs. I don't know if that's going to stay because I think for it to qualify as a tier 3 cooldown, it has to be 12 seconds or above. I could be wrong on that. But we at least got the Crust Crusher as well, down from 17 to 12.
Based on strikers, you're definitely wrong.
Yeah, so if it's all said and done, if we only get the Crust Crusher down to 12 seconds, I think that's a good change.
Yeah.
You get a 10-second buff from that, so you get more monster AP, more crit, more attack speed, whatever you choose in your add-ons, right? So that's a good little buff. And one of the last things I asked for was maybe like rework some of our skills that aren't used as much, like One Step Back. The skills I mentioned were Backflow, Spinner, One Step Back, Nemesis Slash, and Blooming. And they changed 4 of those. 4 out of the 5 skills they changed there. And then I was also on the other end of a lot of Musas. A lot of people asked for a grab. I was against that personally. I do not think the class needs a grab.
Why is that?
So I think it's a good balance to have classes that have weaknesses and things it cannot do. And I just don't think it overall fits the play style of Musa. So Musa, at least the way I look at it, is a very fast class, very fast skirmisher, where a lot of its CCs are either like instant or really quick pokes at the opponent. Now, if you go from doing that, where you're like gauging your opponent, you're constantly moving around, blocking around in an area around them to gauge what they're doing. If you give that class a grab with a quick chase, like the whole play style is just gone. So you're probably just going from running straight to your opponent's forehead and you're pressing E, and then you're doing some same static combo over and over, whatever your highest damage combo is. It's just like an auto win mechanic on the class.
Right.
So obviously, I think a grab would be great. Like, it'd obviously be strong, but I don't think the class needs it by any means. Like, it doesn't aid in anything else. I think a lot of people were too focused on what they wanted in the 1v1 aspect of the game, as far as like changes go.
Mm-hmm.
So people are like, oh yeah, we want a grab, but a grab's a very powerful thing. So what if they just gave you a grab, and I don't know, just whatever else. So let's look at the rest of the game. So in 1v1s, right? Let's say you complained about classes holding blocks in front of you. So like Guardian, Warrior, Valk. So now you can go grab that class. What about everything else in the game? So if you're a team player in Node Wars and Siege, is a grab really going to help you on your kit? PvE, does a grab do anything for you? So I think overall, all the other changes that we received, overall, it's just more spread out among the whole kit and helps you in every regard. So
right.
I like the changes in that regard, in that aspect.
Musa Maehwa doesn't need a grab, dude. They just need Stub Arrow to go through SA and Frontal Guard.
Yeah, for sure.
Basc, kind of the same question. Like, looking at the prior to the reworks coming out, what were some of your hopes for Maehwa? What were some of the like main sticking points where you're like, dude, I really hope that we get blank?
Okay, so what every person has tried for the last 4 years, it was basically they want an iframe.
Yep.
They want one iframe. Please, one iframe.
You have one.
Shut up.
No, we don't.
One new iframe.
Stamina management's another thing people have asked. That's true, but also like I kind of gave up on that, to be honest, because we've been asking for that for a long time too, and they really, really don't want to give us that. But so I wanted that. I wanted Tiger Blade cancel, like in Awakening. I've wanted that for a long time. I don't like being out of the fight for the entire time. It makes me play more selfishly. I would want the hitbox of Frost Pillar to not suck. I would want the damage to be better. I would want the range to be better. Petal Bloom to be faster. Generally, a damage buff would be nice.
Okay.
That's pretty much what I would want.
So, yeah.
The other thing is, like, so Fran suggested to me something, and I liked it, which is basically an additional movement skill. Like, kind of like what Fiery Angel for Musa, but an unprotected additional movement skill, so we could use it in the off time to position better. But yeah, unlikely.
So like the new grapple arrow change?
Yeah, your new grapple arrow, kick space. Right?
No, you don't bother with the kicks. For some reason, the clicks are glitchy right now.
Are they?
It doesn't function. Yeah, you want to use backstep slash instead.
Yeah. Yeah. What is the keybind for backstep slash?
What is it, what?
Keybind?
SW?
Oh, SW.
Yeah, S space.
SW.
Oh, so W, space, my brain fell.
I was about to say, wait, SW?
No,
yeah,
space.
The backstep slash, I don't know, I'm not really sure the mechanics on why it works this way, but like on Suck Musa, you can backstep into grapple arrow on Succession, and on Maehwa, I think you can do it in Suck and Awakening, right?
Yes.
But on Musa Awakening, you can't, for some reason. Not really sure why.
Sucks to suck.
Sucks to suck.
Yeah.
Anyway, but you can like kick to it. But yeah. Okay, so you got some of this stuff. Let's talk about some of the stuff that you did get. So you did not get a new iframe, and arguably lost not arguably, but you kind of lost an on-demand iframe with the evasion arrow change.
Yes.
Yeah.
100%.
What? Let me think. The order in which to go at this. I guess let's start with the iframe first, and then we'll get into stub arrow because I want to hear you and Carstell's thoughts because that affects both of you. But what iframe? Because I think the iframe thing is something that Musa's also kind of we're hoping for, like a separate on-demand iframe. Basically, what and Nayashi and I have talked about this for a year and a half, at least every 2 episodes. This gets brought up that like sleet step,
the independent chase, or
like basically something like sleet step. That's an iframe where it's like independent of chase. If you think you're gonna get grabbed, you can just sleet step to the side or something. You know?
Yeah. And it's already built into the kit pretty well too, because it's like it allows you to cancel Red Moon, so it's a really good bait tactic. So it's like it's already here's the even bigger part. It used to be an iframe, so it was already an integral part of the kit for that kind of purpose. So it's like, it's there. It's nice and shiny and ready to go. They just don't want to do it for some reason.
So for you, Basc, is if they did give Sleet Step an iframe, is that all you like? You'd be pretty chill with that, or you want it on something separate entirely?
I would prefer honestly Stigma instead.
Like during the scoop back.
Yeah. That skill, I feel like it's more on demand. I think I use Red Moon like a lot less often in large scale for anything other than like
that's true
an FG. So it's not really that
because Red Moon doesn't do any damage right now.
Yeah, it doesn't. Awakening. Yeah, so and the thing is like I need my Sweet Step to be safe when I'm still trying to get out of that Red Moon, so it just doesn't feel great to then use my Sweet Step while I'm just running around trying to fight people. So I would prefer to have it on some other skill and have my Sweet Step have an SA still, you know? Or if they could, give me both. I'll take both.
If they increase the cooldown on Sigma to be, let's say, 8 seconds to give you that iframe, would you be okay with that?
Sorry, I read the comment. If you increase the cooldown to what?
If the cooldown of Stigma was increased to 8 seconds in order to get you that iframe, would you be okay with that?
I know 8 seconds is kind of high. What is the Stigma cooldown right now?
4.
4? I don't know. Maybe. I mean, honestly.
Yeah, I don't know.
When I look at like Tamer with leaves dropping, I don't see any reason why it can't just be on the current Stigma either. To be honest. Like leaves dropping is 3 and 5, and you have 2 of them independent, and it's totally separate from your normal WW mobility. I
don't think they want to give us iframes.
Yeah, I wonder what the deal is.
They really don't. Because of our mobility, I think this is the reason, and they want us to be able to take damage and to be able to be slowed and caught if players need to slow us down. I think that's just honestly what it is. There's nothing else that makes sense. They don't want it. They don't want us to have too much ability to avoid damage because of our mobility.
Right.
Independent chase iframe, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
We've talked about it kind of nebulously for fucking years now. It feels like
I don't care how
independent
they
chase iframe.
I don't care how they do it, but either an independent chase iframe, sleet step, stigma, that it needs to be something. It's just sleet step makes the most sense because it already used to be.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just don't see why they
And it also
can't
helps
have...
make it also helps make in 1v1s and 1vx Red Moon more protected in a way for bait
But see,
potential.
the independent
Stigma's great and all, but I don't know. It's limited on its usage, whereas sleet step actually has multiple different potential usages. So
It does. I mean, but if you make it sleet and then SA, I'd take that. That'd be fun. Like,
Yeah.
on cooldown. Yeah.
So, Carstellz, I know you guys also did not get a new iframe. And that was kind of, I think one of the things that a lot of Musas hope for, just to have something to deal with grabs. I don't know what sort of thing should Musa get one, or should they change chase, or what? Do you have like a solution in mind for that?
I think it'd be cool. I'm pretty doubtful that they go out of their way and make like a new skill for Musa at least to have that on-demand iframe.
Mm-hmm.
So before, like the stub arrow evasion was pretty big because it was for the most part your only way to escape like vacuums, for example. So like a Mystic Vacuum or a Nova Vacuum. You usually had to stand still for a second. You had to get to the while standing state and then input your evasion stub arrow to do the little roll and then hope that it got you out of the vacuum. Now, I think if these changes go through as is, obviously we don't have that. You're going to have to rely solely on your chase when it's off CD. So you're probably going to have to linger a super armor if you're caught in vacuums, and then wait till your chase is off CD, and then hope that you're able to iframe out of the distance to get out of that. But other than that, we have no option at all when we're stuck in scenarios like that. There's nothing we can do.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Musa's and Maehwa's and I don't always see eye to eye, but on the iframe thing, I've always agreed. Like, it feels bad not having that option at all. And I know Chase does have the iframe, but because it's part of your mobility, managing it is a little bit like RNG, because you have to move around with Chase. You don't, especially on Maehwa, they don't even have Fiery Angel.
We don't have that many other mobility skills that can help maintain positioning. Now, I will mention this. So before the game got faster, it wasn't as hard to manage the chase iframe.
Right.
But since the game has sped up so much and a lot of these classes have a lot of like pursuit power, it's not an option anymore.
You're running for your life the whole time?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's literally pretty much impossible to manage the chase iframe. It's not something you can realistically expect to do in any sort of like real fight. If you're fighting against someone that's actually not that good, then yeah, sure, probably not a big deal. But any sort of real pressure from a skilled opponent, it's not going to happen.
So
and I know you asked too, like if they were to put it onto a skill.
Mm-hmm.
I know, so like years ago, One Step Back used to be an iframe.
Right.
I think at like the start of the animation, and then at 1.2 it was a forward guard, but they ended up changing that, and a lot of Musas would they placed that skill into their hotbar because it allowed you to go from pre-awake to awake, and then also have that iframe access. So that's really the only skill we have on awake that displaces your character enough to where you'd have the positioning after the skill's over for it to be like effective as an iframe. And they've already loaded that skill up so much in the rework that I don't see that happening.
To ask.
Yeah, like no other skill really exists to where it fit the purpose of being an iframe besides like Fiery Angel, but I think that'd be kind of an absurd iframe.
Just a little bit.
Having like no collision, it's really long and a short CD. It'd be pretty crazy for that to be an iframe. But yeah, and I really don't know.
So, all right, let's have Carstellz. You start us off here. If you could explain, this is like this is the biggest controversy I think of all of the changes so far. If you could explain in detail, as if me and Reslar are just the biggest idiots ever. Could you explain to us nice and slow how this stub arrow change works? Like what exactly changed with it and how does it function now?
Okay, so stub arrow, as it is right now on live servers, is basically an instantaneous CC you can use to punish any gap that you see. This is even more so powerful on certain regions like KR, where a large majority of your player base has sub 10 or sub 20 ping, where this skill can be pretty powerful. For someone like me, I have 130 ping where I live, but it's still a very strong CC. It's instant. Cooldown is like 14 seconds, and as of right now, we don't have the evasive stub arrow changes. So there's some other cancels you can do with that to use another stiffness arrow, which is also really fast. But basically, it's just a really fast, instantaneous CC you can use to capitalize on your opponent.
Right.
And then after the changes, it becomes so they added a mechanic where you have to draw an arrow from your quiver. So it went from a one-way input, just having to like back chase and then input your keys for stub arrow, to now having to draw an arrow. You have to come to a standstill. You have an animation, and it gives your opponent a visual of you drawing that arrow. And then from that point, you have 30 seconds to decide how you're going to use that arrow. Right. So I think it's a direct change from PA. I think their idea was they wanted to make stub arrow readable for your opponent. They wanted to give it some kind of visual indicator. Beforehand, I know in my own experience, anytime I'm just fighting random people in BA or something, I'll hit like a random stub arrow. It's very hard to even see that skill close up when you're skirmishing people. Like you'll just stiff people and then they'll die and they'll be like, how did I just die? It gives pretty bad feedback to the opponent. So.
And how do you feel about this change? Because it's also coupled with the evasion arrow, right? It's also like, so includes the stub arrow. It
affects your other arrow. So you have to decide what you want to use. And even then, the iframe that they moved around, they moved it from the, what was it, the evasive stub to they moved it to evasive shot, right? Yeah. So even if you input it now, it's really slow and clunky. You just can't use that iframe at all, really. It's not really realistic to input. But as far as using the stub arrow, it's the same skill. You just have a visual input before, like you have to stop to stand still. Yeah, you have to stop, draw an arrow, and then you have 30 seconds to use the arrow. But it's the same exact skill and serves the same purpose, but it's now a two-way input instead of one.
It's like you're in the middle of a fight and you suddenly get a call and they're asking about your car warranty.
Well, I do want to ask.
It does feel kind of strange.
It's pretty forgettable.
Like if you're asking me how it feels for me to use it, it doesn't feel great to use. But after messing around with it a bit more, I mean, you can still go at a distance. A lot of Musas like to play really far away from their opponent anyways. I don't think they're going to, once they use it, I don't think they'll mind it as much, but it is an inconvenience for sure.
So is there any added benefit of being able to just do back-to-back stiff attempts? Or do you think that that is not actually enough to like justify the change?
This doesn't give you the back-to-back stiff attempts.
You get 2 shots.
Yeah, you get 2 shots.
Yeah.
We had that already though, with being able to freely shoot your arrows. You could actually get 3 stiffs potentially. Yeah,
so you're talking about like stiff, and then do like the evasive shot cancel, and then shoot like the charge.
That's fair.
Right.
Yeah, like this all this does is limit our arrow play completely. We don't have.
It's definitely a nerf. There's no benefit to any of the arrow changes they did. But I know for the awake kit, so for Suck Musa, the infinite stiff one, is that what you're talking about? Yeah, I have.
Yeah, you can infinitely just shoot.
Yeah.
I think if they keep that, I'm good.
Yeah, if they keep that in the game.
Until you run out of stamina, you have like unlimited arrows.
But yeah, I mean the arrow changes, at least what I think, it's just a negative change. There's no positive to it.
Yeah,
I think they still cost us stamina too to use.
Oh, it does. So like the infinite, it runs out after you run out of stamina. Yeah.
So on Musa, at least Awakening Musa, you have in some way, if you wanted to relate the two things, the new projection right? You could argue is like, well, the stub arrow is not as convenient anymore, but now you have 2 new range stiffs that you can throw, and they're on a very low cooldown. I mean, you're looking at 7 seconds for projection, 10 for extra credit. But Maehwa didn't get anything like that, and neither did the succession kits. So overall, are you guys hoping that they just revert it entirely or update it, or like in their minds, do they think this is better? Like, do they think you guys like this, or was this intended to be a nerf?
I think this is not a complete mechanic.
I think it's a nerf. I've heard multiple times that the KR Maehwas and Musas bow play so much that it's irritating. They don't like that. Like, I know that was in the past when bows mattered, but like they probably still have the same mentality.
Well, that's because there wasn't enough power in their ability to trade.
Yeah,
So I mean, you got to use whatever you can to your advantage. It's just is what it is. But now that they're seemingly giving power to some of our more melee-oriented kit.
Most classes don't even need to get out of SA at this point. Honestly, the bow doesn't even feel that strong anymore. It's okay.
Yeah, like I personally feel I think on Awake it's not going to be as big of a change because with the projection stuff, I've already been playing around with it and it's really good. Having super long range, really quick. It's like almost bullet speed projectiles, which you can follow up on in some new ways.
That's basically stub arrow, though.
It's
a reskinned stub arrow for you.
Mr. Stills, if you would please, could you please explain the bullshittery that can be found in this streamable that I'm looking in this chat? Can you please explain this?
That's a good clip.
This Nazu's clip.
Yeah, this is
so this is auto attack canceling your chase. I don't know if you've seen the other clip too, but I made one in my video. You can do the same thing with one step back, and it's like you have infinite stamina. So I think they're going to nerf one step back for sure. I think the next time we see the patch updates, they're going to nerf the skill because it has no stamina costs on or off cooldown. And the movement you get from using it and canceling it is just way too big.
Yeah,
you can just keep spamming chases, which are now even more efficient per stamina.
I agree. They should nerf Musa into the ground. I'm glad you agree.
Well, it's one of those things that I was curious when I first saw this or the Musa change. I was like, I bet there's going to be some mobility combo that's pretty cracked. And we saw every time the Musa Maehwa community, not saying anyone here specifically, but the moment they saw like Warrior do a mobility combo or Striker, it was, this needs to be nerfed, this is too busted. So I'm wondering if all the Musas are like, hey, this is also too strong. It shouldn't be like that.
I'm not saying like it needs to be nerfed. Like obviously I'd want to do all these things, but I think from their perspective, I think they're going to nerf it. Just looking back at how history's treated us before.
Do you have that backstep video? Can you link that?
Yeah, I can link my video.
Okay.
And show you real quick. Let me find it.
If you have the timestamp, that'd be fantastic. Yeah. I mean, I don't mind. Like, here's the thing. I've always argued like with this kind of stuff, because you have to do the attack cancel, and even with the one step back, while it is like unlimited stamina, it doesn't bother me that much because you can still be caught out of it. You like, if this was just him holding chase and he could go this far and use this little stamina, it would probably bother me, but because it's like, well, if I'm chasing him down, he's probably going to get CC'd until he gets out of range. And then because the stub arrow change, he's not going to be mass stubbing me too. So it's not that bad. I don't know. I actually don't mind this much.
There should be that time step there for you.
Okay. Now, actually, I know I don't think your class can do this.
No, you don't have any sort of like mobility combo per se.
So does this bother you that Musa can, or are you okay with it?
It's unnecessary for them to have that, honestly.
Sounds like you're trying to go for small.
Agree. It's not that it bothers me per se. It's just unnecessary.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't like it when other classes have it. I don't like it if my class got it. Like you know my stance on how my stamina management is. I don't want the ability to just necessarily always be able to run away whenever, no problem. I'm more focused on the in combat mobility, not being like it shouldn't have to be a 10-second do or die and then back off and reset. I should be able to do in combat a lot longer than that because fights typically can take 30 seconds or longer depending on if they get you with a grab or not. But yeah, I never really cared for the whole arrow play strategies and whatnot where you just like back chase, stub arrow kind of thing. I never was the biggest fan of that.
Right.
But I do it sometimes, yeah, but it depends on the fight.
What would the Maehwa equivalent of that bullshittery be? Would you Red Moon and just catapults you forward 100 yards? Like,
no,
probably would be the old divider cancel. You know,
it would be probably more.
The divider
like,
is pre-awakening, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pre-awakening.
Yeah,
it wouldn't be that.
Like there used to be some like cancel, like 2017 or 16 or something like that, where you could spam.
It would minimize the amount
detail.
of stamina usage.
Yeah, could go for a long while.
Yeah.
All right, so I wanna kind of conclude on the stub arrow stuff before we move on. But like, what do you, Basc, do you think that they should revert the change or keep it? Are you okay with it how it is, or because it seems like universally both Musas and Maehwas are pretty upset about this. So I imagine most of the feedback they're going to get from this week 1 thing is like, hey, we hate this stub arrow change.
Yeah,
so
nobody likes it.
So it'll probably change.
Yeah, I don't expect it to stay. If they really love the mechanic, they'll force it down to 3 and maybe give us like 4 shots or something. But I don't expect it to stay, and nobody likes it. The only way it's any good is if you use the bug where you can shoot infinite. Like, that's it.
Right.
Yeah.
Would it be not so bad if the 15-second cooldown started right when you popped your quiver?
I think the problem is just that you have to pop the quiver, really. I mean, 1 second of unprotected engagement, like
it took away.
You have to go farther away. Yeah, you have to, and then you have to also remember in like a high speed situation, which my memory is kind of trash. Let's be fair.
Thematically speaking, does it bother you that he reaches back into his quiver, but there are no arrows in there?
Never noticed.
It's kind of reminds you like some kind of weird RP change or something. Like,
oh man,
you go ahead and like take a look at all these other range classes. Like none of them have any kind of animations like that, right? Like they're just conjuring arrows out of thin air and just shooting them.
Right.
So,
well, I want to talk about, so Niviel in chat saying Frosty, they don't want this change, leave it be. But here's the thing. There are some people that, like Kyriem as an example, that's actually okay with them reducing the whole stub arrow theme, like play. He not saying that he loved the changes or anything, but he kind of feels like the stub arrow thing is really, really strong, like the way it currently works. So like if you were to buff the classes up a bunch, and it still also just has the cheesy stub arrow play, that it's not, that it's like kind of too much. So for him, he doesn't mind the idea of it being reduced in effectiveness a little bit, but again, not at the expense of like his iframe and stuff like that, you know?
But I mean, the stub arrow is a 1v1 based mechanic primarily. It's not something that's used in large scale. So it has no bearing there at all. So all these buffs are primarily focusing around large scale. So now all we got was a little bit of, we got some damage increases, at least from the Maehwa's point of view. That'll help us out with trading and whatnot. How much, it's hard to say because obviously it was only week 1. We'll see where the chips lie at the end. But like I don't feel like this helps us in 1v1 department at all, and we are struggling in 1v1 lately against some classes, a lot of classes actually, that have either more power, the same or stronger mobility in some cases, or just debuffing us down, or just grabbing us. They didn't. In my opinion, they haven't answered the issues that we have. They buffed up their large scale, which is great. I think our large scale is probably going to be pretty solid if this goes through as is. but our 1v1s are definitely diminished because of this. And that
Ba-
goes for
Basc-
Musa too, I think.
What were you gonna say, Basc?
I mean, I don't think Bo's even that strong anymore. I was basically agreeing with
Right.
Ashy on that. Like, I think right now it's just there's too many classes that have no gaps at all. So, or the gap is very tiny. So you have to be in pre-awakening the entire time. It's more convenient if you're a suck player to use a bow, but even then, I just don't think it's as strong as like a grab. And I think they're moving further and further towards people having perfect SA rotations with damage. And when you're doing that, bow doesn't really have much of an effect. It doesn't have much bearing. I don't think it's that good. Like, if they want to downplay bow, sure. But then I think we need more significant buffs to retaliate to, like, the lack of response to grabs, basically. Like,
Right.
or
yeah, stub arrow's pretty
That's-
much our response to grabs right now, honestly. Like,
Yeah.
if we dodge the grab and they have an elongated miss grab animation, we can punish it. But
I wanted to ask Carstellz on Musa. Let's say these reworks came as is. Obviously, there's going to be way more changes, as evidenced by the previous classes that did get their changes. But it's not happening till November. But let's just say it were to come to live server with the current iteration of this Musa, bugs notwithstanding. Let's just assume the bugs get fixed before it comes to live. Do you think that this version of Musa is improved in 1v1, or the exact same, or worse?
Well, there's a couple different play styles for Musa. So you have people that play from distance and use stub arrows like a crutch, like they really rely on that. That long range CC is one of their only engage options. That and like quick shot. And then you have some Musas that play more aggro. Like I know Kyrene plays like this, Quad, Levexis, if you know him. Sometimes they play really aggro, as well as myself. I like to play more in people's faces. I think the most controversial changes obviously was the stub arrow stuff, and I think counter assassination. A lot of Musas didn't like that as well. I like the 25% attack and cast speed debuff we got on it, but losing the stun affects us a lot too. Having that really quick point blank stun, we don't have that anymore, and you don't really have the long range catch if you do play more in pre-awake. I know for Suck Musa, stub arrows, like 33% of their CCs they have on the entire kit. Like they didn't really have many options to begin with as far as CCing their opponent. But I think for 1v1s, it'll probably be worse for your average player for sure. Awake Musa.
And that's mostly because the stub. You don't think the projection change kind of alleviates that, or you think it's mostly the counter assassination
I think it's
balances it?
I think if you like treat those as they cancel each other out, if you treat it like, all right, your stub arrow's gone, here's projection, long range catches, you lose other good CCs in exchange for debuffs and self buffs. And for 1v1, I do think for the average player it'll be worse. But I think for 1vx kind of stuff, you'll do significantly better.
So why in 1vx? Like what's different on Musa that's going to make it better in large scale with these changes?
Okay, so you have more, in my own opinion, I think the game, from what I've seen, has really lost touch of I don't see many players try to go out and CC their opponent in most aspects of the game. Most people just try to kill you with damage, and it's really effective. Especially for a lot of new players. Like a lot of my friends personally, people I see coming into the game, they're playing a lot of classes where you just don't need to CC people. They're just going to kill you with damage. So in 1vx for Musa, you got a lot more damage. Basically, damage increases on every skill that was touched. You got some ranged increases as far as your AoE goes. You have debuff options, like heavy debuffs, 50% movement speed slow on a super armor skill with 5-second cooldown. You got a frontal guard skill with an attack cast speed debuff. You got a bigger increase range on your shift Q, Musa's resolve, to catch people, to get hits up to 10 targets. I think for Node Wars and stuff in 1vx, it's definitely going to be better. Definitely going to be better.
How do you feel about the Crust Crusher change? Because I saw some people saying that this takes away one of Musa's really good catches, and it was a nerf overall. Do you feel like the Crust Crusher change nerf, buff, or does it make a difference?
First of all, I'm gonna need you to refer to that skill by its actual name, the butt cruster.
Butt cruster.
So crust catch, I don't know many people that like catch people with crust crusher. That's like news to me. Most of the time,
News
like
to
when
me
you're
too.
using that skill, at least when I use it, I'm try to make sure that I'm like most definitely in a safe spot, or I have some kind of structure behind my back where I can commit to it. So now with the change, your gap was fixed. So you can commit to the crust crusher fully and go through foul play, and you have the full frontal guard, but it's a down smash. So you're not CCing people if they're to stand still. But you have the option now to take that KD still if you want to take the bond.
Right.
But as far as how the change is really going to play out, I'm fine with it like that. Just being able to fully commit to a lot of damage. I have frontal guard protection on fully finally. So I think I'll like the change. I mean, we have 2 more KDs now. So I think a lot of people are going to run the bond version of Fiery Crevice, which just got buffed again. It's a debuff, and it's a super armor. It's a KD on 6-second cooldown. And you also have the KD and Dash Slash, which is another large AoE, super fast skill on low cooldown.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I think we're going to have to wait to see how most people get to perform with it, see what they feel about it.
All right, so Basc, Awakening Maehwa. What are some of the changes you actually like that you got in this rework, and specifically, how are they going to affect your large scale PvP?
Okay, I'm a big fan of Pedal Drill being combined and increasing the damage. Its AoE is actually surprisingly large. I was testing this out recently, and hitting people further I thought was unreasonably far. Could just be horrible desync of global labs, but looked pretty good. Frost Pillar is like ridiculous amount of damage, and if you do Sigma Frost Pillar, it actually comes out really quick, and you can kind of just throw it in the face of people who are like grab classes. At least
Stigma Tip.
Yeah, Stigma Tip. Sorry, Stigma Tip is actually really fast. I think of Frost Pillar and Stick Tip as literally the same skill. Yeah. Anyway, I like the increase in speed of Petal Bloom. Moonrise, getting rid of that one hit, I actually like, because you get the core Moonrise, and I think that makes you have an entire series of combos that flow really decently. Now you have, as damaged combos, hypothetically, something like Moonlight Dash, Petal Bloom, Petal Drill, Frost Pillar, like all those, and Petal Drill, all those are now like reasonable damage and all protected. So I think we have a solid damage protection kit for large scale engagements that you can hit from behind, flank decently fast, and burst people down. Frost Pillar is so much stronger. Like, Petal Bloom is my main dive from behind, kill people when I have E-buff skill. And Frost Pillar makes that look bad. I really say that, like, if that damage comes out, it's a dramatic improvement for our large scale, like, free damage. You don't have to think much, just Frost Pillar. Frost Pillar, tip of the ice, sorry. Right.
And it's forward guard, right? So this is like...
And forward guard.
It's funny because for a long time, like way back in the day, and I actually realize you guys remember these days probably, where people valued super armor way higher because super armor meant you're just not going to get CC'd. But nowadays, it's like there's so many slows and so much damage that the forward guard negating damage and slows is actually way bigger. So if you are good at positioning, that forward guard makes a massive difference in being able to finish your abilities.
Yep.
Oh, also to note, Frost Pillar, they increased the attack speed, they increased the range somewhat. I think they basically got rid of the gap in the hitbox that like was very annoying. And it seems like it hits on elevation now too. I was hitting people on that ledge in DA with it, so I'm a big fan of that buff.
So the Moonrise core and the Moonrise change, this is, some Maehwas like it, some Maehwas don't. You're saying if you take the core, it gives you like a large scale protected combo.
Yeah.
What is it that you lose? So it's a stun on the first hit, right? Like basically an SA stun?
Stun on the first hit. Yeah.
Wait, are
like,
you talking about the bond or the actual?
No,
like,
Moonrise,
the skill?
the actual skill.
The actual. Okay.
super
Yeah, you
armor
just
on the
lose
first
product.
hit, which was used as a linker mechanic for stamina management and also baiting out opponents in 1v1.
Yeah, and it was useful for that, but like I would give it up for like the core Moonrise. Like if they say that like get the linger back and not have the full SA for it, I would much rather have the full SA.
Right.
Yeah, the change definitely buffed your playstyle for sure for large
Oh
scale.
yeah, it's this is very much helpful to me. It does not help what Maehwas want though, which I think Maehwas really want to be, and I know DK players will yell at me, but basically they want to be DK. Like they can 1vx, they can dance around for an hour in enemy balls, I feel like, and I mean they got decent iframes, decent large distance damage, etc. But like, yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, DKs are busted. We don't talk about DKs. All right. So do the damage differences, because they kind of let's see, they buff Frost Pillars, Petal Drill with the flow, Petal Bloom got a change, by proxy, Moonlight Dash also, and then Moonrise, I guess if you use the core. For the most part, all of that got buffed in damage. Is it enough of a damage difference that you'd consider swapping off of human damage for more survivability if your damage is good enough, or do you think?
Nope, not at all. Still want more human damage.
Why
this is
that?
a blow up people meta. Like the faster you kill people, the better. I don't think it's. I mean, it's good. Frostpillar probably is enough for most people to be okay, but the buffs on other damage is actually not even close to being good enough. Cloud Stab.
Really, you don't think Drill is good enough now?
Drill is pretty good, but then like the only two that are really well buffed is Drill and Frostpillar. Moonrise is net same, because they lost a hit on it. Cloud Stab, I don't notice at all. I haven't seen anything notable about it because like they're already dying within that.
It was only a crit change, and if you manage your crit buffs, then it's negligible.
And then Petal Bloom, it's actually the same because they increase the PvP damage reduction. I mean, so it's not actually a buff there. Like
Petal Bloom's faster charge rate is nice, but it's just not realistic in large scale. It's more realistic in a 1v1 damage pressure option. Yeah, which ironically enough, the fact that they made it faster for that type of charge doesn't really help in that type of situation since you're trying to bait them a little bit. I mean, maybe it's helpful. I don't know. I'd have to try it out more. But yeah, I think I see the potential for it to be helpful. It's just
okay.
Overall, I'd say
there's only 2 damage buffs, is what I would say personally. It's Drill and Frostpillar.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, December actually does okay-ish chip damage now. It would be fine in large scale
a lot.
Yeah. That's good damage
comparatively to what it was. Yes, it got buffs a lot, but
and then you guys also have that 20 AP buff, which is slight buff to everything.
That's true.
The Frostfire buff went from 10 AP to 20. You got DP Shred instead of 10, it's 20 on Drill now. So overall, there's a large increase in damage output. And then on top of that, the main skills like Tip of the Iceberg hitting like a fucking truck. Frost Pillars does pretty solid damage. Drill's doing solid damage.
But like
our combo damage is for the most part the same besides Tip and Drill. From what I noticed. But it's hard to tell on Global Labs.
One of the things
is not a very good.
They nerfed Sticky Snowflake a little bit, so it's not hitting as hard.
Oh, let's hear your opinion on that because me and Frosty.
Let's talk about this. So if Nayashe mapped it out, basically if you have all your crit buffs up, you have 70% crit, right? So you lose 1 hit on Sticky Snowflake, but gain 25% critical hit rate. And crit is the only modifier in the game that doesn't have any loss in PvP compared to PvE, so it's still 2x. How much damage loss or gain is that, or is it just kind of like the same?
Here's something that you forgot about though, Frosty.
Oh yeah,
the critical hit rate buff is nullified during cooldown. So it's a net loss overall because we do tend to use it 1 to 2 to sometimes even 3 times, depending on the opponent we're fighting. So it's if it's an evasion type opponent, those extra hits, that's a significant increase in damage.
Najil's telling me that it didn't lose a hit, that it's a tooltip bug. So
is that actually the case?
That's what
he's
saying.
I don't. It could just be Global Labs being buggy because it didn't feel as strong. But like damage in Global Labs is
right.
You know,
it's hard to test.
It's awful to test damage.
Yeah.
So, but like what Nash was saying is, if that's the case, it's like literally.
It's like
if the tooltip is
2 to 3 times per combo, so you're very clearly going to feel that it's on cooldown. But if it's actually
on top of that, it's not even just the change in the way the damage works.
Yeah.
Arguably, you could say if you use it once, it's fine. Whatever. But the fact that the BSR, the 10%, is actually slow now. It's normal speed, so it's slower than how it currently is on live. That's awful. It feels awful.
That was actually intentional? Because I kept on saying it felt slow.
I don't know if it's intentional. It's just how it is on Global Labs, and it's
the BSR is slower.
Yeah.
That's
it's
probably
really
so if you guys have been testing any of the other reworks, the BSRs almost always get updated way after.
Okay.
Like way later.
But my question is, why was it changed in the first place? So that would lead me to believe it was intentional, because it wasn't this slow before.
On an HBO,
it's like super dragged out animation now. I can actually share my screen on it right now.
Let me find a way to get 1 HP on hit. I don't have any drafts or anything.
I mean, how would you revert it though? I don't understand. In order to verify,
bring the speed back to what it was.
Whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine it would just. Did you test it, Najil? I mean, I'll just try. I mean, if you tested it already,
never mind.
That would be nice to know.
Basc, jump in this.
I tested every skill.
Share screen and look at this.
So Sticky Snowflake was still 5 hits in your test. It has 5 hits for level 3 and 4. Okay, that's all I need to know. All right, so Sticky Snowflake did not get nerfed. Then it's just crit now when it's off cooldown.
Okay, that's not bad then. Fine, whatever.
Look how slow that is.
Yeah, I know. It doesn't feel fast. I kept on trying it, and like it was so slow that I was messing up timing. So I do like a sticky frost valor, sticky. And
matter of fact, I think the normal Sticky Snowflake is actually faster.
It could just be a bug, though. I don't know.
I hope so, because it makes it not really worth incorporating, especially when you consider other skills got higher damage. But that means our damage output potential versus an evasion, very heavy evasion player is definitely going to be
on the BSR. You mean
if
you use the
decap
BSR?
Is 15 instead of 5 hits
due to a bug? Yeah. So then the Sticky Snowflake thing. I mean, outside of the BSR, we'll see if that ends up getting changed. But the base skill is moot because it's just a net. It's just a buff. It's not even a trade off. I thought it was kind of weird anyway to begin with, but
I don't know why they would touch the hits on it, but
So I want to ask Carstellz. Sorry, I haven't had a chance to talk. Maehwas are very passionate bunch of people.
Bunch of loudmouths.
What are your feelings on the combination of the projection changes and the fact that they kind of one, you lost the vacuum, which I think for some mooses that is annoying, but you gain a range stiff, or if you use it point blank, a float, and then you can kind of use extra credit independent of the skill, so you basically just repeat the skill again. And then separately, they took that, for those who haven't seen like some of the Musa changes, but they took the projection animation and the full damage of it, the 1403 times 11, and added it as just like an extra thing to crosscut, flow, backflow, and one step back. So when you use the skills, it actually throws out that projection animation. I don't know, like, how are you cool with this change overall? Were you happy with this, or are you sad about the vacuum? What are your feelings on these changes?
I like the changes. I think it's really cool. I think it was an interesting way to buff our class damage wise. and integrate more into the kit. As far as the vacuum change, the vacuum was useful really for zoning and being able to get off a few skills while your opponent's like incapacitated to some degree. So if you caught him in a vacuum, you can maybe position yourself so you're getting back attacks and throw like below the belt, cross-cut backflow, do like a super armor rotation on them where they're more like vulnerable to your damage. And it was really strong back when the bond projection bug was a thing.
I remember.
If you caught someone in that skill, you could basically one-shot him almost. You just throw it out and then catch him with another skill.
I don't know if
So
you
that was
remember, but I remember very clearly a 2v2 charity tournament where you caught me in the double bond projection thing. I wasn't even CC'd and I just died from like 85% health. It's good times
Yeah,
on trial characters.
I was up good during those times.
Yeah.
It was a fun time. But yeah, the vacuum thing sucks. But I think you have some more positives. So we can chase quicker. So our mobility is a little bit more quick. We're a little bit more fast. We have debuffs now. And we have some, like we have the 25% attack speed, cast speed slow you can hit in the same way. Now that your counter assassination doesn't stun, you get the debuff on people. You can do it in the same way. You can do crosscut Q cancels. You can back chase into pressing Q to get the debuff that way. You can use one step back as a 50% slow. And then when people have those debuffs on them, they're less likely to use certain skills, more likely to try to block, hold their block, or use super armors to trade you. And it's going to be a lot slower. So you're going to be able to trade people more effectively just because they're debuffed. And it's not going to be the same as them being like caught in a vacuum. But I think you're going to be able to find ways to trade them in similar fashion
Carstellz,
to some degree.
Mr. Stells, could you please explain the bullshittery that can be found in this clip that I am putting in the Discord?
Another clip here.
What is this one?
What is this here?
Now, that might seem like it's
that
a
a
Nova,
speed
but
spell
that
Musa?
is in
Yeah,
fact
yeah.
a Musa. I know it may be hard to
So
believe.
I tested this with my friend in G Lab when I saw the initial speed of it, and I asked him to speed spell me.
That's funny.
There's gonna be some crazy stuff. If this goes live and you see like speed spell Musas, the engage is gonna be wild. Like being able to do that and then potentially use Fiery Angel to like no clip through groups of people, and you could like immediately even go into Shift Q if you're not recognized, get a big play. Like
there's some
it's a
Musa
fast
haters,
class.
some
It's
Musa
really fast
haters
class,
sending these clips to Rezlar right now, dude. That's what these are, dude. Oh my
yeah,
god.
and that can even get quicker now, right? Because like you can get shy buffed on top of that.
Yeah. Oh my god. What was I gonna ask? So how about your PvE? So these changes, obviously you kind of got damage buffs on a bunch of skills, plus convenience of not having to spend time in pre-awakening using skills that don't matter for your buffs. How much improved is your grind going to be in theory, like based on the new projection change, the way it comes off crosscut backflow and just the additional damage buffs and the pulse skill?
I think just looking at the patch notes and the changes like at its face value, it just has to be better. I try not to test damage and stuff on GLab because I don't know how accurate it is to the real game, like real servers. So I haven't done any testing myself. But like if you're just looking at all the changes, it's just damage, AP buff, spammables. So we can't spam our Fire Crevice anymore, which was something we spammed a lot of when stuff was on cooldown because we didn't have significant DPS through any other skill. So it was better than cross-cutting. You would input Q and F at the same time and keep slamming the ground. We can't do that anymore, but in exchange, we have more damage on Fire Crevice again, and Twister, which is our spacebar skill that we can input during pretty much all of our skills. So like backflow, crosscut, you can input Twister, and they removed the damage decrease when it's used off CD. So no matter if it's on or off CD, it has the exact same damage in PvE, and they gave it more crit chance. So
Right.
we also got more crit buffs. So on Below the Belt, the 100% crit rate was only found on the extra hits. You now get the 100% crit rate on all of the hits. I mean, One Step Back is probably going to be a usable skill now in PvE. I think even Nemesis Slash, it comes out quick in a few different strings you can use. That is another skill that almost has, it's pretty close to the damage on Crust Crusher. I'm not on GLab right now to see, but the damage on Nemesis Slash and Awake is pretty close to Crust Crusher's damage, just looking at the face stats.
So in this clip,
Okay.
I linked
I
it.
haven't-
better.
Hold on. I haven't even seen this yet, but I'm gonna bring yet another thing to attention here. Mr. Stells, if you could please look in the chat to what Frosty has linked here. Would you care to explain the bullshittery that is that range on Musa shouts?
Yeah, so
holy shit!
So in this
wait.
In this clip, Nakani is 301 Kudum, which by the way, Oppression is actually the same PvE range. They just didn't give you guys the updated animation yet. But I tested back-to-back. Oppression actually, like for just the pulling, has the same range. It just didn't get a new animation for whatever reason. Or it's like it's really, really close to the range of this. But in this clip,
huge.
in
Holy
this clip,
fuck.
That's only PV though.
That's only PvE, correct. The CC for both classes did not get increased in range. It's only for PvE pulling that got increased.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's not broken.
Pulling.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. So the cooldown is lower, 9 seconds. So that you could argue, but in this clip, he's 301 Kudum, and he has no add-ons, for PvE, but he does kill like pretty quickly. I mean, I know as a Kuno, I definitely don't kill this fast, and I certainly can't pull mobs, but this feels faster than Awaken Hash too. Probably similar to Suck
It's
Hash.
probably going to be pretty good because that's with like you're going to have tier 3 add-ons now too. It's going to be more damage, more attack speed. You have the AP buff now, 20 more AP just all the time because it's a 10-second buff and the shout is on 9-second cooldown. Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty good. I think people are going to play Musa in PvE finally.
Yeah, it also seems pretty chill now. Like a lot more chill.
Because now you don't have to go in pre-wake almost at all if you don't want to. So your crit buff that you got from pre-wake, you get an Awakening now.
Mm-hmm.
Your attack speed buff, you get it just from cross-cutting now.
One of the things too that makes
everything
grinding,
you can stay awake if you want to.
On like Musa, Maehwa, Ninja Kuno, they all kind of had the same issue that makes them feel so sweaty as you're pulling with like the arrow and I don't know.
Yeah.
So
you're
just
dashing to mobs, hitting them with something, and then shooting arrows to pull them.
This looks a lot more chill.
It should be better. I'm excited, man. I'm
just
like I've played this class for years, like through everything. So I'm glad to see some good quality of life and good changes.
Killing mobs with your favorite class is something special. Not a lot of people get to do. What about you guys, Nayashi and I want to get more in depth with Succession in a moment, but just focus on Awakening for one more thing.
Sure.
What about Awakening Maehwa PvE? Like, do you see this improving your PvE, like the AoE changes and the damage, or not that much? Do you think you're not going to be forced to use New Year's Eve? I guess is the better question.
Honestly, I haven't really tested the PvE much, but with the pulling being basically pack to pack now, you can pull with a large AoE with Oppression now, pack to pack, and it has DP Shred, and
we got more crit chances on a lot of skills. So. Then again, that's
it's mostly the damage increases on skills like Tip and whatnot. It's really hard to tell. It could potentially be pretty solid. I mean, all the cooldown reductions across the board in the Awakening kit are really, really good.
Yeah.
Like that's if I had like a couple things I had to pick, it would be the cooldown reductions and some of the big damage buffs, and those are the main highlights of at least the Awakening kit.
Pedal Boom's damage buff is basically a PvE damage buff, and it's pretty big for that, though.
Right, yeah, it's a huge PvE damage buff because it's got 300% more per hit, plus it's faster.
Yeah. So I think there might be a potential that you don't necessarily need the New Year's Eve spam anymore. I have more faith in that potential than I ever had with any other changes that they tried to do back in the day to do that.
Yeah,
there's just
I mean, I've been saying forever,
potential.
Dude. Just like if you look at Tamer, like Awakened Tamer, I mean, they got some damage buffs on May 26, but the big thing was they were able to pull mobs, and now they're actually like decent at grinding. Like being able to pull mobs it's so fucking massive. It makes such a big difference. But
the thing is, in some areas, it doesn't even matter, like Orcs.
Right, in Orcs, it's more just AoE and damage.
Yeah. So
they did buff
in terms of that, I could definitely see it increase it even at Orcs still because of our more AoE centric skills hit harder now, like Tip. So I could see it, and with the cooldown being 7 seconds on Frost Pillar tip across the board, I think it has a lot more potential to be
Definitely plausible.
consistent at least.
Yeah.
So people will have more fun playing that way, even if it's maybe not as efficient still. Because let's face it, New Year's Eve is still really fucking strong because the AoE is really good. It hits everywhere. It's 100% crit, spammable. It's just
Pretty fast.
Yeah, it's fast.
Yeah.
So it's
just not
hard
fun.
it's hard to tell. Yeah, it's just not as fun to some people. Some people don't care. It's just like I'm going in circles killing mobs anyways. What the fuck do what the fuck do I care if it's fun or not? It's not going to be fun in about 10 minutes. So some people have that kind of feel. After using New Year's Eve for quite a while and making a lot of money, I would kind of stop caring necessarily so much about the fun aspect and more about like, I'm actually making a lot of fucking progress. So, it kind of changed my whole thought on it, but I still think it's not fun.
I would like if they're going to be New Year's Eve spammers, put an essay on it for PvE or PvP. It doesn't matter. That skill literally has no function in PvP.
Well, it does.
It's the greatest way to kill people.
Yeah, when
it's like when you're shoveling on someone's face,
right? You're like digging their grave on top of their body. It's pretty nice.
Yeah.
You're digging the grave through their body.
Pretty fun. Yeah.
Someone was saying when the Kuno reworks come out next week that Frosty better say it's cracked, like he's saying with these classes, dude. If you were to tell me that Awakened Kuno is gonna get 4 cooldown decreases, 5 damage buffs, 2 crit rate buffs, and I would be like, oh my god, dude. Especially on Suck. You give me 4 cooldown increases on Succession, that shit's gonna be lit.
I think PA could trip their way into making Frosty happy with Kuno.
They're gonna accidentally make us way too strong. I'm so excited. See, because we already have a grab, so that whole part of
that whole argument's done.
No, I mean, I don't know. For me personally, all I care about really is PvE and large scale. Less so. Maybe when they add arenas, but lately 1v1 has meant less and less to me. Even though I really enjoy 1v1ing, but I just want it to feel better in large scale.
For most matchups, it's just not fun.
I thought they're like steering away from 1v1 in general. It's not feeling like I've seen anyone BA anymore. They were just me.
No, I think there definitely are less people in BA. Although right now, especially just because of like all the new games and the lack of content in BDO, this whole rework has kind of pushed everything way back. But Rez, before we move to Succession, I got to use the restroom. But do you have anything you want to talk about with Awakening before we try to focus a little bit on Succession?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I am curious because Carstellz, you said that you used to play Musa, but now you're Hash. With how these changes are looking, are you thinking about going back to Awakening Musa? Or are you still kind of like, I'm probably gonna stick with Hash?
Oh yeah, I planned on going back to Musa regardless of the changes, just for like information reasons, just like making videos about it, giving my thoughts. I like to do that. And just try it out for myself. I think it's really good to be able to try things out for yourself. Especially with G-Lab. So like on another note, but yeah, I'm definitely going back to Musa. I plan on playing my Musa again and trying out these changes. However, many of them end up going to the live server.
Do you like have your Hash tagged, or did you like full reroll coupon?
I've completely rerolled off the class. I play Hash and then I have Wizard tagged for Siege and stuff. Depending if we like own a castle, so I can sit on a wall.
Yeah, gross. I agree. And then I also wanted to ask, well, I mean, obviously we haven't talked about Succession yet, but I'm dying to know, Nyashi, are these changes going to bring you back to the game, or are you officially a new worlder?
I mean, honestly, I'm just playing whatever's entertaining me right now, and I just haven't been entertained by BDO in a little while. So
StarCraft. Play StarCraft.
StarCraft's fun. That's true.
Dude, start playing Magic with friggin' Frosty, dude. That's all he
Hey!
does lately. I see him doing nothing but every time I look in Spectrum Discord, he's in there
Oh,
with
really?
like Clarins or someone playing
doing-
Magic.
MTG Arena or something?
Dude, it's fun,
Yeah.
except my account is bugged and I can't fucking ladder. It's so fucking
Why?
dumb. I don't know. It just doesn't give me any rank going up or down. I was on like an 11 win streak in ranked, and it still just has me at the lowest you can be.
So is this like a positivity stream? Because like you angled, what do you like about the class? Like,
All right.
I have a lot of complaints about the reworks on
All right.
Awakening.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Why don't you? Well, I assumed you were gonna get to those as we talked, but yeah. No. Let's go full negative. What do you hate about these reworks on Awakening?
Yo, Ultimate Chase does not work on Awakening Maehwa.
Yeah.
That will make the class unplayable, in my opinion.
Yeah, that I was telling Ayashi this and Nihilus. I'm pretty sure that it's a bug since it works on Musa.
Wait,
It
what?
better be like that. You didn't full reset all your skills on your Maehwa on Global Labs, right? Nashi.
I reset them when I
Yeah, you have to
respect.
No, respecting doesn't work. If you reset all the skills and then like add all the skills back, Stigma will hard lock you in place.
Oh, yeah, I know
Cloud Stab
that.
will
That's
hard
a
lock
bug.
you in place.
That's a bug.
Okay.
Right.
I mean, I really hope so.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't really.
It is the Ultimate Chase not being.
Yeah.
It's combined and everything. So.
Ultimate Chase got combined into Chase, and for whatever reason, it works on Musa and it's not working on Maehwa.
It's not on the patch notes saying that they tried to like do the same thing as Musa, whereas they said they combined the effect for Musa. So that makes me a little worried.
Definitely feedback, because that would be a horrible nerf for literally no reason.
Yeah, it would be really bad. Like Cloud Stab is not really usable if you can't cancel out at the last second. Same thing as Stigma, totally useless skills now.
Yeah, the funny thing about Cloud Stab is they reduce the cooldown by essentially half almost, and now we have less options to use it in. I don't.
Yeah.
The Stigma into Moonlight Dash, I don't like it at all. I think they need to allow us to do the Stigma into Cloud Stab still, because it's
Yeah,
one
that's
of our
another one.
main active ways to heal in combat. And
Yeah, I don't know
also
why they
it's a
got rid of that.
damage option, trade potential.
What
and-
else? What else do you hate?
Sweet Step, they turned it into a DP buff, but it doesn't make any sense because if you go into Red Moon, you already get that DP buff. So it's basically you cancel out of Red Moon in half a second because you don't really hold Red Moon, and then you get a 20-second DP buff from Red Moon, and then a 20-second DP buff from Sweet Step. What's the value of that? Like literally useless. Like it was a crit chance before. I think they're trying to give us that because they wanted to give us. We kept on asking for an iframe for it, but that does not change it. Like if it's stackable, that's at least something, but it's not. So literally useless. And the thing is, we have Raboms that give us DP buffs outside of combat, so we can just do that too. So also, like I don't see the point of it. Yeah, I really don't like the Sweet Step change.
What about you don't mind the move distance though, I assume.
Wait, what about the Sleep Steps change? Sorry, I got distracted.
He's saying
They
he doesn't
got
like
rid of
the
the crit chance.
DP. Like that, they got
Why?
rid of the crit chance and gave it DP.
Why?
Why? Because you're using it basically only for Red Moon anyway, right?
Using
It
it basically
doesn't
only
stack.
for what?
You only use Sweet Step for Red Moon, correct? That's at least
for
how
the
I
most
used it.
part, but
Okay,
not
well-
in large scale.
Well, I don't know.
What
I
are
feel like,
you using Red Moon for in large scale? Honestly, like it does no damage. It's
yeah. But the thing is,
it's a
Red Moon,
semi okay
it's-
forward guard.
Nashi, it's the same DP buff though
Yeah,
that Red Moon gives you, so
I
it
don't know
doesn't
why
actually
they did
stack.
that. They did that so that you don't ever have to use Pre-Awaken again.
Ah,
That's exactly-
stupid.
that's
Wait, so don't
exactly
use
why
Red
they
Moon
did it.
ever then?
Apparently not.
Okay, well that's even stupider. And also, I'm not a big fan of the Red Moon the new version. Like it's
You
I think
just
they're trying to
you
make it-
just don't learn Ascension to Heaven. It's
Yeah.
it's garbage.
it doesn't seem like it makes any sense. It's shorter, and so they're trying to think you could use it as a damage skill, but it doesn't do enough damage quick enough either way, even with the buff. So it's still
Yeah.
pretty who cares?
Yeah, it's always been meh. Like
Yeah,
I've
but so,
always,
Mm.
I've always said they needed to buff the absolute red moon. I thought it was garbage for a long time.
Yeah, but this buff is not significant or meaningful in any real way. So yeah,
I mean,
who
you're
cares?
gonna be unkillable because of it. What else do you hate?
You're gonna be
what else do I hate?
Yeah, Can we talk about the
Yeah.
Ascension to Heaven change?
Yeah.
All right. Can you? This one's a little bit more intricate, kind of like the stub arrow change. So if you could elaborate on what Maehwa's Ascension to Heaven skill is and how it affects Red Moon, and if it's good or bad.
So Ascension to Heaven as
it
used to be, or
no, the new one, the new one.
The new one. It basically just turns Red Moon into this quicker skill. It has like 1 or 2 ticks now, right? And then it's over. Like it's just really, really, really quick. But also, like if you shift Q, you're now hard locked into the skill. So you have to absolutely not bar in order to get out of it quickly. Because like at the end of Red Moon is unprotected. So this change basically makes it, if you fuck up, you are more likely to just full cast an unprotected skill. So, like, I don't know, Nash, you have any other inputs to it? I'm just not a fan of it.
Just not a fan of it. It's garbage. I don't know why they even bothered doing that. I mean, I understand that they were trying to, like, maybe get rid of a skill, kind of, so that they could, I guess, fill in with something else.
I mean, essentially, the Heaven is not a skill nobody uses because it doesn't do damage and it's unprotected and it takes forever to do. So maybe they're just thinking, we can make something useful out of something that's not used, but it's not enough.
But you can't cancel very well with it, and it doesn't even really do that much more damage. It's just pointless. It leaves much to be desired.
So, like, that's the bulk of everything I don't like. If you have anything else to whine about, Nashi, go for it.
Well, we're gonna get into Succession here in a second, because the thing is with while I know like stamina management's a big thing with Maehwa, on Awakening, at least I would argue, because of the chase distance increase and the lower cooldowns, there's a little bit of relief there, right, where you can like trade or go into SA, but Suck didn't get the chase change, and I don't know. It
has to be a mistake.
So pre-awakening Maehwa doesn't have the chase change either. So
I think PA fucks up a lot of things, but this has gotta be a mistake.
Oh, I forgot. The hitbox for Petal Bloom now misses if you're right next to someone. That's a bug, probably, right? Hopefully.
Probably. Is it just like when they're directly in front of you, or to the left or
directly
right?
In front of you. So if you just CC someone and like doing your full combo afterwards, you do like, I don't know, tip of the iceberg. If they're somehow still alive and you do Petal Bloom, it will miss.
Okay.
I've tried it a couple times. Like if someone's standing and you get the right angle for it, just flat out misses. If you charge it, it does hit. If you E-buff, it does hit.
Sounds busted.
Yeah.
All right. Now, actually, what were some of the or Basc or actually, let's. You know what? We've had. Hold on. Let me go back to Carstellz, because we've had a bunch of Maehwa. Let me go back to Carstellz. Talk a little bit about Musa.
There's too much Maehwa on this podcast.
There's too much Maehwa. I don't know why we have 2 Maehwas in here. We should have brought another Musa on.
Gotta kick me out. So
Carstellz, I know you don't main Suck Musa, but was there? I assumed you read through the notes, just as because why not? Is there anything in the Suck Musa changes that you like, and is there anything that you hate or dislike?
I saw that they got like some changes to Divider. I think that got praised by most people. The blooming thing, I don't know if it's just like an animation change, but I didn't mess around with it myself. They did lose the arrow. I think the biggest thing they lost was the arrows, and they didn't directly receive something else like Awake did with projection and extra credit.
Right.
So the main reason that I don't like playing Suck Musa, and I've never been interested in it before, is because I think it's one of the most linear classes in the game, as far as like almost exactly what it's going to try to do to you. in all situations, and it has a very limited kit as far as catching the opponent. And losing those arrow catches, I think is just really big. But that's always what's drawn me away from the class. Is it's just such a basic class. It chases, it holds pre-awake block in your face, it tries to stub you. If it goes close to you, it's doing a very few amount of things. They're going to go for like quick dragon bites, line thrust camera turns. Maybe if they're trying to be like really stylish, they go for like some carver kind of catch or something. But I think taking away those from the suck kit and not giving it anything else at all, like I don't think they even want like a crust crusher change. Like it's not going to help it. It's a really slow skill frontal guard. I think it needs something else for trying to catch your opponent.
Yeah. So here's a I don't know if Kairim's going to be mad at me or not, but he sent me a list of stuff. And Kairim is very passionate about Succession. He likes Succession a lot. So I'm just going to kind of read through this and so bear with me for a second. So he says that the changes came with a couple of nerfs. The multi-hit on Blooming is gone. The distance on Fiery Angel got changed. The loss of the iframe at the start of Blooming. The fact that you can't hotbar Cyclone Slash due to it being tied to a new mechanic, which grants Cyclone for free after Gale. The AoE buffs on Rising and Blaze are amazing for both PvP and PvE. The stub arrow change, it's pretty controversial, but on if it's good or bad, but I'll give my take. He says he thinks it's good for multiple reasons. It gives more choices and mix-ups on which arrow you want to use. It offers an opening to the opponent and nerfs the perma stub arrow playstyle and lets player come up with decision-making. But for the bad part, it's part of the reason you lose an on-demand iframe to deal against grabs and tedious trade damage. Since the class didn't get any passive changes, the tankiness is the same, and if I'm speaking for Succession, we lost 2 iframes, including one that allowed you to regen stamina. The new evasive shot can be used, but is nowhere near as useful and also forces you into the attack, which could be cancelled before into a double iframe, combining chase. I think losing iframes is the last thing Musa needs. For one, Suck needs 1 extra way of gaining stamina back. It doesn't have to be protected. It needs at least 1 iframe back. For 2, the Serene Mind buff change, I think at the time he didn't know exactly what the change was because the translation wasn't out, but it basically, Serene Mind kind of got simplified into just resets it lets you use skill on cooldown, like for everything. I think they also moved it off of 1 skill and moved it onto Crust Crusher. And then he says he dislikes how LMB dash canceling into blocks forces retaliation now, but that might be dealt with some adaptation. So some of the stuff that he liked that he was pointing out to me is kind of let me hop back on my Musa, but the movement distance that you gain when using Gale, also the change to the, what's it called, grapple arrow, where you like go flying. It's kind of nice.
Yeah, it's really good. Like there's a couple things from the arrow change that are good, like the charge stub arrow is seemingly good, the grapple arrow is good, but for me, everything else about it sucks.
Yeah, the quiver, that false quiver.
Yeah,
I pretty much agree with like most Kairim's thoughts on that kind of stuff. I wasn't aware that they lost the like the Cyclone Tornado skill, so they can no longer hotbar that.
Yeah,
it actually only comes out of Gale now. So like that was a decent like range CC or even zoning tool. So that actually sucks too. And like the passive stuff, I think like the melee evasion rate, it's pretty useless. Like it's a pretty bad passive. I think that's something they could like definitely change for sure. Just make it just all evasion at this point. Yeah, even though it's only like, I don't know, like 9%. If it's 6 or 9%, I think.
I wonder what their deal is with the passives, because they haven't made changes to passives on any of the classes except for Ranger. That was like a minor nerf.
Yeah,
I wonder why.
The thing about like Musa May players, at least from what I've seen, is they've always been kind of confused as far as their gear pathing goes. They're like, are we an evasion class? Should I take DR? At what point do I have enough evasion to actually play evasion if I choose to do so? And it's always been like an iffy subject as far as people like recommending builds and stuff. I know in the official Discord as well, like before they used to recommend, okay, go you play like some kind of hybrid evasion thing. This was back in like 2018, 2019. They used to tell people to take like Begs, Heave, Muskins, or something like that. And now people are saying, well, if you're C9 plus, in some situations, depending on what you're doing and who you're fighting, now you can go like Liebers, Heave, It's just always been weird because it's been indecisive because it's only melee evasion. So it only helps you versus melee classes.
Yeah.
You have no other kind of evasion buff. And then some people argue, well, Musa has like high base evasion if you look at the stats and stuff, but is it enough to justify playing evasion all the time? When
Nope.
like it's just
I don't think so.
it's just really hard for your average player to know. Like a lot of other like most other classes are like, all right, I'm playing Hash. I have 2 evasion scalings. Like I have 15 some evasion. I'm playing Striker Mystic. It's just evident that you should be playing it as an evasion class, just the way it scales and like what you can actually see as a player.
Yeah, but the problem is you're a damage dealing class. You're not meant to. Just
Yeah, because at the same time you're.
It's a philosophy issue, like with how the design is.
Yeah.
So you're basically kind of wasting your time building defensively to do what exactly? Survive and take hits. Okay, what about the whole killing aspect that you're supposed to be doing?
Yeah.
That you're a flanker. You're not meant to be super tanky as a flanker. Go in and just be like, "Hi guys, I'm here," and do nothing. Just absorb hits for whatever reason. That's just a weird kind of approach, in my opinion. Like, I never agreed with the whole hybrid thing. I never agreed with the whole purely tank thing. I thought that was just a meme build.
Yeah, another revive for sure. Like when I go back to Musa, I plan on selling all my evasion stuff and just going back to DR.
Yeah, it's
Let's go.
How me and Basc have been running human damage for a long time. It's just, if I'm not killing someone, I'm not doing my job. I want to be able to die after maybe getting 2 kills. I think that's a success.
I agree with that.
In an engagement in large scale. If you die after getting 2 kills, then you did a good job. If you get more than that, fucking fantastic. You're just, that's just icing on top of the cake right there. So
what passive would you want instead, though, Carstellz?
I really don't know, honestly. I know a lot of people want like more accuracy on the class. Some classes have like accuracy passives, like a couple percent.
Wait,
how
for
much
like
will
succession? Because I know Musa got
just as like a for like a wake. So like if I'm talking from a wake,
But you guys got that 9%.
Yeah, you have like eradicate buff, but some have like actual like static passive, like a static accuracy passive, like 5% or so.
Jesus, greedy motherfucker.
On top of it. Yeah, I know, I'm not saying I'm asking for that. I'm saying that's what other people are asking for. But if they're gonna change that, I think anything's better than like melee evasion, honestly.
Well, yeah.
What is it helping me do? You know what I mean? Like,
it is a very
that's not doing anything for me.
Don't say that, or they'll give you a weight limit like Tamers.
Oh, damn, you're right.
Honestly, like...
Wait, no. Best gathering class, then. Come on.
It's like, there's a lot of things you can ask for, but like, it's not realistic. Like, yeah, give me 9% attack speed or something. Like, there's no shot. I'm not getting that.
Yeah, I mean...
Well, maybe like a, 5% crit damage bonus or, something like that. Maybe a...
Dude, honestly, like, for all these classes that are in a weird, like, evasion spot, like, I think Kuno's kind of in the same boat. Well, I mean, our passive is even worse, although it didn't used to look like it was worse, but it actually was worse when they fixed the tooltip. But, like...
when we found out later.
Yeah, that it actually gives 2.5% evasion or something. But
the whole time.
I almost feel like I personally, and this would benefit people that do run evasion, if we just got like DP and HP, to be honest, like DR and HP, because like that way it's at least you're reducing some damage and you know it's working, and it's not like and it's sort of a little bit more build agnostic. So if you do want to run evasion, you're still going to get some damage reduction, and if you want to run DR, like it's not like, well, this evasion literally does nothing for me. I don't know. Yeah. At least for me personally, HP and DR at least kind of works for both setups.
What'd you post here, Basc?
What is this?
Something I've done showed before, but like Kuno evasion's bad. That's a 401 hard cap Kuno that he already did his pre-buff. That's 309 no accuracy.
So one of the other things for Suck Musa and again with Suck Maehwa too, it's you don't have the cool new chase,
Nope.
And because Fiery Angel is now slowed down, which is beyond me why they would change that. I don't fully understand why that got changed. Like its mobility is just feels really bad. And similar to Maehwa, which I'll have you get into in a second, like the stamina management is much, much worse on Succession than it is on Awakening.
That's true. Yeah.
So much worse.
How's it for Musa for suck stamina? I don't know anything about Musa.
I always hear people complain about stamina management for Suck Musa. There's like very limited things they can do to like passively recover it while not just being at a standstill.
Yeah.
And I believe like Fiery Angel is something that a lot of them ask for. I know Kyrie asked for this is being
Take
able
off
to
the
regen
the
stamina
stop,
when you
yeah.
use it. Yeah, like it stops your stamina regen.
The only thing that I could realistically say is different between the Suck, Musa, and Maehwa in that regard is at least they have the disengage potential. But yeah, you guys are still fucked stamina wise as Maehwa is.
Yeah.
They can position better.
All right. Suck Maehwa, Nyashi. Let's hear it. What or Basc. I know this part's the harder part, I guess, but what are the good changes that they did to Suck Maehwa? Like
the infinite red blade is great for PvE and possibly large scale for those that are like only focusing on that.
So how did that change exactly? How is it? What was it before, and how does it work now? And how do you keep it up 100%?
You have 3 petals that you have to achieve. You get a petal up to level 2, so level 1, level 2. If you chase off cooldown, it'll give you a petal. You can also use decap to gain a petal, no matter what stage it is. So the 3rd petal would usually just be decap, and you would activate Red Blade State. Red Blade State is a 10-second buff where you get basically a different kit, Tiger Blade-esque kit, and some abilities are different. And basically you get some enhanced damage on certain abilities like D-Bite because it becomes a spammable skill. This has changed to where basically, the key point, it would only last for 10 seconds. You could not rebuff it until after it ended, and then you would have to get 3 petals again.
And when you used a red blade skill, it also consumed it, right? Like it would reset?
That's if you did not have red blade and you had 1, 2 petals, you could use some certain skills to absorb those petals for additional effects.
Okay.
Yes. So for example, you could absorb 2 petals with D-Bite in order to get 10 AP for 10 seconds. You can absorb 1 petal with Divider and gave 5% accuracy for 10 seconds, I think. Those are still there. But the thing is, like, when you go into Red Blade State, you hit your 3 petals, you're in Red Blade State. You can actually rebuff it and continue using Red Blade if you just use Decapitation. So this would get you back to the 10-second buff marker, as well as gain 10 AP for 10 seconds and 5 accuracy for 10 seconds. They did something weird with the buffs. You get it now for free.
So on that, if they're going to make it so you could just keep it up 100%, would it not just make sense to just make it last 20 seconds instead of making you have to spam decapitation over and over?
Yes, I agree. It should just last 20 seconds. And they added another feature as well. Maehwa's Will has a secondary feature with Succession to where you can use it currently however much you want. There's no stopping you from using it. But the main feature of it, other than giving a seizure to your opponents, it will allow you to absorb red blade state, which is an interesting feature. So for those that are grinding using red blade, and then someone approaches them and attacks them and whatnot, maybe they don't prefer red blade state to PvP in, so they can actually use Maehwa's Will to absorb the red blade state and exit out of it, and then they can use their skills normally again. So it's actually a pretty interesting
How much
feature.
HP do you get back for doing that? It says life is restored, but it doesn't
300.
say how much. Okay.
300. It's not very large amount, but it's just,
Yeah, it's nice.
I guess it's a nice little touch. And then if you combine that with the Rabam gives 450 HP, so it's 750. Injection is be fairly nice.
All right. What about some of the changes with the rest of the kit? Anything else that was good in here that you're like, this feels different and better? Or so like Carver got attack range increased, skill damage adjusted.
That was actually nice. I haven't really played around with it too much to really notice how well it is, but
they made it so you can't accidentally fuck up blooming. Huh?
Well, yeah, that's actually a really good one. They took away the slow cast completely. So the slow cast of blooming was this long wind up animation that was iframe, quote unquote. It was iframe, but the animation was so long, it basically CC'd you for your opponent. All they had to do was wait till after, and then they CC you. So you do this long wind-up animation where you throw your sword up, and then you swing down and you do the blooming damage aspect of the animation. So they removed the long wind-up, and that was good because there's certain times when you use certain skills first prior to blooming, you would end up accidentally activating that. However, normally you would never activate it. So it was good that they got rid of that. I saw some complaints in Musa Maehwa Disco where people are complaining that they took away an iframe. It's like they never used as an iframe, and it was horrible to use. So it's not a loss. It's a buff. It's a fix to
the evasion arrow is
major
bigger,
issue.
right?
Yeah,
that's bigger. That's
was
actually
a much
real.
bigger issue.
Yeah.
But so that was good. So you can use blooming whenever you want after any skill now, and it does the faster version of it. And I believe they sped it up too,
did they?
If I recall in the notes. But so yeah, that's not bad. The weird thing is the damage doesn't feel like impressive. Like it feels normal. Like I didn't really notice any damage increases in succession or anything like that. Like with Awakening, there's some clear outliers. Like I could tell 100% that these things hit harder.
Right.
There's nothing with Succession that stands out to me, and that's kind of like that's a feels bad kind of thing. I was kind of thinking that they might buff up some of the damage in Succession too.
Yeah, it shows like I don't know. It says the skill. Like again, I don't know why they did this with the notes this time, where they don't say what the damage difference was before and after. Like
which doesn't help because then I can't directly test those.
Yeah.
But Succession overall, it was mostly quality of life changes. It felt like, but then in some cases they ruined some things. Like I like what they did with the D-Byte spam in Red Blade State. They moved that to E because E was Divider and no one likes Divider and it's useless, and they decided to just give up on it. Thank God. So they moved that over to E, and then they gave D-Byte stiff option to be the normal keys, S right or S left click. So that's good because Red Blade State now has a CC option that's more reliable. But then the D-Byte spam is just a constant stamina consumption, and it's no longer an SA linger option. So that was good and bad. Another thing is the Red Blade Carver. They removed the float from it. Why? Like that was a very valuable float. It did pretty good damage too. Still has air attack as far as I recall.
Why does it still have air attack then?
Yeah, it still has air attack, but it doesn't float now. So I'm like, what the fuck? Why? Like, I'm confused by that, and they need to add that back. So that's a really horrible change. Red Blade Red Moon still feels like it doesn't hit hard.
I think it's because the hitbox is really bad.
Yeah, well, even then, I think its numbers still need to go up. It just, it's always felt lackluster. and that's kind of like one of the main skills you would want to use in a large scale scenario because it turns Red Moon into a ranged float damage dealer without the fact that it doesn't float from any sort of real range and it doesn't really do that much damage. So it's kind of like doesn't do what it's intended to do. So you end up stuck with getting up in someone's face and using the D-bite spam and draining all your stamina, which now this kit has like, with that linger option being gone, you now just have a stamina draining machine. That's all this thing does now. So that's kind of unfortunate. So yeah, they did a bunch of quality of life fixes, but they didn't really like solve any of the problems that are plaguing the kit. And everyone else, every other kit and whatnot, even Awakening is getting like damage increases and whatnot, but I'm not really seeing that with Succession.
So, I mean, I don't know like how much you tested, but I'm looking at like Whirlwind Cut got a pretty big damage increase.
I don't really see anything that like makes it warrant using though. Like I tested a little bit and it just feels as mediocre as it did before. I don't really notice a huge or range increase that they suggest. I don't really notice that. Like, I'm just confused. I'm left confused.
Yeah, I mean, all these skills got a decent damage buff, at least on paper. The differences are pretty decent, but I don't know like how impactful it actually feels.
But then again, I'm on Global Labs, and this shit's notoriously bad for testing damage, so I don't know. I'm just like I noticed the Awakening damage increases. Like Tip hits like a fucking truck and one-shots people. I don't notice. I can feel the drill increase. I don't notice anything else with Succession though. Like it's just weird.
Yeah, I mean maybe comparatively, like which one did you test first? Maybe it's like just not even close to what Awakening damage is, so it's like now it just feels
Blooming it feels normal. I don't really notice Blooming being like better or anything like that. Red Moon feels as lackluster as it always has. The D-bite spam is okay, but with the stamina drain, it doesn't make it worthwhile to constantly spam it. Matter of fact, in a real life fight scenario, you probably won't have the stamina to use it. So it's kind of like that feels bad.
I will make a caveat. I've always said, for myself, Maehwa Awakening, I can do well with it. It's fine. Suck, not so much.
Yeah, but I need to do more testing. Honestly, I'll openly admit that I haven't done a large, extensive amount of testing, but initial, feedback from just playing around with it a little bit doesn't feel impressive. Like the quality of life fixture, like the quality of life changes here and there, but overall, I think they hurt the kit more than they helped it.
Nightskin said Frosty trying to be positive about Maehwa. It's just depressing. I'm not trying to be positive about Succession. I think Succession changes weren't very good. I still am very positive about Awakening, mostly because of how closely I've been following the reworks and seeing how much got changed in the first week and how much I know is going to get changed in week 2 and 3, because the changes, like I said, for almost every other class except they stopped doing the changes, they're pushing it back to November, are huge. Like they're not minimal changes. Like they changed protections. They even like still edited skills to have slightly different animations later and change how they work, change keybinds, like all sorts of major changes still happen in week 2 and 3. So like getting depressed, I think what Maehwa got as a skeleton, I think is actually very, very like Awakening again, very, very good. And if it gets more is going to be awesome. And it does also seem like week 2 and week 3 is usually a little bit more based on like the feedback than week 1. Week 1, this is how I've been saying, like the reworks seem to be like they have a bunch of ideas and they throw them out there, and then it's like, all right, what do you guys think of these changes we made? And then from there they start actually kind of listening. I don't know. So who knows? But again, Succession,
which is fine
doesn't
if
seem...
if that's what they're gonna do. That's fine. I'm not like depressed by these changes or anything. I'm just
the suck one not getting chased.
Usually I kind of feel like the week 1 was supposed to be the shock and awe. Like for Awakening, I kind of feel that.
Well, I also
for-
feel like it doesn't help that you guys didn't get any of the updated animations, which
That
also makes
too,
it, when you
yeah.
see new animations, like that alone makes you feel like, oh shit, like this is new.
Yeah.
You know, like when we all saw Musa shout the first time, we're like,
Oh,
what
yeah.
the fuck?
Yeah, it just looks like a fucking like
Right.
coming out of hell right there with that thing. Like it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it looks crazy. But yeah, Succession, I'm not as positive about, because I think that whereas Awaken Maehwa, it's like, okay, I still think that they need an iframe, which I think is potential. That's possible. I think the stub arrow changes will probably get either reverted or changed, because most people are pretty upset. And I think the damage and the AoEs being bigger was huge and is going to be helpful, and that's like a really cool baseline, plus the mobility being improved. But like Pre-Awakening didn't get all that stuff. Like the AoEs don't seem much bigger on Pre-Awakening at all, and there's no better chase. So I don't know. It's, you know, I don't know. It's definitely worse. It's also made me think, like, at least for the classes that I play, like when I'm looking at next week and I'm like, I'm not expecting much for Suck Kuno. I am, though, expecting a lot for Awakening based on what I saw with Musa Maehwa, but not for Succession. They seem to definitely be, I don't know if you guys noticed this, or Carstellz, have you been following kind of like all the reworks, or just waiting for Musa?
Not really, honestly. I just press Control F, Musa.
Yeah.
If it's not there, I just close it.
Yeah, so like I've noticed that Succession really hasn't been getting the same amount of changes as Awakening for basically every class. It's definitely been a lot lower, or a lot smaller, less significant, especially when it comes to the fact that like Maehwa is supposed to get a new skill in Awakening, but they're not going to get any new skill in Succession.
Which is weird. Like, why? There's less options. Like, I understand they took away some things and like one skill in Awakening, basically, with December's technically gone now. But it's like,
Yeah,
Succession needs the help. Like, I don't know. It's just weird.
Carstellz, once this rework comes out, what is does Musa's role change at all? Do you think if like the rework comes out and ends up being really good for like large scale stuff, do you see it still kind of playing on the side? Do you see it being more viable, or is it still like, I'd rather just play Suck Hash?
I think fundamentally it's like the same class, even with all the changes and adjustments and a lot of your CC options moving around between your skills and the new projection stuff. I think it's pretty much the same class. I think you're still going to feel pretty bad when you are hard debuffed. You're slowed really hard. You're still going to feel that, and it's not going to feel good. But you do have better options. So you do have some improvements. How much are those going to improve? Like getting out of real life situations, I really don't know. But you have no collision, super armor, fiery angel, something we didn't have before. Your chase is quicker. You go further with each click a chase, each time you hold R&B down. But as far as like the style of the class, like it's going to be exactly the same.
Yeah,
pretty sure it's going to feel the same. Yeah.
So, can we talk about slows? What should they have done with slows? I know a lot of Musas wanted either some sort of cleanse, or maybe make chase unaffected by slows, or a lot of players that, including ones that don't play Musa, are just like, well, slows in general need to be nerfed. What are you?
I think I think you said it right there. I think like if you look at the game, like I look back at a lot of old videos and stuff on YouTube, and especially like my own, just to see why I liked Musa back then. And the game was completely different. So you had less classes in the game for one, right? Succession basically doubled the amount of classes you have in the game. When you were trading on Musa back in the days, you'd go in, you're basically at a standstill when you're super armor trading. So your core skills, like your crosscut, below the belt, backflow, whatever else, you're pretty much standing still. A lot of these classes didn't have these really aggressive debuffs, as well as you couldn't get them on add-ons. So a lot of times you're going in trading, you're coming out, and I'm looking at my debuff bar, and there's no debuffs on me. Nowadays you go in, I trade some class, I come out, I have like accuracy debuff on me, evasion debuff, movement speed slowed, multiple dots on me. So as far as counteracting that, I really don't know. I think it's just just the game has changed. It's just a way different game. I think like getting something like a permanent, like you hold R&B, your slows are gone. I think that's pretty strong. I don't see that being really realistic. The cleanse thing would be cool, but that's like a core. That's like a new skill. That'd be like a whole new game mechanic to put on a class, right?
Tie it to Maehwa as well,
pressing,
or
like-
Musa as well.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how I think they should integrate it if they were going to do it. Like press like your shift E or like your rebomb and stuff too. It's the same thing. Like a really quick key press that's unsafe that gets rid of everything on you, all your debuffs, and then maybe makes you slightly resistant to catching another one for like maybe 1 or 2 seconds or something, so that you can change your positioning. But I really don't know what else they could do, how you'd integrate something like that.
Yeah.
Because like all your skills, like if you look at the Musa's kit, almost everything you're doing is a super armor, at least in Wake. So like you're going to get debuffed.
Basc, you're feeling on slows? What
Oh,
should be changed?
so for Musa, my opinion on slows is they absolutely 100% need a cleanse. I think more than any other class. They all have static movement, as he said before. And I was going to actually ask Carstellz, is any new skill of yours quick damage? You know?
No, they're all pretty much the same. I mean, the projections are really fast now, but you're not going to kill anyone with those.
Then I think you're still screwed, honestly. Then, like, what can you do if you run up to the ball, they slow you 1,000 times, and you're static
I think
damage?
your gameplay, your style is going to come down to more to kind of like how you play, where you got to take like favorable like initiations, like engages, and it's going to be a lot quicker. Like you're going to be able to come in from out of render range or like out of people's distance a lot faster.
Oh, okay.
You have more options to CC them, like longer CCs, like KDs. We have more of those. You have more damage, so more chance to like blow them up as you CC them and get out of there.
Okay.
But like the old style of Musa, where you could like
then.
run in and just like run the 10 people, throw a couple skills and get out, like that's been gone for a while. I don't see that ever coming back.
Oh, okay.
Unless you got some kind of cleanse or something. But
Because that's basically my situation. How I play is mostly I don't actually get slowed that often, because if I get slowed, it's so far away that it's not a problem. I just like, wait it out. I'm already in the ball, already doing my death dive where I'm trying to get 1 kill or 2 kills and then just die, and whatever, already the end of me. So I never really felt it was that big of a deal, because I play like such a rat. But if you wanted to play in any type of 1vx fashion or flex type of role, the slows hurt a lot, and a cleanse would be nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you will see some Musas, like maybe a few, move into the kind of role for guilds that you play. But I mean, fundamentally, it's still the exact same thing. It's really going to come down to how skilled you are at like analyzing what's going on around you and how you can capitalize off that. Like for the players that want to just like run in and blow people up and try to get out, like this isn't the class for you if that's what you're trying to do.
Yeah,
well,
that's
what
that's
helps
no
is the chase. The chase, at least for the Awakening kits, being buffed up really helps out, at least with the surprise element getting behind people.
Yeah. The chase is so much faster now that we don't even need to do the WW cancel anymore. Probably.
No.
Yeah, like I think they mentioned it. That's why they didn't change it for pre-wake. I think they like directly mentioned that in the patch notes.
Yeah,
right?
which
like
is
they wanted to make it more similar to.
It's dumb.
It's
the distance
such a horrible reasoning.
Taking pre-wake.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
have 2 completely different chases.
Yeah,
across kits.
because one of them uses like double the fucking stamina. So it's like, yeah, it's really fast, but you run out of stamina so
you burn
quick.
out.
It's like
you burn out quick.
I don't know.
Yeah. I was testing that new chase out, and like it is kind of nice, but also my distance is so bad now. I kept on overshooting.
Yeah, it's gonna
it
take some
definitely
getting used
takes.
It's gonna take some time.
I think though, like if most of these changes come through, and especially like in Node War format, like if I'm catching a speed spell and I'm moving that quick, like
oh yeah, that'd
it's
be crazy.
like you best believe something's gonna happen. So
yeah,
like it's
render
gonna be fun.
distance
Like,
bombing
you're gonna
should
see
be
some stuff.
good. Yeah.
Like I'm going all the way in. You best believe that.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm coming out alive, but it's gonna be fun to definitely make plays and stuff like that.
I want to ask you guys a little bit about your core skills. Crosscut now, when you grab the crosscut core, gives you a float instead of what was a stiff before, and then Fiery Crevice, they changed from a bound to a knockdown. And they also increased the AoE size. So what's the go-to core skill on Musa now for different situations? Does that change?
So I used to run the Bond projection back from when it first was released up through a little bit after the nerfed Bond projection, mainly because of the vacuum and the ability to have a super armor vacuum skill that's CC'd was very strong. That's why I ran that. Bond Crevice has always been there as an option, a good option for people that like to gear check and just throw super armors and kill people. I think that's even a better option now with all things considered after these buffs, Bond Crevice. I think you'll see most people using that. With the vacuum being removed from projection and how fast the skill is now, I don't really see the reason of running it as a super armor, because you'll probably use it more to like poke people and try to get long range catches or like really close initial CCs to catch people off guard. And that being super armor for like the split second that it gives you, I don't think it's really useful. Like you're probably going to get away with using that skill almost all the time. The crosscut bond, I don't see that being useful for anything. Spinner got reworks announced as stun, and there's a lot of like little stun catches you can do from some skills to follow up with like Fiery Angel, because Fiery Angel lost the float. So you can do the spinner, hit an animation poke, and maybe you'd want to make that forward guard. I don't know why, but maybe some people will mess around with that. The bond for Crust Crusher gives you the KD that you lost. That was switched around with the down smash. In the forward guard, you get the full forward guard now in Crust Crusher. So if you want to take the KD in Crust Crusher and have that forward guard KD skill with a lot of damage, you can take that. But I think the majority of players are just going to take Bond Fiery Crevice. I think it's just the best option for most situations.
Yeah.
Gives you the debuff super armor skill, which KDs and does a lot of damage on low cooldown. I think it's just probably the best go-to option.
Basc, what about Maehwa? What are your go-to core options now?
With the rework, Moonrise probably is what I would go for sure. And then the other one is Drill. I already use Drill. There's maybe an argument to say that now the Frost Pillar core is reasonable. Like, so different applications. Drill is a good chasing people down type of CC. It's good mouse movement CC. Like, it's very good for 1v1 and I think large scale for like a surprise. Moonrise just gives you more burst damage that's just protected. So you can probably entirely go through fully protected behind the backline damage. So you don't really have to risk doing any unsafe stuff to kill people anymore, because you could just do something like Petal Drill, Moonrise, Frost Pillar, Tip of the Iceberg, and that would just be a fully safe combo. Whereas now you normally do something like where I would do Drill, Moonrise, Cloud Stab, which is just 1 protected, 2 unprotected in order to get a kill. So like that has opened up a really safe route to kill people. And then hypothetically, Frost Pillar as an option. I mean, it does so much damage now. Maybe you want to use it as a knockdown. I don't know. I haven't really thought about it too much.
Can you not say Tip of the Iceberg? They called it Tip of an Iceberg. Okay.
Tip of an Iceberg? Is that what it actually
That's
That
what
is
it's
the
actually called.
actual name.
Tip
It's so
of
bad.
an Iceberg.
I know,
I
it's
just call it
sad.
tip for short because I fucking hate the.
It has to be a mistranslation, right?
Tip of an Iceberg. Okay, I will try to get that. I mean, I already say Frost Pillar instead of Tip either way, so I'm a lot of problems here, man. But it's debatable that I would not even use the Moonrise essay, because I really do like Drill, and I'm kind of incompetent at getting CCs. It hasn't been established that I'm not a 1v1 player, so Drill has helped me get like really easy CCs because it's safe and it's mouse movable, so you can just turn it behind you, kind of trick people into thinking you're doing something else. So I do like that, but the option of a fully protected dive combo is really, really tempting. So Moonrise does feel kind of nice.
Maybe you can switch it out in between whether or not you're gonna dive with a ball or not.
That's true. I could. I wish there's the quick swap, maybe.
Dude, the only thing with Moonrise, at least compared to Pedal Drill and Frost Pillars, is the cooldown is longer.
9 seconds.
Yeah, but like you don't really do a Moonrise dive that often. It's like the one time in the ball. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, the protected combo element is really attractive. However, with drill being 5-second cooldown, you just get more value. I feel out of that bond.
That's what I think too, man. It's just
it's just too good of an option. And now that they reduced the cooldown to 5 seconds, it just like makes it exponentially better.
It's true. You could probably just do drill, frost, and then tip instead.
I mean, let's
through
be
the
real.
Moonrise.
You're gonna pop your rebuff. You're gonna dive with drill, and you're gonna pedal bloom or frost pillar into tip of the iceberg someone's back. That's what you're gonna do.
Yeah, so
you're not gonna even bother with Moonrise probably because Cloud Stab is just not worth it.
It's not it anymore. Yeah, if you have those other skills being what they are, yeah. You're right. I guess you just stay with drill. Yeah.
It just makes the most sense. Now in practice that could change, and that depends where everything ends up at the end of the rework. But
it might be like AOE on Moonrise is also kind of short, so it's not exactly.
I mean, you have to be literally on someone's ass for the most part in order to make it effective. Whereas tip, frost pillar, and tip of an iceberg. I'm saying it too now.
But, see,
but it's the AoE range is wider. Forward guard protects you against potential debuffs. It has some pretty good potential.
You need Icy Angel too.
Yeah, we need Icy Angel. That's what we need.
What is Icy Angel?
It's like Fiery Angel, but with blue animation instead.
Except we get like a sleet of ice under our feet through the path.
Yeah.
Frost Pillar should freeze people. That'd be cool.
Yeah, you guys
it is weird. It is weird that Maehwa does not have a freeze, but Nova got this ridiculously long freeze CC.
They have 2.
Yeah.
I mean, she is better Maehwa. I can't deny that even a little bit. Like she does everything that Maehwa's supposed to do, but better. Yeah.
It'd be interesting. When we're chasing and whatnot in Awakening, it leaves a trail of ice that'll slow down an opponent if they follow us.
I'd take it. That's fun.
Yeah, that actually would be like something that's like not a debuff that goes on their bar. It's just when you're on it, you're slower.
Yeah, exactly.
That would be
it's actually kind of creative. I'd take it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, it just means don't directly pursue us. You'd have to like do a little bit of roundabout maneuvers, but yeah.
Or maybe you could like make a circle around every ball.
Yeah, you could do something like that.
All right, Carstellz. If you're making a list of changes for week 1, like, hey, these things are bad, these things are not bad. What are some of the highlights? Give me some of the major bullet points of like, hey, good first effort, but we need this, please.
Good first effort.
Yeah,
what's in my own opinion?
Yeah, what's at the top of your list?
I think we basically just got a better chase. You got more damage throughout your entire kit.
Mm-hmm.
You got additional range on most things that also got a damage buff. You got like a big attack speed, cast speed debuff, slow that you can actually use, as we talked about with like engaging your opponent actively without having to go out of your way to self-buff yourself. You can apply these debuffs while you're like actually fighting people. You got new CC options. You also got a few CC options reworked between a few of your skills, like they moved around. So you're going to have to get used to those changes. You lost your instant stub arrow. It's now 2 key inputs instead of 1. You lost your iframe from evasion stub, which I would personally like to have. I wish we would get that back because we have nothing else now besides timing your chase, which is pretty unrealistic in some situations. I mean, what else happened? I think I'm kind of indifferent on the counter assassination change, the Q. I really liked having that instant stun to go to. But at the same time, I also like having the 25% debuff for attack and cast speed slow. So I really don't know. I guess it's just going to be something to get used to if that comes out. As far as more things I'd like to see, I really don't know. From my pre-thought video I made of what I would like to see on the class, I really got everything I asked for besides like
The iframe.
like a cleanse or something in an
Yeah.
iframe. Yeah, almost everything else happened in some sort of way.
Right.
I know some people are. I was just looking at the Musa Discord now to look at the poll results for people giving feedback, like thumbs up, thumbs down to different things.
Mm-hmm.
It's all pretty positive, like overwhelmingly positive on Awake, besides for 3 things: either dash slash, stub arrow, and counter assassination. Now, some people are indifferent on dash slash because it went from being a down smash to a KD, and it was also used in a lot of combos by hotbarring it. So you'd catch people in pre-awake, and then you'd transition to awake more quickly by using dash slash. But now with that being a KD, almost all those combos are gone now. So I don't think it's necessarily like a nerf. It's just a change. So you're going to have to do things differently now.
Right.
With that. But I'm overall extremely happy. I'm excited. So I think if they're going to tune anything down, like just playing that as myself, I do think they are going to make a change to one step back. I think they're probably going to add stamina onto it, and even more stamina onto it if you use it off CD. I think that's probably something they're going to do, because being able to do the kind of cancel where you can chase cancel it and keep moving back. I mean, you can do that like forever as long as you have WP pots. So, and your shifty giving you stamina back whenever that's off CD. I think they'll change that. If they're going to give us any other buffs, I mean, you could address our passives. You could address giving us another iframe. Not sure how they would do it. I don't think putting another iframe onto one step back is reasonable or realistic with as much as the other things that it received.
I've seen some people say if they lowered the cooldown of chase to 2 seconds or something. Do you think that would solve it or not really still?
Oh, to like give you more iframe uptime?
Yeah.
Every 2 seconds instead of 4. I think that'd be cool. It'd still be like you'd be able to manage that more. Yeah, for sure.
Helps with damage too.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you'd evade more damage running away too. Be cool, but I don't know. There's a lot they could do. I mean, we got a lot of buffs. I don't know. It'd be cool to get more. I'm all for it. I'm not asking for like anything else. Like I'm excited with this stuff, but
yeah. So you're overall you're feeling pretty positive on the foundation.
I'm feeling pretty good. Yeah, like how I know that I play as a Musa player, I'm definitely going to do very well with these changes.
Okay.
I feel.
Basc, same question, man. What's the absolute top of your list bullet points that you think? All right, round 1 PA, you tried, but we need this, and this.
I mean, I already established it. Well, it's gotta I know you're saying it's a bug. They're probably gonna fix it, but they had chase bug, like back chase bug where it was a gap for like 4 years. I don't trust that it will actually survive.
Right.
So it won't survive the global web. So I want that changed. Number 1. I would like to have Cloud Stab Stigma back. Sounds good. What else do I care about? Man,
stub arrow change.
Stub arrow change. Thank you. Brain fell there. Like I'm not super greedy, and also I expect almost nothing, so I kind of like the damage increases we've gotten so far. Basically fixed the bugs, and I find it okay. I would love to have 2 iframes, but I kind of don't think they're going to give us that. I don't think they're going to give us any movement speed increase. Or stamina management change. So I just accept my fate. I have the damage. I like the damage. Tiger Blade cancel. That'd be cool. Yeah, I'm not greedy enough. Someone else should be talking. Nash, wine.
Nash, what do you want, Nash?
I'm greedier.
Give it to all of us. Let's go. What do you want?
The changes for the most part were positive, but there were a lot of negatives with the whole arrow system, and them not addressing any of the major concerns that I personally feel that they needed to address, which is stamina management on both kits, even though it's more so on succession. Also, the lack of iframe, no way to deal with shield classes or grabs. Their approach seems to be, oh, just go ahead and deal more damage. Okay, that's not going to do very much if someone just grabs
Basc
me.
method.
So, yeah, it's.
I mean, tell that to Awaken Novas, you know?
Well,
Yeah, right.
There's that.
Actually, see,
They have a grab, though. They have pressure.
Yeah,
so.
but their grab's not preventing them from getting grabbed in large scale.
I changed my
Fair.
mind. If I'm gonna go off of exactly
I'm
what
not
I
talking
believe-
about large scale, though. I think the large scale is in a really good spot.
No, I think changed my mind. If I go
think the
exactly how
cleanse
I
is
believe
needed.
for the class is you just make our burst speed so much faster that we can just immediately get into
Do
render
our
distance
job and get out.
and then blow them up. Yeah, that would be the perfect buff for me. I don't care about anything else. Because I'm not a 1v1er, so screw them. So
I mean,
increase the speed of Petal Bloom, increase the damage of Petal Bloom, increase the speed of Frost Pillar, and increase the speed of Chase by 1.5 times speed, and I'm golden.
I think overall, Awakening got pretty positive changes. The main skills tree kind of got fucked. Succession got fucked. They still didn't really answer the concerns that I personally have, and that's just the end all be all that I feel is more important. Like,
yeah,
and that's just it. I'm not necessarily quote unquote being greedy. I think it's not unreasonable to ask for stamina management, one iframe, and something to either help us deal with grabs or cleanse or shield classes or a combination of the above.
I think everything you're saying is reasonable, but they also clearly don't want to give it to us. So I think they're thinking we're greedy. So take what I'm here to get.
If they're not going to give us a cleanse, fine. That's fine. Just allow us to deal with something for our issues, which is grabs or shield classes.
Carstellz, what are your feelings on the shield class thing? We talk about this every once in a while. I don't want to get too crazy with it. Apparently people are tired of us talking about it, but from your perspective as a Musa and now Sakash, because you kind of have to deal with it in both classes, what are your feelings on SA frontal guard, like the block classes?
My viewpoint is pretty basic. I don't think any class in the game should be able to stand still and basically be completely
go get
immune
coffee
without
and
any
then resume the fight
downside.
and beat you.
I don't think that should exist at all. I think
Okay.
there should be something like there's like some kind of period, like time period you can do that for, some kind of duration, something, but it basically means that like for a lot of classes that don't have a grab, right? Like breaking blocks, I think is pretty unrealistic. That's a pretty unrealistic thing to expect classes to do to someone holding a 360 super armor forward guard block, right? It makes it so like you're on, as soon as they press that Q block and they're holding that, there's nothing you can do offensive wise besides like try to bait them to move or move to you. They control the situation from pressing one button, and then you have to play off what they decide to do next.
Yeah.
So I just don't think it should exist in the game, but it does and it always has. So here we are, I guess. But
yeah.
You feel the same, Basc?
I do, but like, thankfully people get bored, and if you just stay out of distance, they eventually don't slow walk at you. That's really all you can do.
You'd be surprised with some of the stubborn PvPers out there.
Well, that sucks.
Yeah. Well, Rez, there anything else you wanted to ask him regarding the reworks?
No, I don't think so. I did want to ask, and I completely forgot to do this with Horsey and Belly, but the question we've been asking everybody along this journey, what class do you guys believe, and you have an advantage over our earlier guests, but what class do you guys believe, when all is said and done, when all the changes have been made, all the ballots, things on G Labs, and it's out on live, everyone has their rework, what class do you guys think or is afraid of that you guys are afraid of being the most busted? Like, and after reworks are all said and done.
Right now, Striker.
I really don't know. I think maybe Striker or Warrior, kinda, but
Those are
don't know.
definitely two popular picks.
personally, because my friend Bob plays Warrior, and I don't want him to be good and beat me all the time. But
God damn it, Bob.
Bob the Warrior, dude.
yeah, down with Bob.
Yeah, my pick was Ninja. Nayashi's was Warrior. Frosty's, I think he said a couple different things. I think right now you're on Zerker, right?
I mean, Zerker scares me the most. Of the ones that we have seen, though, Sork scares me a lot.
I will say what I am scared of is Lon, whatever they're going to do with Lon.
Yeah.
I'm pretty scared of whatever that class is going to become.
Main thing is, I don't want some new class that can stay in iframe for forever. Like, the worst period in BDO PvP for me was Suck Sage. I don't want to return to that. Whatever is Suck Sage, I hate.
Fair.
Yeah, Sork's pretty scary. Awakening Sork is looking pretty scary on G Labs apparently. Also, apparently Ranger's kind of sleeper OP.
Dude.
Striker actually got quite a few nerfs, but they're still very strong. Apparently Suck Striker now, I've heard, is busted to shit, actually.
Dude, yeah, the Suck Ranger changes are definitely slept on. They're
Suck. Have you seen Awakening Ranger in like 1v1? That's actually kind of cracked.
I know it's gonna be nuts, dude. Even in Node Wars and stuff now, their potential to kill people safely is way better now.
I was fighting Flannels. He was just trading me down all today. It was so bad.
Carstellz, you want to bring up the Global Labs thing about Musas and the dying breed that is Musa?
Yeah, so I wanted to talk about I planned on talking about it earlier, but G-Lab, because I just received a DM from someone while this is going on, basically talking about how they don't have access to G-Lab, and so some players that are, I believe on EU, they can't even access it, right? I think you have to go through a VPN to even get on it. Yep. And it's something from long ago. The only reason I have access is because like 3 years ago, I like opted into it, and then I was eventually just accepted. But I don't think G-Lab is properly set up to receive feedback properly from the class discords in the general player base. And the way they still bring people into it is like really slow. And so I think it leads to a lot of the player base having to give their feedback based on just reading the patch notes, like words, and not being able to feel that out for themselves and get an actual taste of what it feels like to experience the changes, right? And so another thing that happens because of that is because you have like a limited amount of content creators or people also sharing that information, right? Right. In whatever kind of way they choose to do that. So like, let's say all of the Musa content creators are gone and there's also no one like sharing streamable videos that we like saw today in your stream, right?
Yep.
Imagine there's no content like that. And then I'm like the villain to the class or something and I'm streaming that. Whatever opinion I give and showcase is what those people have to see. That's all they have to work from. Because if they can't get on there, what else do they have to look at?
Mm-hmm.
So you can have bandwagoning onto opinions or testings from a small amount of individuals that leads to a lot of other people only having to work off that same thing unless they are able to like somehow visualize what it's going to be like in the real world just from reading words off the patch notes, right? So I think more people, to get more accurate feedback, I think more people need to be able to have access to that. Only a very small portion of people can actually test these things out for themselves, and they have to wait a long time before they get to try it out.
Yeah, Global Labs is it's pretty messy. It's also like, because of the way gear works on there and kind of how much of a chore it is to change and manipulate your gear stats, like I don't know, that whole change where you're supposed to be able to copy your gear over would have been really nice for all these reworks. So I could just have my exact gear and go test with Nayashi with his gear, where we have some frame of reference because we know how it feels on live server kind of thing, and just not having that sucks.
Yeah.
I just completely gave up. I don't even put crystals and Caphras in the gear now. I'm just like, well, I just want to see how the things look and feel. I'm not even going to test damage on people because it feels like a total waste of time.
Yep, that's what I do. I just have a mechanic tester, and that's it.
That's pretty. I remember when you tested Ascension to Heaven on labs, and it was just one-shotting people, and then it was
Yeah.
on a release without a patch note change. and
Yeah,
it did nothing.
It had no.
So
Yeah,
like
that's a
you
ghost
can't tell.
ghost claw. Like one of the most viewed clips from my stream is like the ghost claw where I was testing it on block jump. The third bomb, and it literally took like 75% of his health when he was like 380 DP, and now you use it on live server, it does borderline no damage, like nothing. And there was no patch note, nothing changed. So I was like, okay, well, that's weird.
See, that's what's the biggest concern with the changes. Like the good things for Awakening, Maehwa are like the damage for the most part.
Right.
And if it turns out the damage isn't actually there, then not so good.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's like, I think that's a fair concern for everyone, right? Because everyone got damage buffs that like you go test and it's like, oh, this feels nice, but then if it comes to live and it doesn't feel good, I don't know.
You're fucked.
Yeah, it's gonna feel pretty sad, actually.
Yeah. So I think probably why more people are interested in a fundamental rework, but the reworks itself have turned more into AoE increases than something where it changes the way it plays, you know? And I think that's concerning.
See, I don't know. I'm not as bothered by that. Like, I see a lot of people saying this now. This has been happening now that we're kind of closing towards the end of the reworks, where people are like, I don't know why they call it a rework. It's just buffs. And it's like, well, yeah, but if you look at the history of BDO, we don't have any changes ever as massive as the ones we've been getting. Like, the closest thing are the CC changes, which were, for most people, just felt really, really negative. And then the May 26 patch. Between those two patches, like everything was like one skill got changed. Or there was like a PvE buff that was minor. You know what I mean?
Yeah, was it May 26th the core patch?
May 26th was the no, not the core skill patch. The May 26th is the one where Witch got nerfed, and every class got like a couple little buffs here and there and some PvE buffs. That was like the big one. But like cooldown increases across the board. So like, well, yes, you could argue it's like these are only buffs. They're not. It's not a rework. It's like, well, sure, but they did change the AoE size on a few skills, which massively changes gameplay. They lowered the cooldown on some skills. They buffed the damage. They also told you you're getting a new skill. They definitely did rework stub arrow, although for the worse, and hopefully it gets changed. But like, it's still enough of a change that it definitely needs a different word than like, hey, we're gonna do a balance patch, because it's at least related to other BDO stuff. It's way more than just like a normal balance patch.
No,
and a lot of classes did get. I mean, a lot of classes got more changes than others, but and some of their skills are just completely different. And you know, I don't know. It's just like, but at the same time, at the end of the day, it's like the title is like kind of irrelevant. It's like, well, is your class going to be fun and usable for PvE and PvP? That's really like the end result. That's all that really matters, whatever you end up calling it. At least in my eyes.
It probably has to do with people feeling like they played the same class for a long time and maybe it feels stale. And they wanted something more dramatic, I guess. I mean, when it first came out, Ranger looked more different for a bit, you know? Awakening, I think.
Yeah. On the reworks, you mean?
Yeah.
Yep.
And I think they were thinking closer to that, you know?
Right. But in that same patch, and I know no one remembers it, but what was Warrior's new skill in Awakening?
Yeah, you're right.
See, that's the thing. It's like they didn't get one, but you know, like now when a class doesn't get new skills, it's like, well, then we got nothing. And Musa, I guess technically, if you want to argue that Nemesis Slash is a new skill because it's kind of like different and has a new keybind and stuff, and also projection got redesigned enough that it's kind of a newish skill. But Maehwa is getting a new skill, and like Tamer's getting a new skill, Sork got a new skill. Not every class is getting it, but some are getting it. And new skills do make a pretty big difference. I mean, look at Zerker with Seismic Blast, right? Like that was only one skill difference, and suddenly people hate Zerkers
Suddenly they're
now.
a monster.
I mean, Zerkers, like that fundamentally changed Zerkers.
Yeah. So you never know. It could be huge.
I've heard tell that maybe Q buff might get nerfed. That'd be funny.
That would be
That's a
funny.
side note. Oh yeah, for me it would be funny.
I mean,
Wait, what cube buff?
he's talking about Zerker.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. All right. I do want to talk. So it's up to you guys. If you guys want to stick around, I know we kept you kind of for a long time. We'd love to have you stick around to talk about some of these other changes. But outside of the reworks, I do want to talk a little bit about the other Global Lab changes because there have been a couple interesting ones. And also we got the new Node War changes. So if you guys are willing to share your opinions on that stuff and stick around, that'd be awesome. But if you do want to bounce, that's also totally up to you. So I guess since it's already on live server, if you guys want to talk about the new Node War system came this week, and now there's no low cap wars. Everything's 100-man. You now have the new node system where you build a fort somewhere, and then on the next Node War you can expand, and you can only Node War in that region, and it's like Sunday. What is it? Sunday is all nodes, and then Tuesday, Thursday, or Monday, Wednesday, or I don't know, what is it? Friday? Something's like Monday, Friday, or Tuesday, Friday. I don't know. It's like
Wednesday,
different for everything.
Friday.
They also removed T1 hards again, which I don't know. Rez, are you still doing T1s?
No.
Oh, okay.
Why does everyone think we're still doing T1s? We've been off T1s for over a year.
Oh, you did it for over a year. That's why, you know.
What are you, a goddamn Musa?
Well, you know what the problem is? I'm in a T2 guild. We never see you anywhere.
We literally just fought Notorious last week. You just didn't show.
I was like, why are we placed on a T1? I'm not going to that.
No, incorrect. It was a T2 30-man. Notorious punching down on little 30-man guilds.
Oh,
Yikes.
God. Here we go.
Oh, come on. There's been no wars. I think it's reasonable for Notorious punching down on some 30-mans.
Dude,
It's fine. It was actually a pretty good war. We could have won if the other guild that was there did something.
Yeah,
like literally anything.
Look, I don't want to be overly defensive, but our guild does try pretty hard to fight with only other strong guilds or guilds that actually want to fight.
No, I'm just messing with you. Like I said, it was a pretty good fight. It was pretty fun, in all honesty. I mean, once it turned into a 1v1, it wasn't, but the 2v1 was actually fairly fun.
Yeah, I think I was playing Elion.
Playing New World, dude.
It was.
So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Have you tried to Node War in the last month and a half? There's no fights.
Yeah, you're talking punching down. Correct me if I'm wrong, Basc, but didn't you guys just kill Dandelion in 7 minutes just yesterday or on Thursday?
Yeah, I just went AFK in that war.
Yeah.
Thinking.
All right.
I mean, it was Dandelion, some no-name guild, and yeah, Dandelion brought members though. They had like 30, 40 people or something. We had like 60 though, so you know.
Yeah, I think we're going to be in a bit of a lull until the reworks actually come out. All right, so anyone have any opinions? Carstellz, do you have any opinions on this new Node War format?
I had a pretty pessimistic viewpoint on it before we even got it, even when it was teased a while ago. I was more so confused recently about the timing of the release of the Node War update, releasing it around now as opposed to like a year ago.
Yeah.
Especially in the current state of Node Wars, where I'm sure you guys are aware, it's mostly just been scripted between a lot of the guilds that are actively looking for fights, because you can't naturally just place in Node Wars and get fights. Like, that hasn't been a thing for a very long time.
Yeah.
So a lot of the community's just been working together to come up with these fights, and that's just been the PvP. So like 1 or 2 days out of the week, you get like 6 or 8 guilds to come together. You have a good 2-hour war if it goes that long, and then you just go from there. You don't have any other fights.
Yeah,
I don't think enough guilds exist in the game for this Node War change to work at all. I think you can even just see that on day one. The amount of guilds that placed
snipes
around the world. Yeah, you see almost half of them are snipes. You even have nodes that were not taken, right?
If I remember correctly, there was only 2 on the very first day. There was only 2
fights,
nodes in Valencia that weren't instant won because only one person placed. And there was only, I think, 3 nodes in Calpheon that weren't instant won. Out of the I forget how many combined it was, but it was like, I think it was around like 20 or some shit.
I've heard a similar story for EU scene. They had like 2 fights the first day.
Yeah, and like from what I've read and heard from other people, even like posts and videos of players that are actively playing it in KR, it's been primarily negative feedback with no changes over the past year. And so for them to go and just give us the whole system with like no changes and just bring it over here in the current state of what's going on in like at least North America node wars, right? And the guilds, the total guild count steadily dwindling over the past 2 years. That's just public knowledge. You can see that on like the North American node war spreadsheet that's maintained. It has the history of pretty accurate history, probably like 95% accurate of every single node war since node wars have came out. And that's just public knowledge on the spreadsheets maintained by a lot of people. And then on top of that, every node is 100 man, right?
Yeah.
I don't think 100 mans have ever been competitive in any history of this game. As far as like whenever we run 100 mans, it's either because like we're sniping and we don't want to fight for that night. Like you go to 100 man, you get a node,
Right?
or like you need a siege node. That's why people would go to tier 3 100s and tier 4 100 man nodes. But now you have a lot of the guilds, especially ones that exist now, from guilds dying and just coming together to play with their friends. And smaller guilds are like, oh, we'll just go make a 30 man guild because that's easier to manage, right? So you go 30 man, you have 30 people. I don't know what they expect. Like, do they expect all these guilds to like merge together and make alliances to compete against 100 man?
Caps,
so,
dude,
yeah.
I'm telling
I think 50
you.
man caps could be good. Yeah.
Yeah, if I can
Because
elaborate,
like even in the past 2 weeks, you had some
50
guilds
man,
die, like
50
Sublime,
man
Sublime
war
died.
caps with 100 man guilds,
Crawling.
dude. It would solve so many problems. Oh my
And
god.
half the
Well,
nodes as well with all those. With that
yes.
too.
So a couple things. One, first of all, even 50 man can be hard for some guilds, but at least with a 50 man, if you have an
absolutely.
alliance, it's possible, right? 100 man.
We have an alliance and we brought 37 people to last night's node war.
Yeah, we have an alliance. We're not bringing 100. It's near impossible. We're never going to bring 100. The other thing is, even if every one of these guilds in a perfect world could bring 100 man wars are so much less fun than 50, where it's like, if you think Maehwa feels bad in a 45 or a 50, like go in a 100 man war where there's just so many people throwing damage. There's just nothing. It feels like you're nothing. You're completely useless and unimpactful. Half the time you don't know what the fuck killed you. 100 man,
the lag,
plus the lag, the amount of extra loading. Like 50 should be the absolute cap. I honestly think it would be cool at this point to even have like 40. Like if 40 or 45 was the cap.
I just
fan of 45. If we're gonna go, I don't like 40 as much.
Yeah, so if we had like a 45 cap and then Siege was 50, because I also think Siege should be capped at 50. Yeah, I think Siege is at 100 man Siege is also. It's just this clusterfuck.
I agree. No, I honestly think like they were so close to getting it right when they talked about this 100-200 bullshit. It needs to be 50-100.
Yeah.
We said this months ago. We said this on the podcast months ago. We talked about how to solve this problem. 50-100, man. I'm telling you. 50-100 would solve so many problems. There'd be so many more competitive guilds. There'd be so many more better fights. There'd be so much less lag on these goddamn servers. Like, it would solve so many fucking issues.
So one of the things that they added to the KR server shortly after they got their node war rework is a reduction in nodes. So if you look at the map, I don't know how many of you are on live server, but if you look at the map, not only are there a bunch of snipes on the existing nodes, but Kama is not even open yet. And that's another, 12, 13 nodes? Like, they
1,
need
2,
to
3,
reduce...
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
When they add Kama, I legit think that they need to cut the amount of nodes in half. Like, literally in half.
Probably.
There's just
I think they could have fixed the node war scene very easily, similar to how they did to Siege, and they revitalized that. I think there was like very basic things they could have done to have like a really significant impact. Like, I think just like incentivizing it with like some money and some more rewards, similar to what we got in Siege, and just have it so participating guilds actually get something out of it. It's worth their time to go there and do that activity. And then the people that win, they get some rewards too. And then you cut down the node size, like the total amount of available nodes. So like, I'm looking at the node war spreadsheet now. You have you used to have between 11 and 15 different nodes per night for T2 plus that you could drop on, which is like absurd. That's like the total amount of guilds that are actually active in the game for T2 node wars.
Yeah.
So I think they could have solved it like very, very easily just by making a couple of small changes.
Like,
Because like you saw it with Siege, like they just like, here's some money. You guys get a bunch of money. Come to Siege now. And like within the next Siege, you had what, 20 force every region, and it's been pretty active ever since the changes.
Except
like you have good Siege
canceling.
fights every single weekend.
Yeah,
crazy thing is the money per hour isn't even competitive with grinding. Like you just need some incentive.
Yeah, just some incentive that where it feels like when I'm PvPing, it didn't cost me money. That's it. So what about the actual mechanics of it? So when you place a fort, say for example, Noto or Apocalypse is here on Camisole Temple. We placed, I think that was Thursday because it was after the patch. So our next war we could play Sunday, and from there, because they removed the starter nodes, we can go to any of the connecting nodes, and then you kind of expand from there. So you can have what I think the cap is like 10. I think you can have up to 10 nodes.
Yeah, it's 10.
How do you guys like that system of where you actually have multiple forts? So other guilds placing, you'd have to defend multiple sides. So for example, if our home base is Helm's Post and Corrupt decides to build on Medaya, and we had Medaya, and then a total separate guild, like let's say Bloodthirst and maybe some other guild builds on Camisole Temple, we have to literally just go back and forth and try to defend all of the forts from all the guilds. What are your guys' feelings on that part of the system?
Like, I think it's a day one release kind of fun system if you have a lot of people. But like, it's still, the problem with it is the incentive for actually holding a node, I don't think is even that high. You would probably just pick whatever node is actually important, the T4 node that's like maybe your home node, and you get what, 2 bill for holding the node, and you can get the shop regardless of situation. If you get more nodes, you're going to get another what, 1 bill, 2 bill per night.
Right.
That doesn't still turn into a big guild payout. So I don't think any guild is going to realistically risk losing their shop purchase, or basically losing their shop purchase or purchase ability, or their ability to siege that week. So it's going to be people dodging further and further and further, in my opinion. Like, yeah, they'll get attacked, but like if they don't think they can hold it, they'll just go back to their own main node. They want to have a fight.
Right. Well, I mean, in
Like,
that case, then almost like the system, the way it's set up, kind of works, because then smaller guilds basically get to win the other nodes if you're not going to defend it.
they get to win it, but do they get a fight?
Well,
And I don't think they get a fight.
Yeah, but neither do you, right?
Yeah,
The strong
that's
guild.
the problem.
Well, right, yeah.
Strong guilds are greedy. They don't want to actually fight anyone. They take almost no risks.
Yeah.
Like,
but this is why I think you need, I mean, A, it's just smaller caps, so more people want to participate, and B, way fewer nodes. So that way it's like, I have to fight someone if I want to expand at all. And I don't know, like maybe, I'd have to see how like the pay works, but, I mean, it seems like there'd be some benefit if you're holding 3 or 4 nodes.
What?
For a couple
6 bill a
weeks.
week?
Well, per war day. 3 times
Per war
a week.
day.
Right?
Maybe. Like,
Yeah, it pays out after the war ends and you've
Right.
officially obtained the node.
Actually, it pays out before the next war for whatever reason.
I mean,
which is odd.
it really depends on if that actually is enough. I don't think it's gonna, like, payouts have been a joke, and I don't think this makes them not a joke. Like, Carstellz, difference of opinion? I don't know.
I agree with you, man. Like, I really don't even know how defending more than like 2 nodes, maybe 3, depending on your guild size, it's pretty unrealistic.
Yeah.
Just how it's all set up. Like, you got to defend 3 bases. If you lose one in the chain, then like all the others are lost. Like, it's probably going to be, even from stuff I've seen, I know behind the scenes there's already guilds planning of just like being
Avoiding
next to each other, avoiding fights, holding the nodes so they have the shop, and then maybe like a month or 2 from now they actually try to go out of their way and like set up fights and look for PvP and stuff. But I know that's already like going on because people already knew what was going to happen beforehand. It's going to be really hard to get fights, so we might as well just like get the shop for a month or 2 and get everyone their crystals and then go from there. But I really don't know. I think it's still going to be really hard to get a consistent PvP. It's definitely going to be more difficult than it was even before with scripting, because people are stuck there in that region. So
Yeah. it's like, I don't know. The idea of it is really cool, but it's not. I don't know. There's just not enough guilds like node warring and stuff right now.
So
yeah,
I was thinking of I don't know how realistic this is, but what if you had one day where you could merc in a maximum amount of people? We could then sort of still set up scripting, you know?
What do you mean, merkin? Like merkin a whole guild?
Yeah, just merc in an entire guild.
God.
So like you just set up 2 proxy guilds on a region and then just fully merc out.
Well, here's the other thing I want to get your guys' opinion on, and I have a feeling it's not going to be positive, but what do you guys think about them not allowing mercs at all in the system?
I'm not a fan.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it. I think they need to allow mercs. I think, like, yeah, I just think they need to allow mercs.
Yeah, we're not going to have any fights, no matter what. So, like, there's no hope. I bet you the places that are going to have fights are
especially still with the old, like, we still have the old apprenticeship system, which I believe was added just to counteract, like, sea monster hunting payouts back in the day and, like, guild fund abuse, which isn't a thing anymore. Like, you still have that in the game. So, like, you have people that have to join your guild now, wait 2 weeks. They get absolutely nothing incentive-wise for being in your guild. So if you're winning and you have the shop, they can't interact with the shop. They don't get any of the rewards. And, like, there was a lot of players that, like, didn't want to sit down and be in a guild, right? Because especially with the state of PvP, so maybe they were in a guild that, like, they want to be in their community, but they also wanted to, like, go out and have a good fight every day. So you just can't do that anymore. Like, I know a lot of players like that.
You literally can't actually have a good fight every day because you only have like 2 node wars per week.
Yeah.
So,
right.
And also this change like completely messed up everyone's
3.
Okay, 3.
It completely changed their main days and stuff, like, because the region they're on depicts the like, you got to change your days to that depending on the region.
I don't know how I feel about the whole region unlocking one day. I guess I understand the necessity for it, but it's like our main days are basically we can only do Valencia essentially, and it's like nobody in our guild really enjoys Valencia Wars. Like, we'll do it, it's fine, but it's not like our preferred region or anything. But now we're forced to fucking go here and do these fights. It's like,
I'll be seeing you soon, Rez.
Yeah, dude. We're kind of I guess in terms of the mechanics of the node war system, I actually don't mind it. I mean, I kind of need to see more of it before I really make a final judgment call, but I think it's fine for the most part. Like, we were after we won our node, Alliance Snowman, we won Road Sulfurworks last night.
Did you have a fight?
Yeah. We 1v2'd No Mercy and oh shit, who was the other guild? Kindred. We 1v2'd them, and then after we beat them, they said we had 80 people, which was very funny. So yeah, it was a really good fight. And then we won it, and then we opened our node, and then we see fucking Ego and Black Rose to the west, and we're like, oh fuck. Like, we start sweating, dude. Like, oh no, this sucks. But yeah, I don't know. It's pretty fun. Even more sweating than us has to be No Mercy, who's north of us, because like that's prime fucking real estate for us if we can get that top node right there. Because the only node that connects to that node is Road, which we own right now. So I don't know. I think there's some pretty fun like things that can come out of it, but I think this is the system that benefits from like being established. So I think trying to judge the mechanics of it off of like the first half week of it existing is a bit like early to be calling these things, right? I don't know.
So, well, here I want to throw this idea out there because you bring up a good point about the defending your main node, so you just get the shop, right? And then it also the region locking thing. Would it be that bad if, or overpowered or whatever? I don't know how they look at it. If they made it so let's say we did place, so we placed Cam on Thursday, but why, like, I feel like we should also separately be able to start expanding just in a totally different region on another day. I don't see why you can't do that. And then that would also create more fights because more people would be greedy. Also, there'd be no risk. You wouldn't be afraid to lose your Thursday one if you're warring on the Friday one. So,
and I think that's what they're afraid of, though. They don't want there to be no risk.
But here's the thing. If they should make it also, coupled with, if they made this change, make it so the only way to get the vendor NPC is to win a new node, not to maintain your existing node. That way your guild actually wants to expand and put themselves a little bit at risk. So that way you like actually are trying to like grow on every single one of the node war days that you're spreading out. Because it's like, I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good idea, I think. Like, it does force a confrontation at some point. You're going to run out of T4 nodes.
Yeah, Divios is pointing out he hates that if you win 2 to 3 node days, but you lose the base the last day, you can't siege. I'm like half and half on that one. On one hand, I totally understand that would suck. On the other hand, I kind of like the urgency of like it might create some really interesting fights on a Friday.
Yeah, you better defend that fucking node with your goddamn life if people are placing on it.
Yeah. But I totally understand like the idea of that not being that kind of sucking, especially for weaker guilds where it's like I might not be able to get a node on Friday.
I mean, just for this 1 week example, I know it's early, but Cho is all the way in Calpheon, and Black Rose is all the way in Valencia, and APOC is
right in the middle.
Medaya. We're kind of all away from each other, and I can't help but think that was a little intentional, you know?
Well, ours, in fairness, ours we're forced because those are our node war days, so we can't like kind of like Rezar. Our node war, those are the days most of our members can show up. So if we were gonna actually pull numbers, which now you have to because the 100-man caps, we like have to go on our main days. Otherwise, it's like I think we're kind of screwed. Maybe they'll change the days in the future, but as of right now, we're kind of stuck.
How do you guys feel about, well, one, adding Camisylvian nodes, and then two, the removal of all the southern Valencian nodes? There was 2 or 3 of them, if I remember correctly, and they're all gone.
Do people even like fighting on those nodes?
Exactly.
I'm pretty sure they were just snipes.
Because like when people put themselves on top of crescents, like that was just an unfun experience. If you weren't placed on top of crescents.
Valencia Part 1 node wars need to go next. Sorry, Brutal. Sorry, family. That shit gotta go.
Dude, they really do. I fucking hate those places.
Yeah, they're garbage places.
Yeah, like the Brutal spots. Like, you know exactly where those base spots are at, right? Like the first one, the northern one, that's Basiden. They're definitely on top of Basiden. And then the south one is like, pick a hill. The one on the canyon, or the one south of that by the villa.
Yeah, Valencia Part 1.
Want to get a
like zones.
Here's what I hope. I hope when they unlock Kama, they just delete Valencia Part 1. We could just trade.
Kama has some crazy ones too. Like they have some cool ones, like the Navarran Steppe node, or potentially the Mansion Forest one, depending on if the fight is on the ground. But like, dude, where Miramok is gonna be a nightmare to try to stop bases up there. Like
also the trees. Those invisible trees that you just slam into.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that's not gonna be fun.
You can have a whole guild stuck in a tree together with their horses.
I think Cam will be fun for a little bit, just because it's like it's new, right?
Yeah.
It's something people haven't done before, for sure.
I think it'll be fun, dude. I think fighting on Polyforest would be super fun.
I think Camo will just in general be a good place. I'm sad that we lost Balanos and Serendia, but it kind of makes up for it.
Okay, here's another idea. So we're not all spread out and crazy like this. What if, because right now the region lock doesn't matter where you place on siege anymore. Like that's not a thing anymore. I think originally when they released the system on KR, it was. Or like if you had a node in Medaya, you had to place on Medaya territory, and that's not a thing. So what if they just like every few weeks they wiped the nodes and then all of the wars were in one region for like tier 2, 3, and 4?
Yo,
like,
that actually sounds cool.
Like what if starting Sunday this week, it's like, okay, Saturday after siege, everything wipes. Sunday through Friday, every node war is in Kama.
And I'm a big fan of this.
That would be fun. And then like T1s could be kind of their own thing.
This sounds like an excuse for you fucking mega geared guilds to play Dynasty Warriors.
No. You can ask Blue from Dismantled.
Sounds like an excuse to play Dynasty Warriors.
Listen, you can ask Blue from Dismantled. A lot of times, what happens, at least a lot of the fights that we've been in, where we partner up with the smaller guilds, and usually it's hard to get all the guilds to agree to this, but one of the things that I like is like, so for example, if we have like a 4v4 going, having like a rule where like the strong guilds can't go one shot the baby guild. You got to let the baby guild last for the whole war. and try to kill one of the stronger guilds, which I actually love those types of organized, like 3v3 or 4v4, where like Dismantled or Bloodthirst gets to stay up the whole time trying to fight instead of just having some weird CTG on Bloodthirst where they just die from APOC instantly, you know? I don't know. I think those kinds of wars would be kind of fun. I mean, maybe you can separate it, like a tier 2 would be in one region, all tier 3, tier 4 would be in another. But I don't know, something to get people to actually fight. Because, yeah, I'm looking at this map, dude, and like, there's not going to be fights for like 3 weeks.
Well, it's almost
dude.
like we just need to increase the amount of guilds and decrease the amount of nodes. I don't think it's that hard.
I mean,
Yeah, that would
yeah,
help.
but you could instead of maybe the one region like Frosty said, you could do 2 regions, and that would give you some clearance.
Or incentives, like God, I brought this
Or
up a
incentives.
long time ago, but if they just had like an event for a week where it's like, okay, this week, the week of, what is the date coming up here? The week of October 31st, or a week of October 24th, that whole week, Camisylvan nodes pay 2.5 times. The whole week, you know? Like, so back-taxed ones, like if it's back-taxed, then it's even more. So that way it's like, people are trying to go get that extra money and fight, or something like that, I don't know. Or maybe for 1 week, the Kama nodes, the vendor lets you buy double of each item instead of just one. Something like some sort of event nodes where it's like every week you have incentive to go kind of like get all the guilds together to fight. I mean, it's really as simple as like the same reason why people want to fight on Valencia and Medaya for Siege. Because like, oh, there's something to fight for. And now all these guilds are going to be here. So the fights are actually kind of fun.
Man, just 50-man war caps, and then I don't know why they tried to make the smallest nodes in the history of anything. But like you have these nodes in Serendia where previously this was like what 4 or 5 nodes, and now it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That makes no fucking sense. Why are these nodes so goddamn small? Why are there so many of them? Like you could easily combine like 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, and 2, and you could have like 13 go down to fucking like 6 or 7 for bigger nodes, and that results in more fights. You cut the node participation down to 50 members instead of 100, so that means a lot of your PvPers are going to be going to like weaker guilds or starting their own new guilds, and you're going to have more participation. Like it's really not that complicated, I feel like. I mean, look what they did to my boy Alejandro Farm, dude. It's so small now. That used to be 1 node. Now it's 3. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. No, hopefully they reduce the number of nodes. I don't know. We'll see. I do want those Alucas crystals though, so I'm gonna fight tooth and nail to get them.
Yeah, I want those too. Super bad.
Yeah. I also can't stand that the special attack evasion ones are RNG.
Pax and Gunner, positive.
Yeah.
But like I said, I don't know. I think it has the potential to be really fun. The lack of fights is the only thing that I'm concerned
right.
about.
Right. That's the
But
biggest
I think
thing.
the as far as the mechanics of the system itself, I think it's pretty fun. It might go horribly wrong. I don't know. I'll have to see. I think if it goes horribly wrong, it'll probably be either A, due to a lack of fights, or B, due to 100-man caps. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I think if everyone's on a relatively even playing field, then I see a lot of promise in the system, honestly.
But I mean, the fights become different, even if they become hard-ish. Let's say that we're on a node that like we have too many nodes, and we're trying to protect them for some reason. So we have like 20 guys on one node, 40 on another node, etc. The type of guilds that we're going to be fighting aren't going to necessarily be evenly matched. It's just going to be we're getting outnumbered, and so we're losing the value of scripted fights where we could say I'm going to fight Vertex, I'm going to fight Digital, I'm going to fight Cho. Like, to me, those are the most fun fights. I actually don't like clubbing seals. I think it's pretty boring.
I feel the same way. If we have a 25-minute node war because it's just one-sided, it's not fun. Those 3v3s that stalemate are what's fun, in my opinion.
I agree. Like, that 4v4 right before this change,
that was so good.
I thought was really good fight. We stalemated after 2 hours.
Only poor Dismantled died. I felt so bad, dude. Poor Blue.
We were on him hard.
I felt so bad, dude. Poor Blue.
Yeah. Oh, no, Digital died too.
Oh yeah, that's true. Because Digital didn't have a team; they were out of place. I don't know what happened. I don't deal with politics. I'm sorry, Carstellz.
Yeah, Digital's done down a bit bad as of recent.
I heard. Are you actually playing? Like, is Digital dead?
No, so basically our whole core is playing other games right now.
Tragic.
Like we came back for like the last Node War before the change. We came back for that one down on like Longleaf or Final Cabin. I forget which one it was, but
Was that any
we came
good?
back for that. But they're kind of just pulling like 40 people top for stuff nowadays. So
after a few weeks, when New World excitement dies down and Elion dies down, I'm sure if the reworks came to live, a bunch of people would return to the game.
Lost Ark is coming out soon.
I think so. I think a lot of the go ahead.
What's the beta?
Yeah, Lost Ark's going to be out in March though. That's their announced release date. So it's
getting
a
a break. Okay.
Or are you gonna
I
say
think a lot of it, like at least for me, why I'm playing other games and like my friend group is because it's just something new to do and something to do with your friends. Like I think one of the main things BDO lacks for like end game players, maybe even early game players, is just things to do with your friends that are just like fun and worth your time. Like
yeah,
if I look at the whole BDO map at the point of the game I'm in with my friends, like what can we go do together? And like talk in comms while we're doing it. Like we can do like 3-man castle ruins, but that only includes 3 people. Like I can go do like a weekly dungeon. Like I still haven't done either of the dungeons just because it's just not like content I think would be fun for us. Like it's just, but that's just like our opinions. But like there's that you can do, but then you can only include 5 people. But what else can we go do? There's like RBF, but do you have a good time in RBF? Some people do, some people don't. What else can we do? Like what a lot of people look forward to, me personally, was 2 hours out of my day, well, potentially 2 hours to go Node War, right? Now that's restricted even more because you can only place a certain amount of days per week, depending on your region. And even like before these changes, it's just, I just don't think there's enough to do with your friends in this game.
I agree.
And I think if they added those things, like it'd be an even greater game.
Right now,
like there's just things that we need to include more people to do stuff with them for fun.
I think like the group grind spots and the dungeons and stuff have improved a lot, but there's not stuff to do with your guild outside of Node War, which sucks a lot.
Yeah,
because
like in New World, for example, like we're playing that, like there can be 20-30 of us all doing the exact same thing at once, you know, so it's really inclusive.
Wasn't that kind of what they were at least theoretically attempting to solve with that whole mechanic with the Valencian mine things that you have to like defend and
guild
all that
channel
shit
thing to let you have some GVGs like outside of Node War? Yeah, I don't.
About the server.
Where is that?
Home
There's
server?
a lot of stuff they could do, man.
Oh yeah.
I don't know how effective.
Like imagine Saucins. Imagine they do like the LV rework and like Mandaya, right? Imagine you have like Saucins and Schultz. What if they make like a 10-man spot? And it doesn't have any like crazy unfun mechanics. It's just really tanky Saucins, and you can go there with 10 people and just kill them and like make good money, and it's worth your time. Like that'd be fun. Like a lot of people would do that. There's so much they could do to just include more people and make it viable.
I'm waiting for LV Balanos, dude. I want to go grind grass beetles like in the olden days.
Grass beetles?
No one grinded
Super grass beetles, 340 AP zone or something.
You got the 2000 grass beetles. What's it called? Title?
I have no idea.
We're not Maehwa,
You
so
don't?
we're able to grind other places.
Oh damn.
Oh no.
Damn, that hurts.
All right, let's talk about some of this. Like, well, actually, one last negative thing. T3 hards or T1 hards are gone. So the cap is lowered. I think it's 16 AP less now for the hardest
They
cap.
also, or wait, no, that was on Global Labs. Sorry. Wait, no, they're removing special evasion from T1s. I don't remember if that's on live yet or not.
No. That's on Global Labs. Let me see what those caps look like. Yeah, their special attack evasion won't work on T1s. Obviously, no limit on T2 through 4. And then Medai and Valencia are capping at 20 and 30% respectively, and Calpheon will have no limit. So, special attack evasion's busted. I mean, on T1s, it never really made sense, right? To have it.
Yeah. No, that's a good change, I think.
Yeah, it just makes the damage more consistent, so you know what you're getting into.
It's also very newbie / gearlet friendly that maybe don't know or don't have the ability to get special attack evasion.
Yeah.
Because like I mean, you're using blue crystals, so a newbie isn't going to understand that this is best in slot crystal, so they never use it because it's blue. And then if you're a newbie or you don't play a lot, you're super casual, maybe you don't have the money to buy a Garmoth and you've just never gotten lucky, so you won't have that offhand, whatever you call it, reform.
Right. All right, so here is a positive change. I don't know if you guys have seen this. I'll screenshot it for any of you that are not. Here, I put it in the Discord. But they are changing the color palette in the die, which is just going to give you a straight up RGB wheel with the proper RGB numbers, so you can be like very specific with your colors. I cannot fucking wait for this change, dude. One of the things, Rez, I've complained about on this show and just in life for the last 3 years is why there's no proper like darker blue dye. And now like I actually am going to be able to make it. And I can't fucking wait.
Good change. I mean, you know, more customization is always good.
I don't know how it's going to look like with the different material types, but I assume you still get to just use the RGB wheel with all the material types.
Yeah, hopefully you can like pick your material on like a on a drop down list or something.
Like metallic and everything else like that?
Yeah, exactly. So you can pick like Valencian, Medallion, so you can choose like, do I want this metal to be dull or shiny? You know?
Okay. Divio said it
one
works
of the biggest
with
issues.
all materials. It works with all materials. He tested it.
Oh, okay. That's pretty cool. Yeah.
I can't wait. Blue. Finally. An actual blue. How
long ago did they release this?
This is on Global Labs this week. So we'll probably get it in 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Yeah. Item drop scroll on-off improvements. So the function of the item drop scroll UI has been improved as follows. When entering a town, the activation level is automatically deactivated. You can change the activation level within town, but time is not deducted. The activation level change within town will start deducting time when moving to a combat zone. So you can turn it on in town and then move out of the town to start the timer. The activation level and waiting time for level change have been improved, so to be saved in units of hours, minutes, and seconds. However, changing time is saved in units of minutes as before. When moving the item drop increase UI, this is my favorite part. The changed location is maintained even when the player disconnects from the game or enters a loading screen, such as changing servers. So when you pop out the UI and you move it somewhere, it's now going to maintain the location you moved it to instead of it freaking resetting to that really horrible position on the far left side that doesn't make any sense. That's just floating in the air. So, nice changes there. Excited about that. They're changing the attendance UI. Nothing too crazy. I want to talk about this Node War respawn thing. Let's see. Where is this? Node War respawn. All right. Node War. So they added the special attack vision stuff. So this one is interesting. So improvements have been made so that when resurrected after death within a certain distance around the fortress, command post, and field headquarters during Node War Conquest War, the player can revive immediately without a loading screen. When reviving immediately without a loading screen, the character invincibility effect for about 5 seconds is applied. So essentially, you won't have to reload when you die if you're somewhere near your fort.
Wait, does that mean you just stand up in the position you died at?
No, it still ports you to your flag, or it still ports you to your base. Yeah, it doesn't mention.
Yeah,
it,
I'm assuming it'll literally just teleport you to your fort without a load screen, essentially. So you'll just stand up at your fort.
Exactly, you're just gonna immediately appear at your fort without having to look at the stupid load screen. Yeah.
Yeah, especially for people with like lower end computers, right? That don't have like SSDs and can't load very quickly.
Dude, so the spawn
timer, doing something with CTG like that sometime. I know, like for CTGs, like sometimes you could have like 50 players take a CTG, right? Yeah. Maybe like 10 to 15 of them can like immediately start moving, and like maybe 30 of them are just standing there. For like a good 15 seconds before they can even move, before they load.
I think the gimmick / the limitation is that you have to be like on your fort, essentially.
You have to be near your fort.
What they're saying is that they're not gonna make your game re-render everything since it's already rendered in, essentially.
Command post.
That's why you don't have to do the loading screen.
I don't know if it'll. I don't know. I was asking this to a couple friends that kind of do some software development, and they were saying it shouldn't really make a difference in that. It's only really for you personally.
Oh, okay. But
yeah, I don't know.
is the spawn immunity longer or shorter now with that?
I mean, it
don't
says
know.
about 5 seconds, so I don't know. I guess the same, or right? It's already about 5 seconds. The thing is that's crazy is like if you really think about it, if you got killed on your fort, the fact that you had to have a load screen to pop your body up is kind of hilarious. To end up in the exact same place. I get it if you're teleporting super far, but to reappear exactly where you already are is kind of fucking weird. So this is a nice change. It also saved time. I mean, I think that I think some pushes or defending your base, you know, it could be the difference between you surviving a little longer or not, you know, or saving an annex, to be honest.
No, I just hope they expand this to other things, like if you're having a GVG on a node or an RBF.
Yeah. Oh my god, it'd be so nice. At Star's End beach fights to just reappear immediately.
Dude, I'm thinking RBF. God, it'd be so nice to be an RBF.
Yeah.
Just instantly stand back up and go right back down, not have to do a load screen every time.
Yeah, you probably spent like 3 minutes in RBF just loading.
So
Yeah, well, probably more like 5 to 7 if you're me, but yeah, for most people, probably like 3.
So listen to this additional note. They say, in addition, although it was not applied in today's patch, we are currently developing a remote installation of forts / attachments so that builders will suffer less. This part is designed in a form that can be used conveniently as possible. We'll do our best to deliver news through the Black Desert Research Center as possible, or as soon as possible.
There it is.
Being able to build while not at your base. Can't greet builders anymore during development, yeah.
Thank God.
You don't need level 49s or to have ghillies anymore? That sounds pretty good.
Dude.
It's going to make scouting more difficult, right?
Yeah, you can't scout anymore then.
Dude, I remember back in the day, Rez, when you guys first merged into Hex, I literally, because I was like, I'm not going to build. I refuse to fucking build. I hate it so much. So I literally bought Mina a ghillie suit so he could build.
Hey, that actually prevents dodging a lot easier too. Because you can't scout, so you can't know who's on.
Yeah, you're not going to have any. Now you're just going to have to dodge because there's a fort.
But
With
the new Node Wars system, you're at least going to have some inkling as to who is going to be on your node anyway, right?
Yeah, unless they don't own a node.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, if they don't own a node, you can
surprise.
place anywhere.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, like, so at our node way out in Valencia, we're surrounded by Ego, No Mercy, and Noko. So if we have 2 forts on our node, like next Node War day, which is tomorrow, then it's like, okay, there's a pretty good shot it's one of those 3 guilds. Probably not going to be Ego, because why would they go to a tier 2? They're probably going to go after the tier 4 for Noko. Could be Noko, but unlikely. And it's probably almost certainly No Mercy, because they're going to try and take the node back. So you can kind of logic things out that way, you know?
It'll be Black Rose. Surprise.
Surprise! It's Black Rose. They broke the game.
Surprise! They leapfrogged
Pointing
you
again.
straight
Let's
to
go.
you, dude. Straight to you.
Yeah, it's the new digging. Black Rose is playing hopscotch in Valencia.
Yeah. I think that's kind of it for like the main fixes. Now, next week's gonna be wild, Rez, and we got to start messaging people ASAP. But next week we have Zerker rework, Lawn rework, Ninja rework, Mystic rework, Kuno rework, and it's a lot of shit. This is a lot of That's a lot of classes, and like Wizard Witch didn't get that many changes. I have a feeling all of the classes except maybe Lawn and Ninja are gonna get a bunch of changes. So, it's gonna be kind of crazy.
And we're gonna have so today we had 2 guests each. Next week is gonna be, we're planning at least to have 3 guests each. So
Something along those lines. I don't know. It's gonna be a nightmare. Dude, Carstellz and Basc, thank you guys so much for coming on and hanging out with us and sharing your opinions on the classes. I know it's like one of the problems with the rework and doing the podcast right after is there's not a whole lot of time to see, you know, to test like that much stuff out, and also who knows what's going to change. But still, I think people like to get the initial impression from people that actually play the class instead of just me and Reslar. So Thank you guys very much for coming on and sharing your thoughts.
Yeah, thanks for having me, man.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me too.
Carstellz, if you could remind everybody where how to find your YouTube channel and your Twitch, be fantastic.
Yeah, I could just link it in your chat, I guess.
Please do. So yeah, make sure you check out Carstellz. Are you gonna start doing post rework guides for Musa?
I will, yeah. Once I get a good understanding of it, I just want to make sure I know what I'm doing before I tell other people what they should maybe be doing. So, but yeah, within time, I'll put that kind of stuff out.
Holding SF obviously in R&B, so you're just
yeah, just make a whole guide on that.
Yeah.
A 10-second guide.
Yeah, that's all you need. And then Basc, where can people find you? Or if they want to ask you Maehwa questions, because I know you don't stream or make videos, but if someone wants to like pick your brain on like, dude, I suck in Node War, what can I do?
You can find them in Valencia on Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday, or what is it? I forget. What are the days?
Wednesday and Friday, I know for sure. Yeah, and then I guess it's
Sunday's
Sunday.
all regions, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I guess that's it then. Wednesday, Sunday, and Friday. But I mean, you could bug me at like Basc hashtag 2050. That's my Discord. Or I don't know. Maybe I could post a video in here, which is mostly me just abusing spawn immunity for 37 minutes. But I got like 80 something kills. I mean,
that works.
It's an okay war.
Yeah,
sure. Screw it. I'll post it.
Are you in like the Maehwa Discord or like?
Yeah, I'm in there every so often, but I get tilted every so often. They're so negative. It kind of.
They are. It's the thing is like I understand that Musas and Maehwas need a lot of cool changes. It's just like, dude, the negativity is so outrageous sometimes that it's like it just doesn't even feel worth like dealing with sometimes, you know? I don't know.
Yeah, like the response to the change is pretty much they hate it, everything's bad, the world's fallen.
I'm always so confused, and sorry, I'm going to pick on Musa's, Carstellz, sorry about this, but I'm always so confused when I see Musa's complain about how they can't do anything, they're so useless, worst class in the game, yada yada, and then I go in RBF, and there are multiple Musas running around with 100+ points, just like one-shotting people, and I'm just like, I'm sorry, I think you're just bad.
Well,
like, I'm sorry.
A lot of it, like my mentality for RBF, I think like only the last minute matters because like you could have 1 point the whole RBF, right? And then I just go one shot or kill steal someone, right? And then like
oh yeah, for
point,
sure. That's all. That's all I do is I Q buff, I kill one high point person, and then I cower in fear.
Yeah, and then it looks like I carried for 20 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I do at least.
Carstellz, I saw that you're playing Battlefield 2042. How is that game?
I know it got some pretty bad reception from people, but I was liking it. I was doing really well. I'm a big Battlefield fan. I'm definitely buying it. I'm gonna play it for sure.
I saw someone
saying I'm not a fan of the vehicles, so I always play like infantry only servers.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but my friend Bear was telling me that it's basically Call of Duty now, but it still looked pretty.
Yeah, it's fast. Yeah, it's a fast game.
I know. I like the tanks because my aim is shit, so I need AOE's.
Yeah, Frosty can't shoot.
I can't shoot, dude.
Yeah, I've noticed that with BDO players for the most part, you know, kind of bad at shooters.
Well, this is why I keep seeing people are like, I hope they remove the float from Tendon Cutter and you can't lock on to people. And I'm like, well, I'm not gonna be able to hit anybody then. I'm gonna be screwed. I need that auto aim, you know. Anyway, thank you guys so much for coming on. I appreciate you guys both very much. So we're gonna should we do comments, Rez, or is this super long episode?
No, dude, I can't.
All right, we'll save comments. Later. Maybe we'll do a special midweek. We'll just go through the comments, you and I.
Yeah, maybe we'll see.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you guys so much for all of your support and everyone hanging out. Appreciate all of you guys very much. Rez, you want to close us out?
Yeah, sure. Thanks everybody for watching, listening, stream or afterwards. Special thanks to our guests, Horsey and Belly, and then Carstellz and Basc. All of their links can be found in the description. Obviously, go check them out, give them some love. I guess Basc, you can just add them on Discord and harass them for being a Maehwa, just like you do Nayashe. That's fine. Yeah, I don't know. Next week, a lot of things. We're planning on having a lot of guests. Hopefully, it works out as smoothly as this one did. Yeah, get excited for that, and we'll see y'all next week. Peace.